So hey, thanks everybody for joining us here today in the DAO Future of Venture Capital, Decentralized, maybe not. We have some esteemed people here, both on the venture and the entrepreneur side, and I'm just merely the pawn in the game. So I think the first thing here, we want to just kind of take a little pulse check on how do we feel about venture capital and whether or not it's going to be decentralized in the future. If anybody has a strong opinion, and I'm going to start with Ben Metcalf over there. As a venture capitalist yourself, how do you feel about this notion of decentralization and how it affects your business model?
Hi everybody, thanks for having us. I think decentralization is an interesting time that we live in if we look at the wider Web3, decentralized, etc. I think in terms of the patterns that we see and how they apply to venture, I think there's lots of interesting things that are happening on sourcing and deal flow and other bits and pieces like that. I think there's lots of stuff that institutionally is not going to get decentralized. And so I'll kind of open with a kind of mystic sort of cryptic answer, which is I think some of it might decentralize and some of it might not.
Thank you for your non-answer, Ben. I think Ramphis,
I mean, my view around sort of decentralization starts more where does the capital sit traditionally and where does it go? And that started, a long time ago. But if we think about it in the context of, the Valley back in the day and what AngelList did, right? And in terms of shifting where kind of money flows to startups, and in terms of, VC3, DAOs, right? What's sort of possible is that the trend is absolutely clear, right? Around more capital reaching more founders in more places with the right mix of network, advice, right? All the things that, this traditional VC pitch without the traditional overhang, so that founders get a choice, right? Around, I want capital from these people over here, I want advice from those people over there, right? And I want, these networks that I'm not a part of it. And that's a lot more accessible now, and the trend is clear, right, around that decentralization.
Tara, is there any truth to this, having been part of a fundraising effort recently?
Yeah.
Tara.
Thank you. So recently completed fundraise included VC3 in the raise. We were significantly oversubscribed, which recognize that's a very fortunate position. And one of the things that I was considering as a founder was, okay, who's going to provide the most value on a cap table? And who are the folks that I'll be able to rely on as external resources? And every VC firm says that they will be your partner. I think we all know that this is sometimes true and a lot of times not. And what excited me about really accepting funds from an investment DAO was the way in which VC3 said they were going to organize interests and allow for founders to tap different resources within the network, and all facilitated by tokens. And so given what I'm doing, I was like, I need to eat my own dog food. If I think that tokens are the way in which incentives will be aligned and coordination and collaboration will occur, that should hold true for tapping into expert networks. And so I was very excited about the potential. We'll see how it unfolds. This is an experiment. So I have no idea if it's going to work or not, but I think it does hold a lot of potential.
And Ben, I'll come back to you in a minute. Hold on. Vanessa, what are your thoughts on this?
I think the structure of traditional VC is very centralizing, and so we're not going to get out of that. I think what we've seen with Web3 is that a lot of people made a lot of money in the past years, and everyone is a VC now. The companies have VC arms, Web3 companies have VC arms. Every founder wants to create a VC structure and double down on that. And not all of them are going into DAO structure because of the ambiguity in terms of the decision making and where the investment return and thesis is. So I think there'll be a place for both. I think there's a lot of alpha in the DAOs in terms of opportunities, but it's more like angel checks types of opportunities rather than large capital allocation.
So thank you, Ben. If I may, you have sort of a unique perspective, right, with the Orange DAO as well as Origami. So maybe you could give us sort of a little bit of a level setting on how you guys have thought about both of those.
Yeah, so Orange DAO, I'm one of the co-founders of a 1,300 member YC alumni DAO. One of the business activities we engage in is the fund. So the Orange Fund is a 3 general partners, I'm one of them, and we cut checks, $100,000 into early stage companies. Had we done that without a DAO, there is no way in my mind that we could have gotten the level of access and the allocation and the recognition that we've gotten without having 1,300 YC members who said, we will help generate deal flow and support the companies that you invest checks into, right? So having this community allowed us to go from literally not existing in 1 month to being at like the top of the Coachella board of like funding announcements in month 2. And so that, it tells me that entrepreneurs, especially those that actually know that they have a long road ahead of them, know that they want access to communities, not just a handful of partners who may or may not have long-term fit.
So for Tara, just to come back to what you had mentioned about the sort of theoretical value of the DAO members. I mean, how much do you, when you think about, so you can talk a little bit about who your investors are as well. I mean, you've been fortunate with your investor pool. So I mean, where do you think that you will need help versus be offered help, if you will?
Yeah, it's a great question. So our seed round was led by Chris Dixon at A16Z Crypto. And one of the reasons that we decided to partner with A16Z was because of the resources that they make available to their portfolio companies. From the research teams, the talent teams, the legal and compliance teams. It was a really big factor for me. When we're operating in an ambiguous space and so much is changing, I think it's true that there are incredible resources there, but it was also true that sometimes crowdsourcing and being able to reach out to a network that is broader is something that I thought would be incredibly valuable for us later on. And one of the things that was presented was, hey, if you're accepting funds from this investment DAO, VC3, you'll get a certain amount of tokens that then you can use as bounties to present to the network of this investor group to ask for certain things, whether that's help with recruiting, whether that's having an hour-long conversation about how to set up a certain legal structure, whether that's an introduction to a potential NFT project partner who are the clients for our protocol. And that sounded really interesting to me because it was no longer about asking for favors as much as here's a bag, you can use this bag to get in front of the right people, and then they will work with you because it benefits them as well. And so I think one of the things that is a struggle for founders at times is you feel like, hey, to what extent am I asking for more of someone's time and attention when they've got they're focused on the next investment versus saying, hey, actually, this is mutually beneficial because I'm sharing value that's been given to me back to you, and so our interests are aligned. And so the use of tokens in the DAO structure was something that was fascinating for me. I don't know how common this is within investment DAOs, but like I said, it was something I wanted to try out.
Yeah, it's a good question. Ben Metcalf, maybe you have a perspective on this because the token thing is a very interesting new incentive structure.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because certainly there are a number of investment DAOs out there that are basically a Discord server. And they're not really, and it's still a bit like, oh, you can just pitch in and help and you're here for fun. And I don't really think that particularly works. I think one of the things which I apply to the way I look at DAOs and the alignment of interest and participation is very similar to the way that prediction markets work. Prediction markets only work if, so the idea is communities can vote on whether or not they think something is going to happen or not. But the academic research is they only work if people have an economic alignment with the outcome. If it's just an idea or a thought, it doesn't actually work. And when you apply that into a DAO, if you want actually people to either vote or you want people to actually participate, if they actually have a token mechanism or some other way there's an economic alignment with the success and the outcome, then in the same way you're actually getting not only alignment, but people actually achieving a meaningful output in terms of the way that they vote or what they actually want to do or the way they want to help you. Because it's not just about finding people who will help you, but it's whether or not they're actually, it's meaningful, whether they're going to dig in, etc. And I think that the I think that the token mechanism is important. I think the problem that we're seeing is there's so many different ways of doing this, and there's not really a standard format. I don't know whether, Ben, you see that with some of the other DAOs that you've helped create, but I think it's I think we're still working this model out and how we think about the tokens.
So is this, Ramphis, in your perspective, how much of that needs to be done in order for DAOs to become mainstream?
I think it's part of it is useful, but in terms of having it be mainstream, there's just a lot of other open questions, right? In terms of the challenges, the gray areas, the legal gray areas around DAOs functions and members and token models, right? And then you zoom that out, right? Kind of global and different jurisdictions, right? So it kind of gets really complicated really fast, and it's all gray, right? So in terms of mainstreaming the model itself, there's just a lot of experiments that need to happen, right? For things to mature, see what goes wrong, what doesn't work, and then continue to iterate based on founder feedback. Like, what do founders actually care about? What do they need? Right? What's different? So in terms of mainstreaming, I think just as building syndicates on your cap table, leveraging roll-up vehicles on angel lists is not mainstream where it should be. DAOs will likely be the same way, right? There'll be a series of founders that understand what the value is. They'll figure that out, and they'll work together with partners to build that. But the mainstreaming of how investing sort of works, that seems to be might take longer.
What do you think?
I think it's going to be difficult for VC firms to enter the DAO space credibly. So I think it's kind of like two worlds in parallel. Some, for marketing purposes, are saying that they're doing DAOs and things like that and are participating. What I see is that most of the VCs are, like the crypto native VCs, we're all part of DAOs and we participate in DAOs and we invest through DAOs on a personal level. But I'm just very, I question the fact that a VC would invest in a DAO to make other investments. Like, as a VC, I'm not investing in other investment firms. I'm investing in founders. I'm not investing in other structures. So I think DAOs right now are too disorganized to, produce returns that are, VC type returns. Unless you were very lucky in terms of acquiring NFTs earlier on. So I just don't see for a couple of years DAOs taking over the VC structure.
Can I push back on that just a little bit
please,
in a polite way, but just I think there's a lot of history of VC. It depends where in the order of business you're playing, very early stage versus mid stage and later stage. I do think one of the things that I'm seeing is GPs at larger firms, sometimes the firms themselves, will invest in smaller, earlier stage VC funds. I mean, I have a number of LPs that are bigger, later stage VCs in my traditional fund. And they do that to get deal flow, to get passing through. I do see in some of the DAOs that I'm participating in that there are definitely folks participating who probably aren't going to make any significant wealth or money or return to them from tokens or whatever. But what is happening is there's this chaotic soup of deal flow and founders and interesting people hanging out, and they want to be hanging out to kind of see what's going on and potentially get that deal flow. I completely agree that it's chaotic, and I think you used the word chaotic, but definitely different things going on. But I do see these being communities, and I think that some of the GPs, the forward-thinking ones, are participating and getting involved.
So let me do a slight commercial here for both Orange DAO and VC3 then on this, because I think a couple of things that we've all focused on, and we didn't touch on this in the intro in the interest of time, of course, is that there's a professionalization that's happening in certain DAOs, and I think it's relatively small from what we can tell. VC3, for example, all professional investors, 155 Genesis members who are all VCs and also out of the Kaufman Fellowship, so have some degree of street cred, more or less. And then Orange DAO, I mean, a shocking number of companies funded, right, and entrepreneurs. So I mean, Ben, maybe you can give just a real quick on this notion of that a DAO needs to be more than just a Discord channel.
Yeah, 100%, right? We need to figure out, people need to understand what a DAO is and what makes it different compared to other types of organizations out there. The reason a network decides to become a DAO and not a corporation or an LLC is that it is an animal of the structure. So if you're comparing a DAO tokenized network of people versus a network of people who do not have tokens, chances are you're going to gravitate towards one that actually gives you tokens and formalizes the value that you're actually generating. So I think in a competitive market, when you have existing networks and somebody's offering you tokens, you're much more likely to formalize that relationship using crypto, right? This is a really good application of a technology that's been kind of looking for a solution. And so what Origami is the company that I run full time. Origami came out of Orange DAO to create other DAOs like it. VC3 is one of our first customers. And to watch VC3 actually take off and form itself as an organization, its identity, its investment decision making, and so on, was really impressive because you have professionals using the right tools at the right time to create a new brand, and they're off to the races. So I believe, and I've seen this now in person several times as we've launched more customers, that you can take existing networks, some existing affinity, where people have a professional understanding, tokenize it, and actually grow quickly. And so we do see in some limited cases where DAOs are really well applicable. I think if your goal is let's get people into Discord together and see what happens, you're not going to make it very far, right? You need a lot of kind of carrot and sticking to get to that final point.
Yeah, so there's a big question here, which is if it's so exciting and awesome, why isn't everyone doing it?
Yeah.
Right?
It's hard. It's hard. It is like building a new company, except there's no roadmap for it,
right?
Because no one's really done it before. And so, being able to see that roadmap and actually follow what others have done is absolutely the right approach. And it's better to go more conservative in terms of your tokenomics and your liquidity early on, especially because of the lack of regulatory clarity right now. But that regulatory clarity is arriving in the next 6 months. And so if you have a Discord, you're like 25% of the way there now.
Yeah, but if you only have a Discord, you're still at zero. Let's just make that clear. And so we have 5 minutes left here, so we're trying to bang it out. Ramphis, do you have any?
I just wanted to build on what Ben is saying, right? It's really, really hard, right? And part of the reason it's hard is because of sort of the different gray areas, right? And we're talking, how communities work and function, how do you formalize them, right? What are the models that you get in terms of having folks, agree on different things when there's such a diversity of experiences and backgrounds and whatnot. And then you have like all the other kind of legal challenges, right? And the gray areas there. And there are real decisions that people need to commit to in the absence of real structure. So it's just really hard. It takes a lot of time and effort to kind of get all this stuff organized.
The legal stuff, we have been fortunate in that one of our founding members of VC3, Jules Miller, is a wizard of legal tech, but also is willing to suffer at the hands of attorneys trying to figure this out. So we've been, to our perception at least, is we're 100% compliant with everything that's available with the knowledge we have today, which is very difficult. And so when you're thinking about a DAO, which obviously you're not because you hate these things, just kidding.
Not hate these things.
Kidding.
I'm part of several DAOs.
How much does the legal aspect factor in for you, I guess, personally versus professionally? Does that come into your perception?
Well, you have to realize that if you're just a Discord and you don't have a legal entity and you're engaging in securities violations or other legal violations, you're unlimitedly liable. So, it's up to you. You can choose. If it's just a Discord and you're just talking, that's fine. If the DAO is really engaging in hiring people and things like that, you're going to be liable for tax. You're going to be liable for benefits for your employees. I mean, it's serious business. And so I don't have a specific view on the legal wrapper that you need to use, but I would encourage people who are serious about their activity to do so.
You practice safe DAOing. So here we are. We have 3 minutes left. So I will ask you the grand question, which is the future of VC decentralized. Tara, you're first.
Yeah, so as the non-VC at this panel, I think it's still to be proven. I will say that for me, accepting VC funds from a DAO was a test and something that I think is worthy of experimentation. I think the coordination pieces that have been mentioned are things that still need to be figured out, and that there's a lot of infrastructure that still needs to be built to support these organizations in addition to the legal and regulatory clarity. So that's my non-answer answer.
Non-answer answer. Good job. Vanessa, how much of the VC landscape will be decentralized?
I think it's going to start. I think, as some people said, deal flow comes through communities and founders and people who are in DAOs. So I think VCs will want to do that. But I'll give you an example, and that's why, especially coming into crypto winter, I don't see that trend, accelerating, and maybe it will in a couple of years. But we were asked to lead a round of a great company, but the founders wanted a very rich valuation, and we said, look, we're a VC, we can't offer you that valuation, and it ended up in a party round, and I think it's going to be a disservice to the founders because it was like, oh, everyone is chipping in and it's disorganized and it's fine, but then they're going to have to work, triple and deliver triple the results when they could have gotten like a very reasonable valuation and just bump it up. So there is, the way VCs think is that, we do want to help the founders move into reasonable execution of their project and not just get free money and whatever happens. And so that's
Well,
what
speaking
I
of,
want to caveat for.
I'm going to take the caveat, Ben Metcalf, and say this is a party round. I come to you when it comes time for a party round. What do you think? How much of the future is decentralized?
I think that features in the future, I think one of the things we haven't touched on either is sources of capital, and definitely there's a community aspect, which means that the DAO structure is attractive, assuming the legal entities are there. But at the end of the day, I think about the types of places that I source LP capital from. I think that is a long way away from being decentralized. I think the part that's interesting, as we mentioned, is community, deal flow, the bottoms-up aspect. And we've already seen that in software decentralizing, we've seen that in other areas. And I think that's the entry point here. And that's where I think the excitement is.
On to you, Ben.
Yeah, so Origami, the company I run to create venture DAOs, sees a lot of these deals. So we talk to organizations that are trying to build a DAO or VC firms that are getting started in the first place. The majority of new VCs entering the early stage and pre-seed and seed are looking to have a DAO as a component of their strategy. And it is because they want to differentiate in front of both the LPs as well as the actual operators who know that if you take an early stage check that you may or may not have investor founder fit for more than 6 months, right? But if you have a community, then you can actually access all of the knowledge in that community. So that differentiation is now starting to become key. The legalization of it is fairly standardized now, at least we've standardized it. So I think that in 3 to 5 years, the majority of new early stage firms will have a DAO as part of its structure or component.
So it's a nod towards the future here on this. So with that, we thank you all for joining us here early morning on a Friday at the end of a conference, and thank all our panelists for flying into action and join your local DAO.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Brendan.
thank you. Actually, before everybody gets up, I don't know if we went through introductions, but just because a lot of people came in during the talk, would love to
Please.
just get a minute or so from each of our panelists.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to start?
Sure. I'm the managing partner of Aglai Ventures, an early stage Web3 fund. Prior to that, I was at Coin Fund, another investment fund, and I was one of the earliest employees at Consensus, and investing early in Bitcoin.
Dave Rosenberg. I just wandered off the tour here in New York City. Just got lucky.
Ramphis Castro, I'm general partner for ScienceVest. We do deep tech investing, includes protocol layer Web3 companies. But I'm here, my hat is part of the VC3, and I'm co-chair for the governance committee.
Tara Fung, I'm the co-founder and CEO of CoCreate. We are a new Web3 protocol that enables successful NFT projects to scale by launching their own native token and DAO.
Ben Metcalf, I am the founder and general partner of Monochrome Capital. We invest in early stage, reasonably technical B2B startups in the Web 2 and Web 3 space. I'm also a founder of Mnemonic, which is an NFT data API. But I'm here on behalf, again, of VC3. I'm a Kauffman Fellow, and I'm part of the VC3 DAO, and I'm also on the GPAC, which is the GP committee behind making the investments.
My name is Ben Ha, H-U-H. I am here as one of the co-founders of Origami, which is a DAO platform. We particularly specialize in venture DAOs, so VC3 is a customer. And also I'm one of the co-founders of Orange DAO, which is a 1,300-member YC alumni community that is investing in Web3. And I'm on the investment committee of their $50 million venture vehicle.
Yeah, and didn't you also do that cheeseburger thing?
I also did, I brought internet memes to the masses starting in 2008. So if you've seen a cat photo on the internet with a caption on it, chances are I put my fingers on it somewhere.
Ben's fault. Yeah, we blame. I should have been less glib. So I am here representing VC3 as one of the founders and part of the GPAC members. I am a long time, I'm an angel probably in 25, 30 companies at this point. I founded a company called MuleSoft back in the day. I come from a deep tech background, and I spent a time at GE Ventures and Merck Ventures. So I just continue to make stuff up.
Thanks again. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So now everybody should know if the future of venture capital is decentralized. I'd like to introduce our next panel on diversity inclusion in the new landscape. So let me introduce and call up to the stage Benjamin Torres, our moderator. Lisa Walken, Barbara Matos, and Rich Fernando. And if Anthony is in the house, come step up. Give the panel our attention here.
Good morning, everyone. That was cool. Thanks to the previous panel. Great stuff. Gonna hit you up for money pretty soon. My name is Benjamin Torres. I've been in this space about as long as you guys have for the last 2 weeks. But for the last 7 years, I've been the head of operations and finance for one of NFT and its parent company, Tap Network. And we've been building strong, diverse teams. And today we just want to share some preliminary concepts and some basic foundational steps that we can all take towards building a diverse, equitable, and inclusionary atmosphere in the DAO landscape. But before we do that, I want to introduce our panelists. I'll have them introduce themselves, actually. They'll do a better job than me. Lisa?
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Woken. I've spent the last 15 years really focused on developing leaders in the corporate setting, and more recently in the DAO ecosystem for the past year with Talent DAO that does social science research on the DAO ecosystem. Super excited to be talking about this subject today.
Barbara Matos?
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Barbara Matos. I did diversity and inclusion at CBS Television for 20 plus years. I was the vice president of D&I. I work with talent and behind the scenes and all things entertainment related. I've since left CBS, and now I am a strategist doing consulting on D&I across all industries.
Rich Fernando. I work at OneOf, running their VIP accounts, but I'm also on the diversity and inclusion board of the Soho House. And prior to me being at OneOf, I was an MBA coach for 13 years. And so we dealt with a lot of diversity and inclusion initiatives just across the MBA as the league evolved.
So I thought we'd start with just kind of taking 2 minutes to just kind of lay out what each of these words mean, because sometimes it means a lot of different things to different people, but we just want to lay the groundwork as a caveat so that we can move forward into the substance of the panel itself. So feel free to chime in. I'm just going to give like a quick answer, but if you guys want to add to it. So the difference between diversity and inclusion. So the two are interconnected, but they are far from interchangeable, right? So diversity is about different types of people, right? You have diversity within this panel. You have diversity in this room. Inclusion is about giving people a seat at the table, right? Being able to represent different types of groups, not just racial groups, but all types of groups, all types of cultures, all types of voices. And equity is about giving people a voice within that room, right? There's a big difference between somebody being in the room and somebody's voice actually being heard and their point of view being measured against everybody else's point of view. And the exciting thing about that is that research shows that the benefits of diversity and inclusion in a workplace generates higher revenue growth, a greater readiness to innovate, an increased ability to recruit a diverse talent pool, and 5.4 times higher employee retention, which are all great benefits. Anything you guys want to add on that?
I think you covered most of it, and to put it quite simply, because sometimes we all get caught up in the extra words, diversity basically is all of us. We're all here. It's not just one group. It's who all is showing up. Inclusion means making sure that we are, and it's an action. Inclusion is actually the action of all of it. And that's making sure there are things in place to make sure we all have a voice and that all our voices are being heard. And equity means that it's different from equal. It doesn't mean we give out everyone the same thing. It means providing for each individual what they need to succeed.
If I could take a second and ask the people in the room, noise is traveling really, really good in this room, back and forth. So we can hear you guys in the back really, really well up here. Appreciate it. So we'll just go through these questions. Go ahead, Rich, sorry.
Yeah, I think when you discussed equity and having a seat at the table, that's just so important for any entity, company, group, because having that seat at the table, feeling included, everyone wants a voice. How you're able to channel that voice, how you're able to portray it out to your community is very important, because I think that shows that shows what true inclusivity is. And they're all tied together, but I think the equity portion, having the seat at the table, and knowing from day one that you do have a seat at the table, and this is what is included in having a seat at the table. I think that those are criteria that are very important.
Lisa, I'm going to start with you with the questions. So Lisa's doing some really amazing work with Talent DAO, and hopefully she'll share a little bit of that now. But first question, and we'll go through, and Lisa will start on this question. What's the most exciting evolution in the acknowledgement, exercise, and implementation of diversity and inclusion practices over the past decade, specifically in now moving into DAOs?
Yeah, I mean, it's first off extremely exciting to think of what's happened over the last decade, and it aligns. My role at Talent DAO is really one of a DAO educator and a DAO researcher. And one of the things that's been particularly exciting over the last couple decades is a lot more neuroscientific research in the field. But particularly in the last decade, seeing that actually be applied to and used for how do we understand how to actually put in practices around diversity, equity, and inclusion in our workplaces. How do we create psychologically safe environments where we have, all the colors of crayons in the box, but then we're actually using and coloring with all that vibrancy and all the things that make our workplaces so beautiful. One of the things that I think I'm particularly excited about is the understanding of unconscious bias, that people understand they are not without bias, that everyone has bias. You cannot completely get rid of any bias. The best we can hope to do is become more aware, more educated, and to mitigate those biases through actually taking action and moving ourselves from a place of bystander to actually being allies in how we create more inclusive environments. So that's probably what I'm most excited about. And then what I'm also excited about in the DAO space is to see, first off, at this event, at this whole week at NFT.NYC and DAOPlanet.NYC, seeing just so many more faces and voices represented in the space. I've attended a number of women in Web3 events this week, and it's been so exciting. And I know that's a stark contrast to what people even experienced here just last year. So I think there's a lot of great momentum, and I'm personally excited to be advancing research that makes sure that we have gender balanced and diverse representation in our samples. So that way what we're studying about the DAO ecosystem actually represents the diverse workforce that we're looking to build, attract, and help flourish.
Thank you. Barbara?
Well, I was doing diversity and inclusion back in 2000. For television, that's when the advocacy groups came after us to sort of make an effort to be more diverse. People wanted to see themselves on television. So for me, it's been interesting. I joke that I was doing D&I when it was just D. And now it's equity and inclusion, but it's exciting to see that more people are aware of it, that people are genuinely wanting to make the necessary moves to have inclusive environments. I've been working, like I said, across different industries, and I see it. I see an interest in having inclusive environments. We want to hear the voices of other people. A lot of the firms have work in these communities and have no representation in their offices. And then it's a disservice to the community and to themselves, because then they're not addressing all the issues that need to be addressed. So above all else, it makes business sense to now have a diverse, inclusive workplace. But it's also great for the communities you're serving, for the stuff you want to have done, because you're hearing from everyone what they need, what they're interested in, and now people are finally seeing that. I mean, it was sort of a long roll. For a long time, it was a diversity department in place, and it was the diversity department's job to do it all. And finally, companies, organizations have come on board and realized, no, it's not for one person to do. It's the job of everyone at a corporation to do the things necessary to be inclusive, to be equitable, and for me, to see it across so many industries is encouraging. I mean, I'm hoping we're going to eventually get to a time where it doesn't have to be a topic, but that folks finally understood that it makes business sense and that it's just part of our operating plans.
I think it's really 3 steps. It's, the core values of your organization or your team. That's very important to have that in your core values, in your ethos. And then from there, it's education, educating those that are part of your community about what DEI is all about. And then lastly, from that education, you're able to establish programs. And with programs, you're able to actually have a tangible asset that you're able to see what your core values and what your education then are leading into. And I think those are, 3 key major steps.
Thank you all. Next question. So what one piece of advice would you give founders and operators in the DAO space as they strive to build their new companies and to build the best team to execute their ideas? We'll start with you, Barbara.
I think the most important piece of advice is that it just makes business sense. You're doing a disservice to yourself, to your organization, not to be inclusive. But the trick is that putting one person of color in a diversity role and thinking that you've now done what you need to do, that does not do it. I mean, unfortunately, what we've seen over the last couple of years, as folks have started coming on board, they've put one person of color in an executive seat, and then just sort of moved on. And one person alone can't make things happen, can't affect the voice of an organization. So it's as you're building these organizations, be inclusive, but inclusive is not just one person. So you want to have everyone included, and you want them all to have a voice. You want your diversity initiatives, your efforts to be funded so that we're not just speaking about it, but actually taking action towards it. And I think that will lead you to success.
I think having some metrics around it too, setting goals, as part of your team. Hey, this is what we want. This is what we're looking for. This is what we want, and striving to achieve those. throughout your interview process, throughout your, evaluation process, and really checking in and making sure everyone who you bring in a very diverse environment feels that you're doing right by them and vice versa. It's more, because it goes more than just bringing in someone. It goes to making sure they're able to do their job to the best of their abilities and excel. I think anyone, any hiring manager wants to bring in someone who's going to excel at the position and keep growing and evolving within the ecosystem of the company. And so having the metrics, having I hate to say a scorecard, but something that you can measure goals out and know that you're doing the right job and vice versa.
Yeah, and when we work with DAOs on how we essentially lead into the future that we want, there's 3 things that we focus on. And one of that's purpose. And so purpose is everything to DAOs. It's what attracts people to what you're doing. So having a strong DEI sort of statement or declaration in your manifesto and showing that that's, as Rich mentioned, part of your value set really matters to even attracting the right people into your lurking community that then you can make into your contributors. And so that's step 1, is making sure that you've got that as part of your purpose and your values. The second thing is people. There's good data that you can get from even your Discord server activity. And if you're looking to partner with an organization, Talent DAO helps with this. But even just getting basic insights on who's in your community already can be very helpful. Talent DAO itself, we know that about half of our community is international. And so when it comes to DAOs, we're not necessarily bound by constraints of one company or one country. And so getting insights onto who's involved in your community, what other communities they're involved in, that can also help with the cross-pollination of ideas that can be so helpful with a diverse community. And then the very last thing is permissionlessness. That's something that we know we want, a permissionless culture, and we espouse that a lot in DAOs, but it really does take people in DAOs constantly asking for that, because we're wired to not know if we have a role or what the goal is. And so we need to be in the state of constantly clarifying that we want people to step up, we want people to come with their asks and offers, and that we do want to hear from all the voices and give them a platform.
That's great. Thank you, all 3. We'll finish up with this one last question and go from here. So if you were starting a new team or a new DAO, at what point would you define the recruiting role, the policies and goals that you would have set for your new team and for your new DAO? Which I think you guys sort of answered, but let's...
From day 0, it has to be a part of your charter. It has to be a part of your core values, your hiring practices. It's not done after the fact. It's done from inception. The type of team you want to put together from day 1, and what you want, how you want them to build their respective sub-teams and everything. It has to be done at the initial stages, especially now in this day and age.
Yeah, absolutely. The moment you start creating, figuring out your roles, who's going to be where, that should be in the forefront of your planning. Like Rich said, you want it to be your core, you want it to be your values, you want to create it, you don't want it to be an afterthought, because if it's an afterthought, then it won't work, because people feel that it's an afterthought. So it has to be in your makeup, it has to be what you want to do. And at the end of the day, that's the big takeaway, that diversity, equity, and inclusion is sort of basically on the individual. Because we can all talk about, oh, we want to have diversity, we want to have inclusion, but just talking about it doesn't do it. So it's a matter of saying, okay, is this really what I want from my organization? Do I want the benefits that come from having a diverse group? And then work from there.
Yeah, the way that Talent DAO approached this was there was 2 co-founders essentially, but then very quickly it was an early 8. And I tell people, if you can get your original 6, original 8, and ensure that that's actually a diverse and equitably minded group, you're going to then be able to co-create a manifesto, which I know that co-creation is so important to the DAO communities. Co-create that manifesto, and instead of needing to then reach for the DEI concept, you'll already have it baked in if that original 6 to 8 or those early core contributors really actually represent what you want your larger community to grow into. So get representation early, build the manifesto, and it'll be undeniable because it's actually coming from a place of DEI already.
That's great. Thank you. Yeah, I'll close with just a little bit of personal experience. So I've been doing this now for a few decades. I'm not going to admit how many. And in this last team, I feel like at OneOf, I built probably the best team that I've ever been able to assemble over the last year and a half. But there was a direct initiative that I had from day one to make sure that I was creating the most diverse, equitable team, because it was such a new space, and the business that we were conducting was a very diverse business, right? The music business, the sports business is dominated by diverse talent. So proud to say that over 50% of our staff is women, and that was just a concerted effort to make sure that we're bringing women, but not just bringing women at the junior level or entry level, programming level, director level, but a concerted effort to make sure that in the executive suite we had at least 50% women representation, as well as a kaleidoscope of different personalities and people. Rich is one of those, but you do have to actually work at it, just like anything else. It just doesn't happen organically, unfortunately. Even though the talent is out there. So anyways, hopefully this has been helpful to you. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, without further ado, we have Tara Fung coming to the stage on how to scale NFT projects through DAOs and communities.
All right, hey folks. So Tara Fung, I'm the co-founder and CEO of Co-Create. We are a new Web3 protocol that enables NFT projects to scale by using fungible tokens and DAOs. And so I'm really excited to be able to talk with y'all today and share how we see the future and what we think it holds. And if I can get the clicker to work. Down arrow. What about up arrow? Neither arrow. All right, so going to be talking about the state of NFTs, as well as how to scale, and then, like I said, what we think the future holds. I know, I was about to say, ooh, there we go. Maybe it's a scaling function. So one of the things that's surprising to me, I would imagine that for a lot of us in this room, we're here because of NFT.NYC, right? Like that's why we're in town. I would imagine there's therefore a lot of folks that have NFTs. Show of hands, who owns an NFT? Yeah. You know, NFTs represent a lot of the things that make us human. Community, identity, access. But when you look at the market, what you find is that NFTs are still really small. They represent right around 1% of the total crypto market cap. And the crypto market cap is still incredibly small, right? And this is true both post-retraction as well as pre-retraction. Yet when you look around, you see that life is non-fungible. This isn't gonna remain that way, but I think that we have a scaling problem with some of our most successful NFT projects, as well as all of those emerging NFT projects. And I might just ask you to help me out. So going to the next slide. There are a few projects that have had significant financial success. Success can be defined in a lot of ways, but if we look at the financial side, sticking with the market cap, there are a few that have had significant financial success and have gone on to grow from one collection to many. On the next slide. But still, scaling beyond the drop is hard, right? Like it's hard to think about how do you go from a successful project to more? How can these projects become these community-owned, creator-led, decentralized brands of the future? And the communities around these NFT projects are expecting a lot. They want to see in real life experiences. They want to see merchandise. They want to see games, events. They want to see things that are spanning the physical and the digital world. There are high expectations and hopes for what NFT projects can become. I believe strongly that those who activate co-creation, which is a term we've already heard multiple times today, and it's only a little after 10, with their community are going to be able to rise beyond the hype. And they're going to be the ones that emerge as the first community-owned, creator-led brand ecosystems. That all sounds really nice. How, right? If there's this beautiful world out there of the future, how do we get there? Well, the answer, from our perspective, is that there's a different set of tools needed than what NFT projects have primarily deployed to date. NFTs represent incredible technology and innovation because they took what was limitless and made it scarce, and they took what was unownable and made it ownable. Scarcity is the opposite of scalability. And so if you think about what that means in order to continue progressing, if a project wants to scale, that's not the desire for everyone, but in order for those with these big ambitions to scale their community, their impact, their reach, they're going to need to employ a different set of tools. And this is about scaling exponentially versus linearly. You know, a lot of NFT projects, we've seen them go from a single drop to a second drop. In doing so, they went from maybe 6,000 unique holders to 8. And then they spend 2.5 months planning an in-real-life event. This is so incremental. If you think about how do you go from incremental to exponential, you're going to need to activate your community and a broader set of contributors. You're going to need to be able to define your community as distinct from just collection holders. We believe that the key to this future and to this potential is a token economic model, which is just a fancy way of saying fungible tokens with specific incentive mechanisms. Tokens are also this incredible technology because they allow you to bootstrap network effects and they allow you to create value and share that value with others. So imagine a world where if the success of an NFT project is strong, that then breeds interest in growing the ecosystem around an NFT project, and those who provide those contributions benefit in accordance to the value they bring, and by bringing value, then the demand for those NFTs grows, and then that feeds into this virtuous cycle so that we can get to the visual that was on the last slide of this dynamic, ever-evolving ecosystem. That's what we think needs to happen, and we think that token economic models are the way that you get there, but how you go about it matters, right? The incentives matter a lot. And we think that the way in which you can harness this future potential is by focusing on NFT royalties. And I'm going to walk you through this. This is not meant for a 15-minute presentation, right? This slide and the white paper supporting this design is a longer conversation. So think of this as a starting point. Think of this as the idea, and I hope that a lot of us in this room can continue iterating and building on this idea over time. But what if every time an NFT in a given collection is sold, those royalties are captured, they're sent to a DEX, and they're used to purchase the fungible token associated with that brand ecosystem. So now the success of the NFT, every sale of the NFT is breeding demand for and driving revenue to a fungible token. That means that that fungible token has a value beyond association, beyond a social coin, beyond a cult coin. It has an economic value. And that then makes this token an incredible incentive mechanism for third parties that are outside of the brand ecosystem. If I think that I'm going to get paid. Maybe it's through applying for a grant, maybe it's by building a game where those who, if a lot of the NFT collection holders log into my game, I will get a reward in a fungible token that I think has value. Guess what? I'm incentivized to build a game that has value. I'm incentivized to host an event that creates value for these NFT collection holders. And so we think that by harnessing NFT royalties, using it to drive demand and purchase the fungible token of a given brand ecosystem, and then sharing those proceeds with a broader contributor set, the collectors, the creators, as well as an overarching DAO, where that DAO is then the mechanism to incentivize games, events, experiences that benefit collection holders. That's how we get to that virtuous cycle. And then this brings together a lot of different factions. It brings together the communities, it brings together multiple creators, allows for additional creators to join these brand ecosystems. It brings together distribution, and it brings together the promise of NFTs. NFTs have always been the promise of something more. They're meant to be more than collectibles. They are programmable assets. They don't have to be stagnant. They can unlock events, games, experiences. But none of these touch points, there's no reason for anyone to build them right now except for the initial project creators, which again goes back to linear growth versus exponential growth. And that's where these tokens can come in. So this is DAO Planet. I've been talking a lot about tokens. Where is the DAO in all of this? The DAO is the organizing mechanism. It is the governing body. It is the entity that can set and define the rules and the incentives for how these tokens will be used as rewards to all of these external contributors as well as internal stakeholders. A very simple example. Should the IP of a given brand ecosystem be licensed? And who does it benefit? That should be something that the community that owns that IP, the NFT collection holders, have a voice and say in, right? Because that impacts what I have purchased, going back to NFTs have made the unownable ownable. So I want to thank you for the attention. I know that this was a lot, and there was a bunch of text on a slide at 10 in the morning after a week long of NFT NYC. Yeah, it's been a great week. So if you want to learn more about how to go beyond the drop and what we're doing at CoCreate, you can check us out at usecocreate.io. And thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have Corey and Phil taking the stage to tell us about how DAOs equal hope.
What's up, gang?
What's going on?
It is good to see everybody here. This is a nice looking crowd. We're excited to be here with you guys today. You know, you've heard the term neighborhood dope dealer. Well, we are neighborhood hope dealers, right? This is what we intend to talk about. And what is really needed right now in all over the world is hope, right?
Yeah, you couldn't say that again. So, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and start off a little bit about who we are?
Yeah, okay. So my name is Phil Ward, and this is my partner in non-crime, Corey Fico.
Howdy.
And we are with the DOI Foundation, and we're going to talk a little bit about what we've established, what we're doing, what we've got going on, and how it relates to DAOs. Why a DAO brings hope, right? What is it about a DAO that is so appealing to us? What brought us into it, and what really was the driving force for us to become a DAO? We did not start out as a DAO, right? We started out as a little bit of a different project, and we quickly realized that we needed an entity, we needed something that moved us forward, that gave governance rights, that gave voting rights and these kind of things, and the DAO was the answer.
Yeah, it was. And for those who want to follow along, we're also on Spotify, Podbean, iTunes, or
Just about everywhere.
Just about everywhere. Yeah. So I think that before we go too far into this, it's really important for us to do a gut check to remind ourselves why we even got involved in this to begin with. At least for those of us who were around whenever Bitcoin became a thing, times were tough. And for those who maybe weren't around, or those who've quickly forgotten, because it's easy to forget where we came from, And the genesis block of Bitcoin, whenever it was mined, this was actually mined into the coin. This was embedded in the Coinbase. The Times, 03, January 2009, Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks. What was going on at that time, Phil?
Oh, it was dropping out, man. Everything. The economy was falling apart in front of us, right? We were seeing the housing market fall apart. It was one of the first things that fell apart, and that had a profound impact on families all over the country and all over the world, right? People literally lost their homes.
Yeah. Now, why was that, though? Like, what was the background to all that? How do we get to the point where...
Well, we're not going to go down the crooked corruption route, right? We're going to be hopeful, right? Okay.
Maybe we should, because... But...
Derivatives?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? There's so many problems that we all identified them, right? We could see it. It was the talk of the town. We could see what was going on, and we could see the carelessness that led us to that. Nice way of saying it, right?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's really important because as we start to go through all this, assuming that the clicker is going to work here. Oh, there it is. You'll see it come full circle in a bit here. But through that, Bitcoin was born. Of course, that was for those who are looking for this fantastic revolution where you no longer needed a bank anymore. Those who were unbanked could become banked. Those who didn't believe in banks because banks were these corrupt systems building these financial derivatives on top of, packaging up things they knew were clearly faulty and doing it to just rip money out of the system because then they could charge these crazy interest rates to people that shouldn't have qualified, and you just felt like the whole thing should just be blown up.
Predatory.
So, and so you wanted to go ahead and get engaged in Bitcoin. So you did. And then this fantastic thing happened. 2014, the term of Web3 is born. Gavin Wood coined it, saying it's a decentralized online ecosystem based on the blockchain. It doesn't have a lot of excitement behind it, but the concept is that you're the Bitcoin is turning into a platform in and of itself. By the way, this slide is moving around in weird spots, I guess, since it's on somebody else's computer. So you just have to assume in your mind that it was beautiful.
It was perfect.
It was perfect in every way. But with Web3, the concept that you could start having tokenized assets and property rights, and DAOs are now allowed to reemerge, which for those who don't know, DAOs were actually a concept from the 90s. And they were originally, whenever they came around in 2013, hard and heavy, they were referred to as DACs, so Decentralized Autonomous Corporation. But apparently people didn't like the way that the corporation felt, because once again, this is people that are trying to eschew the system. So in that way, the DAC came about, and here we are now. It's a DAO. Here we go. So with DAOs, though, there's a lot of dreams with the DAO. Phil, tell me a little bit.
Many. Well, the fact that it gives a vehicle for the average man and woman to come together. So this is something that I think is missing from the conversation right now. That as leaders in a technology field, we can do nothing without the meat space. It will go nowhere without all of the people understanding and getting involved, and there has to be a way to communicate this to them, that it actually applies to their life, right? It can be meaningful for their life. It can help them get through tough situations. It can help them make tough decisions in a group. And until we get them in, where does it go?
Well, truly, and at the end of the day, I think it becomes complicated for most people. The average person looks at something like this and they're like, oh, well, blockchain, a system of computers, blah, 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 organization on that. And then you can see it whenever you're trying to talk to your friends, family, relatives, it just, right over their heads. But at the same time, we need to change the conversation a little bit and say, hey, imagine if the boss that you work for cared enough about you to allow you every single time you did something meaningful for the company to get a reward that you could either stake and back into the company so that way you get compounding rewards, or be able to, as a bonus, maybe you can hand it off to your kids, you could sell it, you can do whatever you wanted. This is something you also own now. It's not just the boss and you hate your job and you can leave and come back. And then it goes so much bigger than that. Like, imagine a problem. And then you can start going, okay, how do people innovate? Well, they innovate whenever they have property rights, whenever they have shared incentives. And what better way to do that than with the DAO? And one of the biggest things that I wanted to put down here that I think most people don't recognize at all. If you look through the entire course of human history, and this one's really important, look through the entire course of human history, anytime there was a new governance model, so if somebody had an idea that said, here's how we can assemble a group of people around a concept, here's the economic structures for which they should work towards and be incentivized, that typically came along with lots of people dying.
Yeah.
I'm going to pause on that for just a second. Every single time that a new governance model or a new economic system historically came around, is somebody had to bring that to power. They had to usurp somebody else. There's a lot of blood usually, and a lot of people lost a lot of things. And there's only so many models you can test over a certain period of time, but with DAOs, you now have this opportunity where you can come up with, every single one of us in this room can come up with 10 different ideas for how you could pull together a governance model, how you could pull together an economic system, how everyone would interact, collaborate, communicate, how it would be inclusive, how it would reinforce DEI, all of the things to solve a particular problem. You could come up with that, try it out, and nobody's going to die. And if it fails, well, the good news is that you can see from 10,000, 100,000 other people how the different experiments that they took succeeded in some way, and you can keep adapting and keep adapting. So instead of evolving over the course of centuries, we can now exponentially evolve over the course of years, which is why everything's moving so fast.
Without war.
Without war. So
imagine that, a world without war over foolishness, right? Over just another idea that wants to be propagated. Here we have war.
Well, and everybody thinks that they're the hero to their own story, right? Like, a war is fought with two sides, and each side doesn't think that, oh, we're the villains, we're coming into this. They think that we're trying to protect the system, these other people are trying to take it over, and then the people who are taking it over are trying to say, oh, no, you need to be free, so we're going to force upon these new freedoms to you, or whatever it might be. And whatever the situation, both sides feel justified in what they're doing. And there's no way to really test out those models and allow people to experiment, to be a part of a bunch of different experiments at once without having to have conflict over the structure of that. Now, that said, all that sounds beautiful. Where does all this come into here today? Phil, I know you said you didn't want to talk about the banks, but I think...
I love talking about the banks, but sometimes it gets us in trouble, right?
True. It's true. So we're now at a point in time, for those who are keeping track, crypto has been fantastic and all, but let's be honest about it for a second. It's not really all that clean out there. For those who are keeping track, an estimated 1,900 hedge funds appear to use leverage to trade at higher volumes while putting only a small amount up as collateral. That sounds a lot like what the banks were doing, what that
exactly.
Bitcoin was supposed to be the solution for. And of course, we're now seeing how the entire bottom crashed out, and right on the cusp of going from crypto winter to like the kind of crypto winter from Game of Thrones, because of the fact that of all these over leveraged positions.
Yeah. Which takes us back right to where we were in 2008, right? So it seems like there was this new promise of this decentralized economy that we could create. And then it was taken advantage of, right? Yeah. And it was all leveraged, and it brings us right back to where we are now. So we are in a unique moment in time where, as a community, we will come together and we will make this happen. We will force this through with good ideas and execution, or it will be co-opted, and we will all just be working inside of some kind of a government DAO.
Truly. And for those this is a side presentation, but CBDCs, definitely a conversation to be had.
Yeah.
So here we are. We've lost over $2 trillion in the market. And that's just in the assets values. That has nothing to do with crypto derivatives. That has nothing to do with businesses that have operations, the people that are getting laid off. There's $2 trillion alone in the valuations. And that's all, and you can, whether or not you want to give that to Luna and their positions or the whole bit, the underlying concept is that it's more of the same. So now, let me ask you, this will go. Phil, let me ask you, why is this crash the best thing for crypto?
Well, so I think right now it is an eye-opener, right? It jarred everybody awake. And I think that if we don't take advantage of it and we don't fix the things that allowed it to happen, it's just going to be a cycle that happens over and over and over, because every time there's a crash, somebody wins. Right? There weren't all losers in that, I promise.
Yeah.
There were plenty of people that won, and they would seem to me that they were the same people that were winning in 2008, and probably the same people that were winning in 1933, and on and on and on, right? And the DAO gives us a way to come together as humanity and to make a change, to make new rules, to set new rules in place that everybody wants to adhere to, right? They want to come into it because it's inclusive.
Yeah. And to that point, I did make a little note here. Can we, and maybe this is a conversation to have, can we stop saying no FUD? Let's just not do that. Like, let's create let's call it the FUD DAO, and it says bring all your fear,
right,
all your uncertainties, and all your doubts. Let's hash through those, because if there isn't clarity on those things, there is a problem.
That's right.
Like if you were part of a government and you walked down the street and there was a policeman wearing a shirt that said no FUD on their shirt, would you feel comfortable? You're like, I wouldn't feel comfortable. I'm not going to. I definitely wouldn't buy that. So, and of course, too, we get to move past the rugs and all the meaningless meme points. So, this presentation really isn't about us, but at the same time, it is nice to know where we fit into all this. So,
sure. From the first couple panels that we heard, we really liked the talk of inclusivity, right? Like, this has to be DOI, Declaration of Inclusion. Yeah. By necessity, we must have people from all over the world, right? This is a new day. Governments work by borders. Which ones of us work by borders, right? We do business all over the world. We do business with people from everywhere, and it has to turn, right? The page has to turn to where humanity comes together, and we see something better, and we go after it, and they have to have a tool to do it.
Yeah, and truly, and we're also at a point in history. For one, this is a unique spot in history. We've never had this opportunity before to create these kinds of, to create any kind of organization where we could assemble hundreds or thousands or hundreds of thousands of people around something that they believe in, and to mobilize them, to incentivize them, to protect them, reward them. There has never been that opportunity before. But let's be real, based off of what's happened in crypto already, how many projects do you know that actually matter? There's some, but comparatively speaking, how many projects do you know that don't matter? Like, how many times do you go on Twitter or Discord and you see Shiba, Inu, Gogeta, Dragon Ball Z Power Rangers coin 2.5, like, at some point in time, we have to be honest with ourselves and say, okay, we've got a choice right now. Now that the bottom's dropped out because of all of that kind of just greed, let's be real about it. And we're here, we've got a mechanism with DAOs to build something that's not only economically far more sustainable, right, but it can be far more impactful and, of course, a lot more ethical. So that looked a lot better, by the way.
It's all good.
This is more like what's that soup with the alphabet soup?
Alphabet soup.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
I think they call it alphabet soup.
Yeah. So we could go on about like what's in this alphabet soup, but a couple different things here. 21% of Americans trust politicians.
Really?
Yeah.
21%.
That high, right?
That's extremely high. I hope there's no politicians. I hope I'm not offending you.
Yeah. Well, and on top of that, so 21% trust politicians, 64% of Americans, and it's worse for other parts of the world, live paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
1 in 5 children live in extreme poverty. 31% of the world is unbanked. And 28% of people are unfulfilled at work, on top of the fact not only are they unfulfilled at work, but 300 million of them are expected to lose jobs to AI, and that's factoring in for the ones that will gain jobs.
Yeah.
So, and this is, and the list goes on and on and on, but the point of all bringing this up and just picking some random things to talk about is, I don't even know how that became lower and uppercase. That's wild.
I don't know, but as we're talking about these things, these problems around the world, when I'm a dad, I don't know how many, I need to stand up. I don't know how many other people in here have kids. I have kids, and now I'm blessed with grandchildren, right? This is new in life for me. But I care. I care that my kids have a world to live in that's not shitty. Pardon me if I offend anybody, but you know, I care, and there are a lot of people in this space that care. But we have to reach these people, right?
Yeah.
They have to understand that there is a chance for freedom. None of our countries care about us, right? Like, I hate to say it like that, but we're all just kind of cogs in a wheel, and they can't care about us individually, but we care about humanity on an individual level, right? For success in each family. And the DAO as a structure is something that allows us to do that, right? And never before in history, certainly not in my history, has this kind of an opportunity come up, and that we're excited to be involved in that aspect.
Truly, and to take this, and this is where we can start having conversations with real people, like your family, your friends, strangers at the grocery store, is instead of saying like, a decentralized autonomous organization, they've already spaced out.
Right.
Decentralized, like they're gone, they're done. So you say, hey, look, I'm part of a project that operates on the internet. We can solve whatever problem you have in your life. Like, well, what do you mean? Pick a problem. Pick a problem. Pick any problem, and I'll talk about how this new way of organizing the structure can better solve it, can better help than at any point in time in human history. And we've listed some of the things here that just off the top of our heads, we know a DAO could help solve 100-fold better than any other system right now. Because right now you've got charities. Well, whenever you spend the money's gone. So you're constantly fundraising. So then it becomes a fundraising machine, and so much money is lost to to charity. Well, government. Well, how well do you feel like government is actually supporting you? In some ways,
apparently 21% of us think just fine.
Yeah. And then corporations are fantastic. I'm an entrepreneur. I believe in starting businesses and the entrepreneurial dream. There's nothing wrong with corporations, but corporations are clearly designed in a way to benefit the top of the pyramid more than the rest of the pyramid. And not only is that not beneficial for the people involved in the mission, but it doesn't allow for any type of, to get out of the rat race, to get out of the hamster wheel. And everybody else is constantly working for their time and not for their impact. And whereas a DAO allows you to be rewarded in perpetuity on your impact that you contributed to a community, even if you work for 20 different communities. And then that impact can be passed on to your kids, or it can be, maybe it can even be collateralized if you're unbanked to allow you to become banked. And the list goes on and on. But so for instance, personal data. If you've got an issue with personal data, well, if you don't like, and although it's cut off here, it says one of the issues is a metaverse, meaning a metaverse owned by Facebook. Because clearly, if it's free, you're the product, right? We all know that. So if you're worried about like Facebook and personal data, create a DAO. Create something like UHive or something like that. And take what you want to see into that experience and then turn it into going, okay, how much data should we share? And when we share data, let's vote together on when that data is shared and how we monetize it. Maybe you choose to be able to feel comfortable like relinquishing more of that. Well, you have that choice. And the same thing happens with medical data. So
sure.
Yeah, so let's talk about like, for instance, I'm going to pick lobbying because we've been talking about that a lot.
Oh yeah. So if you guys are not familiar with us, Corey and myself, we do a podcast we do a live show 3 nights a week, and then we release that out on Apple, Google, Spotify, just about everywhere, right? And one of the recent things that we've asked somebody to do, if there's anybody here that knows how to run a DAO, can you raise your hand? All right, we have one. Oh, two. Three. Would someone please start a lobby DAO?
Yes.
Right, where the people can come together and we can vote on what we want our politicians to be lobbied for, right?
Yeah.
That's who we're fighting. We're fighting huge money and lobbying firms that go and get what they want and steal from us. Now, I don't mean to be so pointed about it, and I'm not usually, but I feel like I'm in a pretty friendly crowd.
Yeah, well, to that point, to back it up a little bit, we've had the conversation. Lobbying clearly needs to exist. If you're a senator,
that's right.
Like, you have no idea what's going on unless somebody presents it to you. So, how would you know what's going on, especially with things that you don't understand technologically, unless somebody's coming to you with the resources to help you understand? And that's what a lobbyist is supposed to be. It's supposed to be this person who came to Capitol Hill and said, "Hey, Senator, I guess you didn't know, but corn is really having a hard time in Kansas right now." Right. And they're like, "I had no idea, thank you." And they get larger and larger lobbying groups. Well, there isn't any people's lobbying.
It doesn't exist.
It's become corporate lobbying, and it especially cracked open in the 80s, and it's become this massive thing where if you look statistically speaking, how people feel about an issue is not actually associated with the outcomes to a vote. It's whether or not the lobbying is more directly associated. So by creating a lobby DAO, we could do that. Now that said, to that point, I think that plenty of other problems to solve, but it's apparently time to.
That's it. It's going to wrap us up, guys. We could talk. We do this 3 nights a week, and we could talk about these because it's very personal to us. But Steve, we appreciate you putting this together. This is fantastic and bringing us out. We're glad that we could get involved with you and help out. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, DAO Foundation, Corey and Phil. Really appreciate it. So love if everybody can introduce themselves and then take it away.
All right, Corey, why don't we start with you?
Sure. My name is Corey Siegel. Been in the space since 2014, initially doing Bitcoin mining, so all the Web3 space. Started a wallet company, then moved a crypto wallet in 2017, and now I'm a partner in a company called Vartalo that is helping streamline digital assets and securities and bridging that to Web3. So think about raising money under a crowdfunding platform, which ties into DAOs, by the way, as well as getting secondary liquidity or collateralization using DeFi solutions. So.
And just, by the way, we had a whole conversation outside. You didn't even mention you work with Vartalo. How is that possible?
We did come up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. Obviously, it's a super interesting company. You guys have been around for a long time. They've done a lot of groundbreaking stuff. So excited to have you on the panel.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mihai. I've been in the space since 2016, and started a company called Deep Waters last year. We're basically building a DAO token to I would say unfuck composability and really try to scale the ability to have adult amounts of money and business logic that is included in transacting between some of the largest ecosystems in the space, AVAX, Near, Harmony, BNB, ETH. And a lot of what we do is decentralized, not just from a implementation perspective, but from a consensus perspective, right? What are the portfolio assets, the rebalancing logic? I spent the last 5 years before that really helping CEOs can develop their own understanding of the space. So happy to be here, happy to share.
I'm sorry, helping the CEOs do what?
Helping CEOs can get an understanding of the space. I brand like ICOs as the head of strategy at NBSafe.
That must be easy.
Yeah. Make it up as you go along, and everyone else is doing the same thing, so it's actually...
Hi, I'm Jolene. Also been in the space for a few years. A little bit later, 2017, worked with a different company on the growth side. So really trying to take from 0 to, I wouldn't say 1, but ramping the initial community and making sure there is once the product is ready, handling a lot of like the developer relation and customer onboarding. And I'm part of Spaceship, which is a DAO, venture DAO. That's part of the Tribute Labs family, which is the family that runs Flamingo, the Lao, Neon, and a few others. So yeah, super happy to be here and to talk about DAOs.
Hi everyone, my name is Maddie. My background is in venture capital. I worked for Creative Fund in London, and we're a deep tech VC, focused mainly on academic research and PhDs, everything like that. That's how I actually got into blockchain, and I think once you...
I'm sorry, you said the VC is focused on investing in PhDs and...
Yeah, so it's a deep tech VC firm, mainly focused on university research. And from that point, found blockchain, got really fascinated by it, and also got passionate about trying to solve the diversity issues in terms of the funding gap, but also within investment itself. got into Web3, started Angel Alliance, started as an NFT collection. We funded 11 female founders. Now we're going through a bit of a pivot and we're building an analyst DAO with an angel syndicate group alongside it. And we're currently doing a pilot in London with 12 VCs and 8 interns that are full-time crypto, taking them through a 2-month program. And yeah, very exciting stuff.
Yeah, super interesting stuff. I'm Lou Kerner. I'm a partner at a firm called Blockchain Co-Investors. We're a crypto fund-to-fund invested in 40 leading crypto VCs around the world. We do about 20 one-off investments. About 7 months ago, we did a SPAC, and I spend the majority of my time when I'm not doing that focused on community, helping build communities. Most known for having started Crypto Mondays, which is the largest crypto meetup in the world in 77 cities. And I actually turned Crypto Mondays over to the DAO about 8 months ago. And what I'd love each of your perspective on is, where are we today in terms of the evolution of DAOs? We'll start here.
Well, we've come a long way since the beginning. I think there's a lot of problems that still need to be solved in terms of governance, structure, everything like that. So I think we've still got a long way to go. In terms of...
But let's say if we're trying to get to 100, to have like a functioning, DAO, where are we?
Depends which DAO you ask.
Well, I'm talking about, obviously, I think, for more simplistic things,
Yeah.
DeFi, we're seeing that, a lot of DAOs work there. More complex things have largely been a struggle.
Yeah, no, I think we're seeing DAOs really starting to take off in terms of coordination. I think there are still a lot of problems facing DAOs, but I think we've come a long way, and it's really exciting to see them coordinate.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's evolving a little bit. Even in the top DAOs, you still see like governance problems where it's...
I'm trying to get somebody on a scale of 1 to 100. If we need to get to 100,
1 to
where are we?
100. 35.
Okay.
About 25, I'd say.
And anything else other than that, like color in terms of, how long have you been 24/7?
We need a bunch of DAOs to get sued for the jurisprudence-run legal system to actually have an idea of what the law means.
Sounds like you're looking forward to that.
I'm looking forward to being able to have something with predictability, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, I'd say about 20-25%. So it depends on the model you're talking about, of the DAO, and of course clarity from regulation is important. There are things you can do today that meet regulation around DAOs, and I will get to that maybe later on. But as far as trying new different models, that's where it's a little gray right now. So 20-25%.
So we got a long way to go. We'll start on the end here. What are you doing? What are you working on? What do you think is the most important thing?
So from our point of view, it's really, you got to separate. If you separate in this model, at least in the U.S. under its regulations and its current regulations, if you separate DAO in terms of the actual investment component, the community investment component, which can be done under a crowdfunding mechanism, like what's called a Reg CF, crowdfunding Reg CF up to $5 million, or like a Reg A plus.
In 30 seconds.
Oh, sorry. And then the other part of it is obviously you have the voting governance component of it, right? The decision-making component of it. So in my view, if you run one thing like a security or tokenized security, and then the voting mechanism, the government mechanism under ERC20 or some other non-bearer to our token for voting reasons, then you meet compliance today and avoid the gray area. The gray areas is where we, obviously there's things we have to look at.
Gray areas where we need suits for.
I don't mean to be too negative. I started working on Reg A and Reg D security tokens in 2017, and I've seen remarkable progress. The legislative...
Yeah, all the way to 20%?
All the way to 20%. I just think I think the field can grow a lot from where it is.
Do you have a sense, are we accelerating the pace at which we're making progress?
Yeah,
are we steady, or...
If you had asked me these questions 4 years ago, it would have been like, there's no laws on the books. Now we're at like, okay, what do the laws look like when they're actually battle tested? This is significantly further than we were 4 years ago. And I think within 4 or 5 years, the level of clarity that we've seen develop in the Reg CF project, I think is further than, some of the real estate projects or, some of the more esoteric projects like repeating the infrastructure of a VC, but in a more decentralized and retail open manner. Like, that's where this is going. It's just legislatively going to take a minute to get there.
Yeah, I feel like I'm going to talk more, like, kind of go away from regulations and just inside
Thank you.
DAOs, inside DAOs themselves, just going back to governance and like kind of accountability. I feel like even in the top DAOs, you know, a lot of people have the opportunity to join them, but are not like very active. So just taking really accountability and also building tooling around that, which is enabling better coordination and enabling to really streamline kind of this process, because a lot of the time it's just a lot for people to manage, to just, you know, deals go very fast. You have it like in the DAO, you have a deal and in like 3 days you need to decide to vote if like it's passing or not. And, you know, I was talking to some of the DAO members and they were like, oh my God, I went for a holiday for a week and so much has already happened, like first in the world of crypto, but also in the world of DAO. So as a DAO member, I think there is a lot of questions around like, once you join, what is kind of the ongoing role that you want to have? No one is telling you what to do, which is awesome, but it's can also make it tricky sometimes to find the best position. So,
I'm sorry, but when you talked about tooling, is there like any tooling, like what's the best tooling you've seen?
Well, I mean, there's all the toolings that enable like on-chain voting and all of that. It's been talking to a few interesting companies that have, I don't know if I can mention names, but strategies around like how to increase and incentivize more voting. So I'm kind of excited about that. Actually, when
Why? So you don't want people who don't want to vote to not vote?
Oh, I feel like everyone should have the choice to vote or not vote, and it's better to not vote and abstain rather than just vote something random for the sake of voting. Absolutely. A lot of the coordination problems come also from the fact that everything is moving really fast and everything is sometimes hard to keep up with, and the whole like due diligence process around like each deal coming, it's, you know, a lot of people don't have time to do that, but they have like the best intention. So I feel at Spaceship is really amazing that we have a bunch of people that are really dedicated for each deal, but for as a framework, if we can find a better way to coordinate and make it super easy to all members, whenever there is a time-sensitive, you know, due diligence to do, I think this is really going to push the venture DAO forward.
That would be great. So what do you think is the most important thing? What are you working on?
I mean, DAO tooling, I'm actually building a DAO tooling podcast for Radical.
I'm sorry.
Radical, the DAO?
I'm still struggling. Can you just for doing what with the DAO?
Oh, I'm building a podcast, essentially.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah, a podcast. So I've been diving into DAO tooling as well quite a lot recently and finding it really interesting. And you mentioned, so I've spoken to venture DAOs and different individuals in different venture DAOs, and it's really interesting because you have the people that are very, very active, they fully know what's going on, and then you have the people that lose track and then don't know where to fit back in. And I think those are going to be the huge problems to solve going forward, which is exciting because there's opportunities, there's no one way to do things yet. And that's an incredible opportunity for anyone that wants to innovate in the space.
The whole thing about voting, anybody want to talk about that? Because for me, you know, different people can come and be a part of the community, and they can bring all kinds of different things to the community. And, you know, including if all they bring is money, if it costs money to get into the community, that's great. And if they want to vote, that's great. But if they don't want to vote, that's fine as well. And I'm just, you know, I don't know if anybody has any other thoughts on, you know, participation or voting from the DAO perspective.
So I think it's interesting to look at how VCs evolved in the first place out of syndicates. And what they would find is that participation of these syndicates of generally engineers in Silicon Valley would be very kind of 80-20. And you would have some people who really wanted to look at all the deal flow and some people who just wanted to put money in. And at some point, the people who were doing all the work were like, well, I should get some extra money. And that's how you got this distinction between GPs and LPs.
Yes,
and
thank you, Gil Pencina.
And statistically, we're seeing the same in DAOs right now. It's in about 80%, you know, people are putting money in and kind of being relatively inactive. And I'm
I
wondering
think it's that low, and I'm serious. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with it, but my experience is it's higher than 80% of the people. People have jobs, and people join other DAOs, and
Exactly, and there's just it has been studied, and it was around that, like 77. I don't have the numbers on me, but like, it's funny to see how humans do the same things because it's just groups of humans doing groups of human-related activities, regardless of the technology.
Right, and I think as an industry, we can actually do a better job of actually learning. Like, I feel everybody's learning in these one-off silos, and that's hopefully what this, DAOPlanet, thanks Steve and everybody else.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to the large extent there. That you have active and passive investors, right? Active investors want to get involved in a company, on a board and so forth, or just literally be an indirect board member. And so if a model that seems to be interested in looking to work is really giving the power. The more active you are in terms of activity, the more voting power you have because you're well informed indirectly. And so there's a lot of benefits to looking at that sort of model and giving them a heavier weight on the votes than ones who are just passive. And I'm sort of in favor of that.
Yeah, and it comes back to the question, like, is that really a problem if, like, not everyone votes? Because I think, like, we're all trying to push the statistics to say, like, 70% of the people vote, but as we were talking about earlier, it doesn't necessarily mean that because they're clicking a button, they're more informed. So I think we also need to redefine our thinking around, like, is it really a problem if, like, actually there is less voting? Just is the group formed around the fact that there should be like a really high voting percentage, or do we agree as a whole that it's fine to have 20% activity? Obviously, this is sometimes like the on-chain proposals might not pass because of that, so you might have to redefine the kind of structure around it. But just as a more like philosophical question, is like, is that really a problem? And I feel once a lot of the DAOs have like fast decision making, fast, fast proposals to pass around like, hey, there is this amount of deal flow, should we invest in this company? And a lot of the time it's like, okay, maybe like only 20% vote. But when it comes to like a bigger question, when the whole DAO should actually vote, like, should we liquidate this asset as a DAO, which a lot of DAOs haven't done yet, like most DAO actually hold.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah.
I feel those kind of questions, there was a way higher percentage of participation, or it's more that they should be. And so it's also around like pushing the right proposals to make sure there is the right amount of...
Yeah, we should only vote on exciting stuff.
Exactly. So I think looking at just like what is the average, voting on all the proposal is sometimes like a wrong metric, because like some proposals have like higher importance. Not saying that like one deal is better than another, but like some of the proposals are really going to change the whole DAO itself. So I just
You'll get
feel
higher participation in those. That makes sense. We talk about, so are there DAOs that you like and go, wow, they seem to be doing it right? Best demonstrated practices among DAOs.
Well, I think there's a lot of DAOs. Like, I think one that really interests me is New Order DAO, in terms of the technological aspect of things and the way that they're running. They're not necessarily a venture DAO in the fact that they're investing in projects, but they're more of like an incubator. But I find what they're doing is really, really fascinating. And I think, especially within venture DAOs, we're going to start seeing more and more sub-DAOs being created. And a question that I actually get asked a lot is, how do you know that if you bring together these people that they're going to make the right investment decisions? So I think there's also factoring in skill sets when you're combining together a group of individuals to be making investment decisions is really, really important. And I also really liked what you touched on in terms of skewing different voting powers based on different metrics. I think that's really interesting. It's something that Vitalik mentioned as well in terms of activity in a DAO. And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing being done more and more. And it will just be about making sure that we do that in a decentralized way and don't bring bias into it in any way.
So you want Talk about any of your best demonstrated practices, what you've seen out there that go, wow, those guys.
Yeah, actually, there's a
girls.
really old project called Decred, D-E-C-R-E-D. They don't even call themselves a DAO, but they are one of the earlier founders of a governance token model where they do on-chain voting and snapshot voting. They do a ticketing they do a sample version where based on credibility of individuals, they are allowed to get a ticket, and so they maybe take 10% of their overall population to vote on any given time period. So I'm not going to get into the details around this, but if you want to check out Decred and look at their governance program, it's a really good starting point, I think, for a lot of people to look at and figure out how they want to tweak it. But I like their model quite a bit.
Okay, so we're getting down to the last minute here, so you want to take the last word on what you see out there, what you like?
I'm seeing some really interesting, like, people getting together in DAOs that are a little bit more financial and more physical these days. I don't know if you guys have heard of Community, or, Archeo DAO is another one my buddies are putting together to try to buy a castle. And I think there's a really fun trend in crypto that's going on. It's almost like communism for rich people. If we can get together as a bunch of millionaires, we can pretend to be one billionaire and buy a really big yacht that costs a lot to maintain and nobody actually wants to be fully responsible for. And I think that this is one of the things that I'm most hopeful for, just as a human participant, is this: let's be a group of people that comes together and shares their toys and actually wants to have a community of people having fun and not just make more profit.
That rocks. I'm on that. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you, thank you. How about just before you get off the stage, one more time, give us your name, give us what you're involved in, and how we can contact you.
Maddie Bergen. I'm involved with building Angel Alliance, and you can find me LinkedIn, Twitter, anywhere really.
I'm Celine. I'm not going to say my last name because it's French, so probably it's going to be too difficult, but if you really want, for you. You can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn. I'll hang out for a second also. I'm involved in Spaceship DAO, and I also work at a company called Scale, and just involved in building communities. I believe probably everyone in this room is already part of a DAO. If you're not, I think just the experience of it, even if you don't know exactly what you're passionate about, just for the experience of it and understanding some of the challenges by being a real member is really important. So go all the DAOs.
I'm Mihai Dinulescu. You can try to spell that if you want. I would encourage you. I'm Autistic Lizard on Twitter, at Zuckerzard, Z-U-C-C-E-R-Z-A-R-D. And I should post a lot, and otherwise I run an exchange called Deep
very
Waters.
good at memes.
Thank you. Yeah.
Corey Siegel, charge of partnerships at Vertalo. One of the biggest missions is to democratize financial access, basically giving the other 98% of individuals to be able to invest in private companies, including DAOs. And I'm also heavily involved in advising DAO structure, and just overall NFTs. So, and you can just find me on LinkedIn, Twitter. I'm at Clubhouse, Corey, Texas, and Twitter Spaces. So thanks.
And I'm Lou Kerner, and I'll push two things. One is Crypto Mondays. We're the largest crypto meetup in the world, 77 cities in the world. So if there's one in your city, go. If there's not, start one. And then also mention the Crypto Oracle Collective. We're a Web3, a decentralized Web3 advisory service. So if you want to do advisory work, reach out. Lou Kerner at Gmail.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So investment DAOs, maybe they can replace the current model. Let's welcome James Key from Autonomy Network.
Hey guys. Thanks for having me. I'm James from Autonomy Network, and today I'm going to be talking about the A missing in today's dues. So it's a bit of a hot take, but essentially there is no automation or autonomy in DAOs, and so we can add that. So some very quick background about myself. I've been building in the space for quite some years, since 2017, implemented DEXs like proof of stake, done tracking and de-anonymization for clients like the FBI and that kind of thing. Been building autonomy for 1.5 years so far. And so like where are DAOs like currently? Like relatively speaking, we're still like extremely early, and so we're in the kind of discovery phase. Like there's not much like tooling built for it, and so in order to kind of like streamline these processes, because I think like now and especially like more into the future, DAOs are going to be a lot more like traditional kind of organizations, where they have like admin processes, and like in Web 2, there's a lot of automation, and like that really doesn't happen like in Web 3, like in DAOs. Everything's like very manual. Like if you're paying people a salary or something, everything is like you have to go into like MetaMask or whatever, or like do a multi-sig transaction, and everything is like very offline and manual. And so like we can essentially like do a lot to streamline these processes. And so like they're typically like there's a lot of friction involved in like setting up and operating a DAO. And so like again like a lot of these things we can streamline and like reduce the workload for people like running this, because like people like we've spoken to people who do like multiple like multi-sig transactions every day, and like that's basically a full-time job. And so we can free up these people so they can be spending a lot more time on stuff like community. And since it's like very impractical for doing these kinds of for doing like many multi-sig transactions like a day, or like it's just impossible to have like 1,000 people on a multi-sig if you need to use it every like month, let alone like multiple times a day. And so if we can kind of reduce the need for having like many multi-sig like transactions, it makes it a lot more practical to have like many people on the multi-sig, and therefore like increase the decentralization, etc. of DAOs in general. And so we can kind of move away from DAOs essentially being just like glorified group chats into them being like actual autonomous organizations that have like solid processes, and like mechanically like the DAO is actually autonomous and actually does stuff on its own. So we can do that with automation and kind of add the A back into DAOs. And so like Autonomy Network is a decentralized on-chain automation protocol. So it can be used to implement features in like a huge range of areas. Like DEXs can use it to add like limit orders or stop losses. Like DAOs can use it for like recurring payments and a lot of other stuff that I'm going to talk about. Like we're about to launch a game actually for essentially like there are bosses in this game which are NFTs, and they transfer themselves to the wallets of players. So they're like self-transferring NFTs, and there's a bunch of stuff. But yeah, it's any on-chain action can be automated with any on-chain condition. So it generally works in like 3 simple steps. The user makes a request, or a DAO makes a request. For example, like pay these people this amount of like tokens, every 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 years, doesn't matter what it is. The condition becomes true at some point, like enough time has passed, and a bot from a decentralized network of bots executes the request in return for like a small fee. Kind of similar to Chainlink in that it's infrastructure, and you pay a fee, but it's for automation, not for oracles. So where DAOs could be kind of using these like automation to like streamline these processes. I mean, even kind of things like just like something as basic as voting. It's like typically, obviously, you have someone make a proposal and you have like the community vote on it, but I mean, someone has to like actually execute the proposal and like make a transaction to do that. And so, like, if a DAO is like really an autonomous kind of entity that kind of acts on its own, like it should be executing this thing itself. And so we can automate that with autonomy, essentially saying like, if enough, if the the voting period is passed and like there are enough votes, just execute any proposal that like meets these criteria. And so you don't need to have this like admin work like doing that. With like recurring payments, I touched on it briefly before, but yeah, you can essentially just like with one multi-sig transaction set up, recurring payments for, pay this amount, these people, like these different or same amounts, doesn't really matter. And you still need to do a multi-sig transaction to change that, like to add someone to payroll, or change the amount, or remove someone, etc. But the total amount of multi-sig transactions that you do in general is like far less compared to manually having to do it every single time you want to pay someone. Another thing is like treasury strategies, like in the case of a very standard basic like investment DAO, they invest in like different tokens, obviously based on whatever the strategy could be. It could be something kind of technical analysis related, like buy a token when the RSI or something dips below 30, or it could be buy or sell when a token moves out of the top 100 or something like that. Because we've been talking to people who are running these kinds of investment DAOs, and they're making like 4 or 5 multi-sig transactions like every day. And they don't need to. Like this is a strategy, like a predefined strategy that can be automated. And in Web 2, like you wouldn't expect that someone was operating this like manually. You would expect that you can just like run a trading bot to do this, like with high reliability and just like be sure that it's going to perform that strategy. And we can do the exact same thing in Web 3. There are other strategies as well, like kind of depending on the use case. Like for example, if you're like a treasury, and so you're a project and you do a token sale, like typically you have a lot of your token and like probably some like funds that you raised, maybe in like stable coins or something. Typically for people we've been talking to, especially like in the current market, they want to do a lot of reducing risk and diversification. And so and again, like in the case of like the diversification, if you're trading tokens like multiple times a day, like that can be automated. But we actually just released a product called Auto Hedge, which is kind of like it's perfect for this use case actually. It essentially you put in like stable coins, deposit stable coins, and it then in the background adds them, provides liquidity on a DEX, but in a fully hedged way. And so if you put in like $100 of like DAI or something and choose to put it into like an ETH DAI pair, it essentially hedges out all the price risk of ETH. And so if the price of ETH doubles or halves, like you still have $100, but you still get the yield on top of the the trading fees in the case of a DEX. And there's also a way to like leverage this. So if there's like 10% APY on a particular trading pair, you can essentially get 100% APY with leverage. But yeah, in the case of these kinds of like strategies, that's like live and ready already. Actually, we just released it a couple of weeks ago. But like there's many more strategies that we're going to work on. And yeah, I'm actually very curious if anyone has like a particular strategy that they are wanting or see like demand for, like definitely come talk to me. Actually, Stephen was the guy putting this on, just before I came on, was saying how when they were kind of raising money for this event, they needed a way to like stabilize the money they raised because it was all in ETH, and like obviously ETH has taken a bit of a tanking. So if we would have released it a couple months ago, maybe he wouldn't have had that problem. But yeah. So automation essentially jumpstarts the DAO lifecycle. So kind of when ideating for like creating a DAO or like thinking about how the DAO operates, like if we can plant automation into this, then we can get solve all the problems that I was mentioning before, and essentially like greatly increase the kind of role flexibility of people operating the DAO. Because instead of people, it's spending like It's a full-time job, really, if you're doing multiple multi-sig transactions a day, because they're a pain in the ass to work with, and it's like very manual. Like people, instead of doing that, can be freed up for doing things like building community. So leadership can focus on these like non-repetitive tasks, and generally, like when you reduce friction for like operating a DAO or like participating in a DAO, like you naturally lead to more usage. And so, you know, this essentially like streamlining these things leads to more community participation and like bigger DAO sizes. So we're going to be launching recurring payments for DAOs in Q3 this year, and yeah, on the trading strategies, we already launched auto-hedge, but that's like one of many kind of strategies, like I mentioned. So coming up with a more general approach will take a bit more time, but yeah, I'm very curious if anyone has any particular strategies. Like I said, please let me know, because we're kind of thinking about and ideating on the best way to go about this. So yeah, that's it. Basically, you can kind of sleep tight as a degen, knowing that these processes are gonna work, you know, behind the scenes, and you don't need to like actually operate something that should be autonomous in the first place. And yeah, if anyone has any questions, like feel free to. I don't know if there's like a question period now, or you can definitely like hit me up. Like that's our website, at Autonomy Network on Twitter, and yeah. Thanks, guys. If anyone has any questions, shoot your hand up.
Please raise your hand and I'll hand the mic over.
Hey, I'm one of the person that has a full-time job of sending transactions.
Oh no.
I would love to automate it. I wrote a code to initiate the transactions on the Gnosis multisig, but we still need to verify them and sign them. How that would work with Autonomy Network?
What's the exact use case?
Yeah, I mean, like you code the automation and then your bots sign the transaction and they can manage the treasury. It's not a huge risk that you all alone can manage the treasury.
So like the kind of owner of the treasury, if I understand correctly, that you're like doing some trading with a treasury or something, the kind of owner of the treasury is like the smart contract that owns those funds. And so like the bots, you know, in Autonomy or like in this decentralized network of bots, they don't have any ownership of tokens or anything. Actually, they don't even know anything about tokens. They essentially just, it's slightly more technical, but they essentially simulate the execution of a transaction of a request, and if it doesn't revert, then they execute it. And the condition is codified in a require statement in Solidity. And so, you know, if the condition is like pay every 2 weeks or something, then you know it's like require 2 weeks has passed since the last time. But the bots don't have any control over the funds. Like when you make a request, you essentially say, I want this function to be executed with these parameters. And so, you know, during execution of that function, you have that require statement that says, you know, this can only be executed every, you know, 2 weeks, whatever. And so, so yeah. Did I answer your question? Yeah. Any other questions?
Anybody else? Anyone want to ask a question? So you answered my question, and I'll have to look back at the recording. But about basically for a DAO that really is just focused on building, not coding. So I think there's a lot of DAOs out there that don't code, that need coders and need these Web3 tools to manage treasuries and that sort, so we don't get the huge haircut that we experienced in the last 2 weeks.
Right. So what was the question?
was about how, ways to, or places to go to find that as a service almost.
The only thing that we have live that's like, you can just use as a regular user or as a DAO is this product called AutoHedge that I just mentioned, or I was mentioning, hedge.autoswap.trade. I should put the link in the thing. But, if you go to our website, like autonomynetwork.io, there are links where you can find it. But, it's definitely a no-code thing. You essentially, the UX is pretty simple in the sense that you go in, you pick a pair, and different pairs on different dexes have different APYs, you just deposit stablecoins and get the yield in a fully hedged way.
Sounds easy.
I'm biased. I think it is. But, yeah.
Anybody else have questions? Just raise your hand. I'll pass the mic. Yes.
Hey, curious, what's the size of the team at Autonomy? Where are you guys at in kind of developing the company?
We are like 15 or 16 people at the moment. It's getting to a decent size, to the point where I can't manage everything anymore. I don't know if there's any product managers around. Come and talk to me, please. Really needed. But yeah, we did some fundraising. Actually, we're just about to do a new round, which great timing, I know, but it is what it is. But yeah.
Awesome.
Sweet. Well, yeah. Thanks,
Yeah.
everyone.
Thank you, James. Please welcome to the stage. We have our panel on centralized exchanges, decentralized exchanges, and decentralized autonomous organizations. And we've got Eric Hill, Mr. Rotorless himself in the house, moderating with Bud White, Jason Lau, and Dion Chu. Love to get a little introduction from everybody, and then we can get into the meat of it.
All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Eric, and I'm a crypto lawyer, and I work in this space in a number of different places, and I'll keep my intro brief. I'm going to be the moderator. I'm going to ask everybody to introduce themselves for like a minute or so, and we'll jump right in. On my left here.
All right. Thanks, Eric. I'm Jason Lau. I'm from OKCoin. I'm COO at OKCoin. We're a crypto exchange. We've been in business since 2013. We're US headquartered in San Francisco, and we service US retail users as well as institutions, and we provide services to clients all around the world.
Great.
Thanks. So I'm Dion Chu. I work with a few projects, spend most of my time with Tracer DAO. It's a decentralized derivatives platform on Arbitrum. And I also spend some time with NFT Go. Great website if you guys aren't familiar and you play with NFTs, go check it out. It's a lot of good research. Everything is free.
Awesome. So my name is Bud White. I'm the Chief Product Officer of an exchange called Tassin. We're a US-based decentralized exchange. I know that kind of sounds weird because there's a lot of regulatory stuff behind being decentralized in America, and that's what I'm hoping we jump into today.
Great. So thanks a lot. Awesome panel. Every once in a while, there's this blockbuster panel like this. So, but why don't you just describe a little bit more about this sort of hybrid decentralized exchange for a moment, because that kind of sounds a little unique.
Yeah. So we really wanted to focus on a lot of the issues in America around privacy and trust, right? So we wanted to kind of shift the model from being purely centralized to being able to do settlement in a decentralized fashion. Really allowing traders to keep custody of their asset, but still have the tools that they need to do, let's say complex trade types, have a centralized order book, all of those types of features. So the hybrid, that's kind of what we branded as, is really decentralized backend, centralized front end, right? Just trying to take the best properties of the two, build out an infrastructure that makes economic sense for all participants, and allows individuals to trade like they would trade on any centralized exchange without realizing that there's smart contracts settling in the background.
And when you say decentralized, do you mean that a settlement is peer-to-peer?
Exactly, and I think you're touching on what makes this interesting from a regulatory standpoint. If you and I match on an exchange, those obligations are sent to a network of oracles that actually will do a peer-to-peer settlement between you and I, but it's handled through the decentralized network. So that makes us really interesting from a KYC perspective, because us as an exchange aren't touching the settlement of trades. So we can do some interesting things with reduced KYC, not no KYC like you would see with the traditional DEX, but we can start lowering the bar for certain trader types or raising the bar for KYC for, let's say, institutional customers that have an AML matrix that they have to adhere to.
Sure. Wow. Thanks a lot. So I'm going to come over here. I'm going to ask Jason a couple of questions here. So, Jason, what role do you think centralized exchanges might play in the movement towards decentralization?
Thanks, Eric. And thanks, Bud, sorry. Yeah, I was going to say Bob, but Bud. Yeah, no, I think obviously we're in this industry and we're pushing the envelope together as a whole towards this notion of decentralization. I think for centralized exchanges like us, where we've been in the industry for a long time, everything sort of starts centralized, right? Bitcoin likewise, and you could just go down the list. And so we think of ourselves as infrastructure and tooling and a platform for that process to happen. We're very supportive of projects that we list on our platform. We're very supportive of communities that we partner and work with in order to enable experiments and new ways of doing all these things. So I think our role is, as a regulated entity, we provide that first step for users, new and experienced, to get from their bank account or something that they're familiar with into this broader decentralized Web3 world.
So I'm just thinking here. So the two of you have a permissioned front end. So like, I just can't bring my project and get it listed straight up. Like there's some hurdle for me to cross to get on board.
For us, certainly, we have regulatory requirements and compliance requirements that we need to fulfill. I don't know for Bud.
Yeah, so we're still pre-launch. We're launching later this year. But to your point, if no securities being listed on your exchange, right? So all of those tests, right, to make sure that if you just launch a token, that there has to be sufficient diligence done to make sure.
Sure.
It's above board.
Carry the product on the front end. Cool. I'm going to turn here to Dion. I'm going to ask Dion a little bit about DAOs generally in this space, like whether you want to talk about Tracer or in this environment.
Sure. So I'm also the treasury manager for Tracer DAO, and in that capacity, we do often have to swap coins in and out. Because it is a DAO, we are limited to DEXs. We can't really set up a brokerage account as a DAO entity. And also for on-chain verification, security, you want to make sure everybody can follow the trail. So to bring that onto a centralized exchange and bring it off, that opens the risk of potential fraud from the managers. Not that it would do that, but it is a potential risk. So having this on-chain settlement, but the ability to still access liquid markets is particularly interesting. The only thing I would be concerned about, though, but maybe you could help answer, is how do you deal with cross-chain token exchanges, or even fiat? Then you run into Oracle risk, potential fraud there, layer zeros aren't really quite there yet. How do you deal with that?
No, it's a good question. You would be like an ideal client for what we're building. Our identity is all done through a wallet, so the multi-sig that runs the treasury, you could sign up and that would be your identity to get access to the centralized order book. The cross-chain is a problem, and it's one of the hardest things that, it's taken us, we're 2 years into this now, building the decentralized settlement layer, which is oracles who are staking, kind of how a DEX works, where you have like an alpha beta stake, right, on a single chain. Imagine being able to do that and stake tokens on multiple chains. So because the individual, let's call them yield farmers, are staking on multiple chains, we have the ability to do the settlement in that way. So if you wanted to do something for your treasury where you're doing Ethereum to Solana, the network has all the assets locked up on all the layer ones. So we can do the settlement in that way.
Right, yeah, so that sounds a lot like Stargate. But even Stargate, I looked into the details. The Oracle seems like if you have two players who collude, it's not clear that it's completely fail-safe. They kind of just wave their hands and say most likely it won't happen. But it's not something you can prove.
Right, and even Bitcoin is vulnerable to a 51% attack. I think it comes down to like the economic incentive you provide the oracles, and having a large number of oracles in the network who are geographically separated and separated by all aspects to reduce the opportunity for collusion. I mean, it's always a risk, but in building out the network, we're hoping that we solicit enough individual oracles through. I mean, the carrot at the end of the stick is, I mean, maybe Jason, you can talk about it. The number I always go to is Coinbase grossed 1.8 billion in settlement fees last year. Imagine decentralizing those settlement fees to a bunch of oracles. And I'm sure, same with you. I mean, it's a lot. And imagine individuals staking that instead. So we're hoping to get a large number of people moving out of traditional yield farming that want to come in and stake Ethereum and Solana, right? And then be able to earn some sort of yield on that rather than being an LP on a DEX.
Yeah, it's super interesting, especially, a traditional centralized exchange serves many functions. It's onboarding, on-ramp, off-ramp. It's also custody. It's kind of a prime broker. And then there's a trading piece, and it's an exchange, and it rolls all three into one. So what you guys are doing is separating the exchange piece from the custody piece. And really there isn't any reason for those to necessarily be tied to each other. It's kind of arbitrary. So
I always one quick point. I always find it interesting that why does Bitcoin exist? Bitcoin exists because we want to settle amongst peers rather than a centralized institution. But we were forced as a community when we want to trade one asset for another to go to centralized, right? We spent all of this time and effort building projects.
Right, to self-custody, and then custody somewhere else, which is defeats the purpose.
Yeah, so that's the major thesis, right, that we're building this on is, what if it existed? Would everybody come to it, right? And
it's kind of interesting because my next question was going to be, how does trading in the digital assets market differ from trading in the traditional capital markets? Because all three of you, I think, have a history in TradFi before you came here. So maybe we'll just carry on that thought here. And so how is it different?
Certainly, I think gentlemen here have touched upon some cross-chain. Those are uniquely crypto type of use cases. But I think in many ways, trading is not that different, right? As it currently stands, in the crypto trading ecosystem and the crypto trading infrastructure, a lot of it is set up. I think Dion just explained very nicely sort of how exchanges serve as custodians, as settlement agents, as has the fiat on ramps, does the KYC, and parts of those in the traditional financial system are split out, but they're still centralized, right? We haven't really gone to pick pieces and make them decentralized because at the end of the day, trading, especially in large amounts and with institutions, it becomes a game of I need liquidity, I need efficiency, I need speed, I need also they need their compliance and legals teams to sign off on whatever they're doing. And so they need sort of trusted counterparties in many sense. And trusted counterparties could be trusted systems that have built up over time a reputation and sort of the longevity and trustworthiness that it actually works how it's supposed to. A lot of and I think DEXs are super interesting in hybrid DEXs in that case because we're now starting to see that they are working and we're building up those trust sort of that history of trust. And as it sort of gets battle tested over time with high volatility perhaps, or attackers or other nefarious actors, we get to see whether these systems are as robust as they are and whether they can be used by more sophisticated players.
Any other thoughts on how it's different? Thank you so much.
Yep.
Yeah, I think one thing about cryptocurrencies is that it significantly simplifies the settlement layer. So traditional finance, still has vestiges of these stock certificates, physical stock certificates that have to be passed around. You need transfer agents, DTC. All of this stuff it's just archaic legacy code. There's a lot of technical debt in the financial system, but it's also just so expensive for these massive organizations to go and change that, even though the technology is there. And so with cryptocurrencies, it's kind of like, let's just start over from scratch. Here's a much more efficient way to transfer ownership value in a very secure manner. I think the downside, and what's similar to traditional finance, is that even as effective as the blockchain is, it's not that effective, right? It's still very costly, it's still slow. Doing trading on your exchange would be great if I'm just trying to swap a coin, but if I'm doing high frequency trading and I need to wait 40 seconds for my Ethereum transaction to settle before I could do the next trade, I might miss out on something.
We net.
What's that?
We net.
I'd love to hear about that.
We net all your trades. So you can be trading in the centralized order book, back, forth, all different asset classes. And until you call settlement, you're basically trading on IOUs. So we're not waiting for the chains to catch up.
How do you verify that at the end of the day I have the money?
So we have a smart wallet where you still have keys to the wallet, but the only difference between that and a standard wallet is you can mark the assets as encumbered or unencumbered. So marked for trade and ready to settle or not. And it essentially creates a network of IOUs that get passed through the system until you want to settle your base asset.
Very interesting.
I do have one other point on that because before I got into building crypto exchanges, I was with a company called Digital Asset Holdings, which was doing blockchain settlement layers for traditional assets. So we built out an equities settlement system that's currently being used by the Australian Securities Exchange, which nobody talks about. If you buy or sell a stock in Australia, it is a blockchain that is settling the layer. So to your point of it's not that different, it really isn't that different. We were able to move Australia from a T+3 settlement window to a T+1 settlement window just by cleaning up everything on the back end with tokenization of assets and smart contracts. So you're right, it's not very different.
Just curious, why is it still T+1 then?
For netting. So because there's still the hop between the party owning the asset, the trading participant, clearing participant, central clearing participant, they still operate on the standard models of having margins in between and wanting to net at the end of the day. So it's legacy problems because we could do T plus instant, but it scared them way too much.
So thanks a lot. So it is a DAO Planet, so I'm going to pivot the conversation a little bit towards DAOs here. And maybe the intersection of DAOs. I mean, if you have a company and there's already regulations, then it's a burden, but it's not that hard to comply with the regulations. If you have a DAO, it may be a little more nebulous. So I'm just going to open the floor here. We got about 6 or 7 minutes left, and we can sort of talk about the state of regulation or DAOs or how the two may meet. And I'll look to you, Jason, to kick that off.
I have no clue about how DAOs are going to be regulated or should be regulated. I'm here to learn just as much as many of you are. But at least from the centralized exchange side or a centralized regulated business, it's fairly straightforward. We have, there are rules by FinCEN, there are rules by the IRS, there are rules by our state regulators, there are rules by, we're not in the New York state currently. But there's a bit license and there are certain rules there.
Because it's complicated?
To be fair, we've been in the application process for quite some time now.
Forever?
And it's a tricky process, right? There's a lot that they ask, and there's also things are changing on many sides. So we're hopeful that will come sooner rather than later. but also internationally. We're regulated in the Netherlands, we're regulated in Malta, we're working on our Singapore license, we're regulated in Japan. So we're very familiar with sort of the centralized exchange landscape, regulatory landscape. And I think those are clear and getting clearer, if I can say that. So DAOs, I'm love to learn, actually.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for sharing that. So over here, let's talk about DAOs, navigating regulations, or how we might wish to see them, or what messages we would like to get out.
Sure. So Tracer DAO is actually Australian-based. They work very closely with the regulators there. They're also working on getting legislation passed for Australia to legally recognize a DAO. Don't quote me, I'm not sure exactly, I'm not their lawyer, but I believe that the mycelium entity, which is a service entity, is currently registered in the BVI or the Caymans, and the DAO itself is currently not registered, it's just a DAO. And there are a lot of different approaches to this. It's very popular now to register in the Caymans as a Cayman Foundation. There are a lot of different ways people have tried to give the DAO a legal entity. There's a Wyoming LLC structure. It's still a really open space. I don't think there is any clear guidelines. I think at this point everybody knows that you're always at risk of being a security. Just assume you're a security until proven otherwise. But also the SEC hasn't come down to give too much clarity, which I think could be a good thing, because that opens a space for people to experiment, try new things. If something pops up they really don't like, it's like whack-a-mole, they'll whack it down. Until then, kind of experiment. You might have to take a little bit of risk, try different structures, but I think it's a good thing. Over time, different patterns will emerge. Certain things will get shot down. Certain things will be allowed time and space to breathe. So it's still super early. It's just hard to know how everything will settle in the end.
I'll take the other side of that point. I think, so we're launching a centralized entity that will run an order book as a registered business, but the decentralized layer is run by a DAO. The DAO is made up of constituents of Oracle operators. So Tassin we're Wyoming-based. We haven't registered our DAO in Wyoming, but we are Wyoming-based. And I'm very much for regulation in the space for one reason. We are all believers in crypto. We are all believers in the power of the blockchain and how it can solve real world problems. Jason has a business where he's trying to get institutions on board. A lot of institutions are blocked by their chief compliance officers from making investments in crypto. And my belief is that we will not unlock the majority of the world's value that wants to come to crypto until we have sufficient regulation. And Tassin is a part of both the Blockchain Association and Global DCA, which are lobbyist groups that are working with politicians who are creating policy in different jurisdictions. And our goal is to make sure that the regulation is defined well enough so that chief compliance officers will okay fund managers to bring hedge fund money, mutual fund money, bank money into the space, but not so stringent that it reduces growth or the opportunity for us to build and experiment in the space. So, which is I think I'm the least popular person at a party when I start talking about regulation and DeFi. But I really view some level of regulation as being the next key that unlocks the next wave of capital that's going to come into our space. And Jason, I'd love to hear your comment on institutions.
About them
coming in.
Oh, coming in. Yeah, I think from what we've seen, even with this bear market, and it's people are actually very curious and very taking the long view of building and making sure they're set up for the next cycle, right? Crypto markets, we all know, come in cycles. What we've seen is that institutions are completely, they may not have been as invested as they wanted this time, but that's fine because they recognize that they need that time to get their compliance teams ready and their legal teams ready, their investors ready perhaps too. And so a lot of them are building the time and spending the money to get that infrastructure set up. Regulations, I think, is a part of it. I think we're getting very close to an area of comfort. I think a lot of people are already comfortable with the existing regulations, especially with that path towards clarity that I mentioned earlier. What I'm still confused and maybe need to learn more about is, how a DAO, a DAO being registered, a DAO even having domicile in a country, to me doesn't necessarily make much sense at all. Like, it's meant to be digital, perhaps. Maybe that's my definition.
I know we're out of time, but the quick point on that is liability reduction. A lot of this is not the case in the U.S., but a lot of other countries in the world will prosecute the writers of the code of the DAO if the DAO is used for some malicious purpose. So at least with Wyoming, the idea of throwing the DAO into an LLC was to protect the creators from any liability.
So if a DAO used open source software to manage, who was that earlier that was talking about his software that's help the DAO manage a little bit better? You're saying he would be liable if that DAO used his software to do something?
Yes.
Okay, that's fascinating. So that's.
So we are out of time, but I'm going to ask if I can't see anybody because of the lights, but does anybody have a question they want to ask?
Yeah, just throw up your hand if you got a question, and I'll bring you over the mic.
How would you compare the organization structure of like Wyoming versus Cayman in terms of setup, and particularly when it comes to regulatory liability, given the recent rule basically that was not quite as DAO friendly? What do you think about that in terms of Wyoming looked really great, and then it doesn't look quite as good anymore? Just curious your thoughts on that.
I think I'm probably, I'll let you answer that.
Sure. All right. I'm the moderator, but I'll take that question. Wherever you form your entity, right, is where you're primarily going to be subject to those laws. So if you form it in the Cayman Islands and they have a whole framework, regulatory framework for whatever your activity is, then the first order of business is you comply with those rules. Right? Then you expand somewhere else, and then you have to comply with those rules. Does that sound familiar? Right, and you start going around and around. So in the end of the day, it really depends what is your scale and scope, where is your main business going to be, and what is that activity. And so, I hate to say there is no best place. It's all circumstantial. I wish I could see you. I can't. But that's kind of like the fair answer. Is Wyoming better than Cayman, or better than Singapore, or better than Switzerland? It really just depends what you're doing, who's doing it. Is it a DAO? Is it a company? Is it a foundation? Is it an LLC? What are the liabilities you're exposed to? It's all going to vary, so it's always going to be circumstantial. And on that note, I hope I answered your question. We are out of time. We have these great guests here. I just want to thank them. Jason.
Thank you, Eric.
Dion and Bud. And, we're wandering around. You can ask us some questions while we're here. And thank you for having us.
Yeah, if you want to get in touch with folks, you can find them on the website. So everybody should have a speaker title up on the speaker page, and they're in the schedule, and you can find usually their Twitter or some contact information there. Without further ado, let's welcome Ellie to the stage. Building community capital.
Hey guys, my name is Ellie Lee. I am the VP of Product and Operations at Roll. Before I jump into the whole Web3 and DAOs, let me give you a little bit background about myself. So I came to the States when I was 14 from China. Went to a boarding school in the middle of nowhere, didn't speak much English. I didn't feel like I was bonding with anyone till maybe when I started watching, the Big Bang Theory, Victoria's Secret shows with my friends in the dorm. Based on those content, it's where I first felt like I actually bonded with my friends in the dorm. We had something that we could talk about. And then it's my first time experiencing, the power of a community that's centered around a common interest, whether it's a show or, a topic. And then fast forward to after college, I started my first startup called Projections.io. It's a consumer media startup that lets users clip any moment from any videos online. So whenever you're watching a Netflix show, HBO show, you can instantly grab a clip that you want to share with friends and instantly share with friends. And through this tool, we realized a lot of communities on Reddit around The Office, Friends, or Arrested Development, they love our tools because it gives them something that they can share with the community right away. And we went viral during the Winter Olympics because that's how people wanted to bond around awesome moments that just happened during Winter Olympics. We grow the community to about 150,000 monthly active till we got acquired. Now fast forward to my journey into Web3. I work at Roll. We build social token infrastructure for creators on Ethereum, and we have helped over 450 creators launch their social tokens with a collective market cap of around 100 million. So what I just described was kind of the journey from Web 1, Web 2 to Web 3. So in Web 1, everyone's just looking, consuming the information, and talking about it offline with your friends. And then Web 2 is more like you're given some sort of tools to express yourself, but it's still largely relied or centered around a centralized platform. Obviously, Projections was a smaller platform, but the more famous ones are Facebook, Spotify, YouTube, where you're given the tool to express yourself, but centralized platforms control the fee structures. Whether you're a creator or a content consumer, you don't get much out of it. And now in Web3, everyone is part of a community through holding NFTs or social tokens or being part of a DAO. You have this sense of ownership for being was part of a community, and that's the beauty of Web3, and that's why at Roll we're really trying to onboard a lot of creators, big creators in Web2 into Web3 to include everyone in the community for them to have a sense of ownership. So like I said, at Roll, we've helped more than 450 creators, and a lot of them we've seen, even they started as a Web2 creators with a large following, they gradually turn themselves into a DAO structure. And why is that? Because DAO is probably the best way to run a community on chain, whereas you don't necessarily rely on just one person's influence, even though that's how a community originally started. But gradually, you're relying on everyone in the community and turn your community into your biggest advocate to advance this community together. And social tokens we see as kind of one of the most essential building blocks for DAOs. So within DAOs, social tokens can be used, one, for governance. Right? Every social token holder for this community or DAO can vote on Snapchat for different proposals. Token holders can come up with their proposals as well. And social tokens also add a liquid application and gamification layer within the community. So what that means is, you can come up with different mechanisms for people to earn and spend social tokens within the community. It's not just one token gated channel that's a one-time thing. Once you're in it, you have nothing else to do besides consuming informations. Now with social tokens, you can spend it like subscribing to a monthly newsletter, or buying or tipping another community member for some great contribution that community member does. Or you can earn those social tokens by contributing to this DAO, right? And if you have a more active contribution, you can actually be compensated with social tokens as well. On NFTs, so we don't necessarily see social tokens and NFTs that are mutually exclusive. So for a lot of communities, NFT communities, they could form a community centered around an NFT project. But after the post-mint engagement can be activated through social tokens because it adds a liquid and gamification layer. So one application we've seen recently is that you can stake your NFTs to earn social tokens within the community. Then you can spend the social tokens to further engage, further engage in this community, whether to spend it or just hold it for the value to keep growing. So NFTs, we see it, you can use it as a token gate for one-time. You can use a staking contract to create additional token rewards to incentivize people to provide liquidity on decentralized exchanges like Uniswap or SushiSwap. And we're also working on a lot of Web3 integrations with different Web3 platforms for social tokens to be able to bought, sold, traded, and spend just like your debit card or credit card across Web2 and Web3 platforms. And that's when you can really see the power of social tokens and make the social tokens as a part of the identity of your DAO. And we're really seeing social token as an essential building block for any DAOs. If you ever want a token, if your DAO ever want a token, feel free to reach out to Roll, and we're more than happy to help. And here's a QR code. You can scan it. So this artist, his name is Harrison First. He's part of our ecosystem. He's performed at 3 or 4 different places this week during NFT.NYC. Really cool Web3 music artist. And you can scan the QR code to claim some of his social tokens, join his first DAO, and discover all of his cool music NFTs. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Next we have Jay Jidaliev.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming. I hope you had a great NFT week so far. I know we're all exhausted, so we'll try to keep it fun and brief. So today we're going to talk about the NFTs, the current market situation, and what we are going to do next, and where it's all going in the context of risk mitigation, in the context of our next targets for acquisition, next communities for participation, and so on. So let's start with a brief overview of where we have been before. So last year was the year of the explosion of the NFTs. 1,875% explosion in the market cap. Total market cap of 20 billion, record-breaking sales that somewhat have started pushing NFTs mainstream. I knew that when my 6-year-old uncle started asking me about where to buy Merged by Pac, and I was like, okay, where did you get that? And that was also fed by the media and celebrities jumping on board. And more of them are trying to monetize now, not only their content, but also kind of evolve that into something that will generate perpetual revenue. The transaction growth has been insane, and all of the speculation, unfortunately, had a reality check on the market overall as it relates to the general market conditions, macroeconomic conditions, and then just the shift of perception of what NFTs are and what value they actually bring to the table. Next slide. So we all remember how happy we were when NFTs took over crypto in general as a search term. We were excited about the things to come. That kind of fed into the hype as well. And there was no ceiling visible at the time. We're all optimistic, started acquiring things, and unfortunately that eventually has caught up with us and the volatility of the market. The US still makes up over 50% of investors into the NFT space. I think more than 40% of DAO participants are based here in the US. One of the driving factors behind that was the ease of onboarding and platforms, such as Coinbase and Nifty Gateway and so on, that basically allowed you to traverse from Web 2 into Web 3, having nothing but a credit card, and all of the speculation and the celebrity endorsements and the big drops, record-breaking sales from people's artwork to Tupac's $92 million sale of merch has fed into that. And also NFTs and just collecting in general has been also propelled by the new generations. 23% of millennials are collecting NFTs or digital artwork. 29% of US adults were interested in acquiring an NFT and participating in the decentralized mechanics of crypto. And that participation has somewhat saturated the market with additional entrants hoping to monetize on that trend. And that has brought us to today, where despite the total volume of purchases in the NFT segment, still in the 6 months to date, taking over the entire volume for 2021, we see that the growth has declined and the NFT transaction activity has declined close to 75% before March. The market overall has started to consolidate with a few blue chip players gaining more and more equity value and brand loyalty. You see the Yuga Labs consolidating, you see the CryptoPunks acquisition, you see the successful drops of land and virtual property in the metaverse among just a few major players. We're talking about Sandbox, we're talking about the other side, we're talking about Decentraland. And as this traverses and crosses the chasm, we'll see more and more consolidation in the industry, and that is typically what we see when the industry is maturing. And that, as we know, always comes with the volatility. So Bored Apes as a good indicator of the ceiling initially, and now a good indicator of the current market conditions, down 60% from the all-time highs. The driver behind that is twofold. First of all, it is related to the overall market conditions. But secondly, it is also about the perception of the value that can be generated from a particular collection. Unless you are a true diamond hand, you're more likely to have lost money in the past year on the NFTs. You have more likely lost money on the DAOs and any tokens that were procured with the most successful participants, as with any kind of evolving marketing growth and stimuli of the infrastructure overall would be the ones who were the first entrants. And we can clearly see that from the returns on investment that people get. So there is still hope, and the recovery is eventually coming. However, it is important to pick our battles and see, which specific projects are going to be less volatile, which are riskier because of the things that they promote and the value that they derive from, art versus utility, from the participation versus silent investment, from, being encompassing other projects and other different sides of crypto versus being isolated in their own environment. The peak we've all seen, and some of the indicators were pretty obvious to many. Yet the transaction volume that has dropped, beginning of the year has now starting to rebound, at least in the NFT segment. And the beauty of the NFT segment has always been that it was somewhat inversely correlated with crypto. And whenever the floor prices dropped on the NFTs, then the crypto would become more expensive. If crypto became cheaper, then effectively all the blue chips went on sale, and then people would basically move their funds into the NFT space. However, despite that, we see that a lot of the things happened due to the market conditions, and we're talking about depegging. All of the collections that were considered blue chips effectively became on sale, and that is a consideration that we always have to keep in mind, that there's always the overall market health, and as this big fund manager told me a couple of weeks ago, the only thing that they want to invest in right now is their summer vacation. And even though all of those collections effectively have gone on sale, people became more and more conservative in terms of the capital that they deploy, although to others the bottom indicators have highlighted the fact that they need to become more active in the acquisition of specifically the blue chip collections with perpetual value, and that has started rebounding and bouncing back both the floor prices and the volumes. And on the bright side, the number of active NFT buyers is consistently increasing despite the certain market failures and the macroeconomic conditions. There's still a certain level of participation. There are a lot of people who still sell the bottom because they're not optimistic about the way things are going at the Fed, the way the interest rate are going to affect the businesses on the macro level. However, we can still see that the market is actively evolving, and with new cases coming into the equation, we definitely have some opportunities to grow more sustainably. And even with the number of active NFT collections increasing, we're unfortunately seeing that the average volume of transactions per collection, unless it's a part of the consolidated, blue chip segment, is decreasing. However, the growth of the volume itself, in the context of collections, in the context of communities launching their DAOs, their NFTs, is consistently increasing. And that is something that will continue to be a driver no matter what the market conditions may be, or may become eventually. And right now we find ourselves at the fork in the road, where the perception is shifting from just buying JPEGs to participation. Art is becoming less relevant for the sustainable floor price. More and more memberships are launching. So communities and DAOs, tickets are going to be the next big thing, as you could have already probably seen if you went to ApeFest this year, if you went to Doodles or any other blue chip collection that has started implementing things like NFT gating, providing access to their communities and residual benefits that are perpetual versus something that is only claimable once. And finally, more and more attention is being paid to actual product roadmaps and deliveries and the community utility than the art. And that is also an indicator of an industry that is maturing and becoming healthier, since now, instead of pure speculation and you trying to kind of flip and get your friend to be your exit liquidity, you're joining an industry from a place of the benefits that you can get as an individual, as a participant, from access to voting, to just making sure that you can contribute to the value of that collection. And then the emergence of utility-focused NFT platforms and collections. Well, our own platform Belong.net, which is an NFT-gated social network, to Glow Labs, to Admit One, and Proof Collective, and so on, have all highlighted the fact that, perhaps FOMO and YOLO were not the right drivers behind the initial growth of volumes after all. And the floor prices have been a clear indicator of that. We also run a small NFT fund, and the way we calculated our bets and the way we decided what to invest in was purely based on, hey, with the access that particular NFT provides, how many days will it take on average for this NFT to pay back for itself? And initially, those were the steps pursued by algorithmic trading in the crypto segment and the opportunism of arbitrage opportunities. Right now, the shift is happening, and more and more things are actually based on simple things such as, the lifetime value and the benefits that can be accrued and the present value of those future benefits, which is more resembling something of a sustainable business model. And even looking at the blue chip collections, we see that the volatility is less with the more focus on the perpetual benefits access, whether that's inside information that will help you trade, whether that's access to whitelists, whether that's something that provides IRL benefits and so on. And the volatility and the alpha between those things has largely been shifting towards a structured approach of calculated decisions based on things that can actually pay back for your initial investment and generate an ROI, which is a good sign. And where it is all going? Well, the conventional Web2 adoption is on the rise, powered by utility and access. NFTs are becoming an instrument foundational to the DAOs, from identity to governance to staking and rewards. So more participation is driving higher adoption and more brand loyalty. On average, if you are an active participant of a DAO, your kind of diamond hand position actually triples, as any person who has participated in any DAO vote tends to hold a particular NFT or token 3 times longer than the person who has been a silent investor. And that has been also driving some of those floor prices up and rebounding them towards the accrual of value. Bigger focus on access in the IRL. As I've mentioned, a lot of events are implementing gating, a lot of communities are providing perpetual benefits, and we're seeing more and more conventional businesses entering the industry with anyone who's providing lifetime memberships to their customers, anyone who is providing perpetual access to the technology, such as a variety of different utility passes and analytics and so on. So it's becoming more and more conventional in a way that resembles the way we went from Web 1 to Web 2 and now to Web 3. Entertainment and hospitality, exploring new use cases. From Coachella launching their first NFT last year to Fly Fish Club and then in the on-chain music rights, all of that is driving adoption from the perspective of the utility and the value, both from the side of the creator and from the side of the end user. Though, some of those are not as sustainable just because some of the participants entering from the conventional Web 2 world are not as familiar with what perpetual benefits are versus, something that will be claimed once and drop the floor price and so on. So there's still a lot of learning involved in that, but we're getting somewhere, and the adoption by big brands is definitely a driver. New use cases related to the technology overall, from fractionalized ownership that includes more people into the equation, in the conversation, in the DAO voting, and so on, to the rights assignment. You have products like, IQ Protocol that would wrap your Bored Ape and, allow you to sell the rights to use that in media, branding, and so on. So there are more and more cases that allow you to actually receive income flows from, your ownership, from your participation, and so on. Lending, NFT swaps, things like that have been kind of building out the stability of the industry through allowing people to exploit arbitrage opportunities that present themselves, and as a result, driving volume towards the collections that may be a good buy from the perspective of future cash flows. And even looking at Andreessen's latest funds, the decentralized social media and self-sovereign identity and DAOs and governance, NFT communities, and so on are the primary focus of their latest, $5.4 billion fund. So we're seeing that more and more conventional players are making bigger and bigger bets on the digitization of access rights, memberships, identity, and so on. And the bottom line of this is utility is becoming bigger than art. And now we can take a look at the NFT social networks as the evolution of DAOs. So with DAOs, the paradigm has shifted from the observer mode to the participatory mode. However, that still revolved around specific proposals, that revolved around specific communities, and oftentimes those communities were closer to the development side, were more educated by the industry than those who are staying silent just because they're there to speculate. And the drivers of the new wave will be related to you taking an active role and an active stance on the community that you're a part of. From affiliation, that is how it all started, profile picture evangelism. Then in real life events that came after that. Now NFT gating and access to the physical. Participation. We have shifted the likes of the Web 2 to votes of the DAOs, and now that is something that is going to have a face as well with your profile picture and the history of your votes, and something that will also define your identity on chain. And that is a big part of the transformation of DAOs and the crypto communities into kind of decentralized social networks where people can actually communicate and brainstorm rather than make a binary decision of supporting or not supporting an EIP or a proposer. Inclusivity, right? Starting with some of the initial experiments with one NFT, one vote, and with more models emerging, from incentive accruals when you stake your NFTs and you acquire tokens, when you get multipliers by holding multiple or holding specific trades, to rewards for staying loyal to a particular community. That is certainly driving value, rewarding participants for making good versus bad choices in the context of their community. So now the vote is not only more important, but also not binary. So in that circumstance, people can actually have conversations about what the decisions are. There's more activity because it's becoming more and more user-friendly, and it's becoming less developer-focused, opening up opportunities of participation to the 99.8% of people who are not crypto natives, who are more used to the Web 2 way of doing things, and we are helping them make that transition through including them into the conversation. And that also is a big driver of scale, with more ways to participate. As I mentioned, fractionalization, so you don't have to now own an entire Bored Ape in order to take some of the benefits of ownership. With tokens being another avenue of participation, with Generation 2 including bigger and bigger audience into the conversation, all of those items are basically evolving crypto conversations and DAOs into something that has a bigger social network and is more inclusive for those of us who are not as technical as the 0.2% of early crypto adopters. And our take on all of this, and the reason why we decided to build Belong, is that fundamentally we believe that art in the space is less relevant than the kind of three main pillars that will be converting all of the club cards and memberships into NFTs and DAOs. And those three pillars are, validation of authenticity, verification of ownership, and of course the liquidity. With targeting a larger market, communities can generate bigger traction, bigger participation, and as a result, more sustainable operation. This also comes with a better way to target your audience, with user-friendly applications and push notifications and engagement based on location and affiliation with other communities. We saw the beginnings of that from you getting a whitelist for a particular new mint if you're an owner of a previous collection. Now that is evolving into kind of adding all of the different surfaces of your identity, which can be your upcoming travel plans, your locations, the events that you attend. So that is also something that is building those personal identities online, which in turn fuels those conversations and takes them from purely the online realm offline as well. And those conversations are, certainly a big driver of the right decision making. URL to IRL is a good example of that value of the offline, and the events that are now being decentralized with the community members doing things outside of the centralized collection owner initiation. NFT gating, gamification, affiliation, FOMO are other big drivers of people wanting to, purchase something in order to participate in a DAO, in order to vote, in order to attend those events. So the inclusivity of that is driven by you wanting to really be a part of that tribe versus being a silent investor. And our goal and why we kind of chose to focus on communities for Belong is we saw that there's been a kind of a discrepancy in the way that Web 2 and Web 3 operate in the context of onboarding, education, usability, and perpetual benefits. So we decided to focus on membership cards and allowing communities to launch their membership cards with zero technical knowledge and then provide benefits to their members that hold those cards and use those for marketing purposes and to grow their community. So that has allowed us to target the rest of the people who are not crypto natives, and that is something that will educate them and eventually grow the overall market share of the crypto versus non-crypto businesses and organizations. Well, in terms of what to do next, we have to always be aware that the macroeconomic conditions are going to happen, and despite the fact that we're considering crypto the new frontier and separation from the traditional finance, we're still affected by it. We're still affected by the interest rate. We're still affected by the bad bets made by bigger players of the conventional industry. So keeping that in mind and hedging is always a good idea. As my friend told me the other day, we should have all bought avocados instead of, Bitcoin probably for the next couple of months, because they were the stablest of stable coins for 3 months running, actually. Crypto and NFT inverse correlation, as I mentioned before, and if Ethereum drops, then effectively the blue chips go on sale and people go and try to acquire them, and that in turn drives more volume to other collections and so on. So that's why you see NFTs pump. So diversifying your ownership, even within the segment of your crypto portfolio, is important between NFTs and crypto overall. Remembering that your economic fundamentals still work. Intrinsic value, present value of future cash flows, modeling, all of this still is applicable to the Web3 in general, and we have to bear in mind that some of those things are going to be core drivers of the next market move, and we have to always do a proper assessment and not YOLO into things just because the art is good. We don't like the art. Lifetime value, customer acquisition costs, and sustainable growth are something that is finally starting to drive companies. Less speculation because of more and more people getting burned, and more focus on the sustainability of business models. So from the bubble burst of Web 1 into Web 2 and now Web 3, we're seeing a similar pattern in terms of sustainability and the factors that are driving them. Access to arbitrage opportunities through bigger and enhanced data, analytics platforms, all of that is showing us that the industry is maturing and that the decisions are now being made on data rather than speculation. And of course, de-doxing that is happening across more and more projects, since a lot of people got burned by, a variety of rug pulls and projects that failed to execute. Projects that came in and just did the art, but nothing to sustain and hold those communities. And that is the reason why this massive doxing is happening right now, with projects jumping significantly once the founders are doxed. Maybe I haven't missed that. But on the bright side, we cannot be stressed because we know the pattern, and we know that eventually the growth and the benefits of the industry as a whole are going to prevail. So despite the short-term volatility, do not sell, and just focus on the sustainability of your choices, the sustainability of the growth of those companies, and we are going to make it.
Thank you, everyone. My name is JD Doyo. I'm with Belong.net, and please find us at Belong.net.
Jay, thank you very much. Let's hear it for Jay. That was super. I love the last slide, especially. Bye.
So hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Sonnenfeld. I'm here with Talent DAO. In this short little bit of time, for those who are here in person and virtually, we're going to talk about like a bunch of stuff disrupting mainstream organizations, panning out not just from DAOs, and then a little bit of like, hey, what those mainstream orgs need to learn from DAOs, vice versa, and a few thoughts from here. I'm going to reintroduce myself a second time. I'm part of the Talent DAO team. There's a couple of us here, maybe even 3 or 4 that I've heard. And we're basically a community of organizational strategists, right, who've spent time looking inside organizations and are doing research on this emergent form. So check us out. Maybe we can help. Maybe you're part of us already. But super excited to be here today. And I'm just going to jump in. So if we look kind of big picture, there's a bunch of stuff that's disrupting mainstream organizations, not just DAOs. A first set of factors, actually, the source of disruptions, there's 11 things around this outside of this big oval. Things like public health. We'll hold there for a second. Things like public health, pandemic, right? Imagine wealth distribution, right? The way that wealth is structured in a society. These macro sources lead to where disruption comes from. They're not in any individuals or any DAO's control, sometimes even in any government or single society's control. But if we look to these kind of external places, then we pick our focus in the center. In this case, it's the organizations of the future, or mainstream organizations, even DAOs themselves, and we click 2 more times, click, click. Thanks. Lucy's amazing back there, by the way. So kudos to Lucy. There's a set of then trends that emerge in the center. Now trends are kind of signals over time that don't necessarily go away and together accrue to stuff to pay attention to. So there's shifts in who we as humans are, right? To speak about humans, when we connect, things like the fact that a retweet with anger is retweeted 17% more than without. So what does it mean to be in an influencer economy? The fact that we're in virtual and physical dwelling, right? Are companies or organizations moral actors in ways that churches or societies used to be? So what are new roles that organizations are playing in life? If we click again, I think there's also a set of shifts in how we process information. Are we collecting into mutualism, like the people in my DAO are my people? Or I'm going to send my kids to a COVID school with the one teacher who will hire, and we have a safety pod. Sorry, that's the case of mutualism. Versus we as a society, like, take care of those in need, right? How do we pool together to make sure the greater needs are met? And how is that dynamic playing out in given contexts? That affects how organizations are as as technology upgrades, questions, are we downgrading humans in the process? Final set of thing at the bottom is there's a set of shifts in how resources are coming together to create business value. I'm going to point out in a moment where DAOs potentially fit into some of this. But like boundaries, are they porous, right? Can we have folks from DAOs anywhere in the world? Or like, how do you handle crypto payroll when people are in different countries? Or can people actually travel across borders? We've both seen a real shift outward as well as a real hardening of certain things. I'm going to skip over for a second. Uberization of skills. I was just talking to somebody. On the one hand, the fact that you can get your radiology screen scanned across the world and also, get an Uber driver to take you across town, many, many, many more skills are available in this spot market framing. Does that mean that a DAO developer in Venezuela should be paid less than a DAO developer living in San Francisco? No, yes. Does it move everybody lower towards a lower mean? Question open. These kinds of things are affecting all mainstream organizations, and with the final click on this slide, I think there's a few of them highlighted in yellow that play into where DAOs are really on the edge of this space, right? What does it mean to work, play, and own together, right? What does it mean to be in a distributed and decentralized, both decision-making and information space? If we continue on, you guys might know this quote. It's a favorite of mine from like the 1970s, but the future is already here. It's just not evenly distributed. Now, if that's true, what it means is we can look to the now instead of having to wait. Steve, I've lost my timer, so if I go off, I'll do my best, but I don't know if the timer can come back. The what mainstream orgs need to learn from DAOs, related to the future comment, right, is that if indeed the future is here now, and if we in this room and in this conference and in this space and in this conversation are at the edge of the future, well, gosh darn it, the rest of the world should actually be looking to us to find out what's going on. So this is a little bit of a like Web 2, Web 1 perspective, but here's what my take is and what Talent DAO's take is on what mainstream organizations need to learn from us, right? I think the first is like flash mob start. Constitution DAO, 39 people, $4 million. Next day matched another 4 million. Went viral, 17,000 people, 40 million. The folks here, actually they were sitting there before, they're not right there now, but who were at zero knowledge, right? What does it mean that the crypto whales knew how much money they had on chain? Nonetheless, all that happened really, really fast. So the ability for DAOs to essentially orchestrate a group of people extremely quickly in a digital flash mob with money, as Friends with Benefits founder says, that's really interesting. Mainstream organizations cannot do that right now, and it's worth paying attention to. The next one is, how do you organize work that is worthy of a bounty? Organizations increasingly their ability to take pieces of work and take ways of creating that work as workers or bots or whatever, decompose it, put it back together to the thing that you want at the bottom, that is increasingly a capability that will differentiate organizations that succeed in an increasingly fluid marketplace. DAOs know how to do this, mainstream don't, or it's very hard. I think a third one is, what does it mean to actually have leadership in a decentralized world? I'll do a quick plug for tomorrow where there's folks talking about this again, and I'm gonna skip the details of this. There's neat stuff about orbit, there's neat stuff about love and reach, there's really neat stuff about original research that Talent DAO is doing here. And as a final comment, multiple agencies. There's like whole fields in organizational studies looking at why, for example, you grant stock options to managers to have them act more like owners, let alone should employees get those things, and then what would it mean to be a co-op, for example. But in spaces like DAOs and other crypto spaces, you have, play to earn, learn to earn, management, ownership, governance, structures. All of these things are much more multiple than is typical in agency structures. So there's like neat, interesting stuff happening in that space. Who was it who spoke? I forget his name. The gentleman who spoke about adding the autonomous back in just now. King was his last name, I think. Anyway, so the gentleman who spoke just before us talked about how we're actually in a real experimental phase. If we do a click, right, this is classic technology theory. You have, fewer many competitors, and when you're early on, like, you have lots of alternative designs. If you keep going, by the time you have a dominant design emerge, right, are we going to go with are we going to go with Betamax or VHS? Then you have something that really looks with a full supply chain, right, a full way of organizing things. However, DAOs are like not even anywhere near there, right? We're in total experimental phase, which on the one hand is exciting, and on the other hand means like we don't actually know where anything is going, and it's a neat time to pay a lot of attention to what are the parameters that we're engaging around. With the final few minutes, and I've lost the timing again, but I'll keep going. With the final few minutes, I think I want to also just share one perspective on what DAOs can learn from mainstream. We talked about what mainstream can learn from DAOs, but vice versa. First of all, and we'll talk about the star briefly, but first of all, like, organizations have existed forever, whether it's a family or a church or a guild or a voluntary association or a company or a nonprofit, or name your different LLC structure. Humans have done this for a long time. And there's things that we know about what governance is, like who is in charge, how are decisions being made, and how can we find out information. Right? There's stuff about reporting and transparency, classic things that we may rail against and yet also learn from. My specific field is in organizational design. It's basically a systems theory that says, like, yes, organizations can be designed to support an ultimate goal, even if that ultimate goal is the thing that's first coded before you then change it. Briefly, there's multiple elements of this star. Oh, if we go back for just a second. Things like strategy, structure, processes, rewards, and people. And I'm just going to read for a second. In February, I got a survey out from DAO Colony. And, you know, they're like, gosh, full democratic decision-making is inefficient. Do you agree or not? That's a question of structure. Or crypto payroll is tricky, right? That's a question of people. Final one, my favorite. Key decision makers in crypto projects are not as well defined as their meat space counterparts. For example, CEO, director, chairman. Right? That's a question of structure and rewards. These are the kinds of questions that even if one organization or DAOs are struggling with, like, our field knows how to help think through these things. So I think in a final, quick closing, what I would say is that Talent DAO, first of all, we have tools, you can use them, they're open source. We have a whole health survey for anyone involved in your DAO if you want to kind of find out what questions are on their mind or sense the organizational health within the DAO. The survey's up on GitHub, there's a whole support community. You know, find Lisa's in the shirt, in the colors, that peach shirt. Find her and me, happy to talk about this and happy to help you bring this to your DAOs. It'll contribute to the research that we're actively doing in the community. And I think a second quite quick comment, and final with one more click, is come tomorrow, we're actually diving into leadership more specifically. And, you know, building on the leadership of giants tomorrow at the same time. So quick pitch for that. We'd love to talk to you. And with that, I'll just say a huge thank you. Okay, if there's any questions, we can do a little chat back, or questions, or even things that it inspired as ideas.
Hey, thanks. What would you say is like the state of leadership in DAOs today?
Ooh, what is the state of leadership in DAOs today? Lisa. Yeah, come here. What? I'm getting somebody who knows this a little more than I, because she's got a great answer and I've got an okay answer.
Thanks, Sarah. So Sarah's really this expert in organizational development on how we structure things. But leadership's really looked at almost 3 different levels when you think about it as a system. There's the personal leadership, there's the team leadership, which people say culture lives and dies at the team level. And then there's the systematic, how your organization is structured, what that infrastructure is. And right now, the state of leadership in DAOs, first off, has a big cultural mindset shift that needs to take place in how we view all those 3 different levels of leadership in a way. And if you come and hear the talk tomorrow, you'll get much more in-depth insights on this. But basically, if I had to sum it up in 3 words, it's mojo over ego. And it matters, it matters. And you'll see this even in the evolution pre-DAOs of people going from the benefits at the top being things like having your name on a door, having the corner office, having the parking spot, to now being things like, can I travel internationally? Do I work with a global team? Do I have autonomy to choose when and where, and not just when and where, but who I work with and what I work on? And those are things that traditional organizations have had to try to back end into and haven't come up with satisfactory responses. DAOs have all the possibility to actually have this inherently in the structure. And yet, there's the promise of it, but then there's the reality of people working in DAOs. And we still have a long way to go. And that's really what Sarah was talking about with the nascent structures. So if we look at the 3 levels, I think we can get there.
Thank you, Lisa. Lisa, plug for Talent DAO and tomorrow, and thank you for your question. Happy to talk about it more. Stephen, do we want to ask another question in the room?
What's that?
Do we want to take another question?
No.
Oh, okay.
We're questioned down.
So you
We
won with your question.
gave them all the answers.
Amazing. Well, thank you.
Oh, was there
then.
one more question?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
No, he just.
Okay.
Wait, on the mic. Do you feel that there's a realistic transition between existing Fortune 500 companies and into a DAO structure? And if so, do you see that as a whole, as a part, and how would you imagine the structure if you had to place it to perfection as best you could in your mind?
Thanks for that question. It's an interesting one. Do I imagine Fortune 500 transitioning into a DAO structure? The simple answer for that is no, from my perspective. However, and I already have, and I tend to work a little more in that Web 2 space, right? I have plenty of clients who I'm talking to who are like saying like, how should we experiment? What should we be paying attention to? So I think that you're probably going to see pockets of much larger companies coming in and saying like, where can, for example, if we want to do the flash mob start, do we do that with a DAO? Do we partner? How do we play? So I think you'll see some experimentation and playing. I also think, right, even if you think about Axie Infinity, which got a lot of press and then they got hacked or whatever, but they have a whole, like, as part of the stuff on their website of how they're going to transition even into a DO, right? Not even autonomous, but just a DO. And they have that plan like from now until I think it was 2022 or 23. So you'll also see organizations as they're developing in their Web3 forms, decide which forms to take and how to move from one to the other. I think that's some of what I've seen, but very interested in what folks in this room are seeing as well. I think probably with that, Steve, are we?
We are fantastic.
Good. Thank you for the question. Thanks for the time. Glad to be here.
To Adam Miller, the Thriller, is going to be giving us a short presentation and a longer panel on
what you don't know about DAOs.
That's how we rehearsed it. That's awesome.
Is there a clicker? You? Oh, okay.
We're gonna give people a little view behind the scenes. We have a clicker that's an awesome Bluetooth clicker that doesn't work 100%. So you're gonna wave toward the screen, and then magically off stage. This is production, but this is how the sausage is made. The slides will automatically change.
All right, high tech. All right, let's do it. What you don't know about DAOs. I'm going to quickly share my background. Here's the rest of the agenda. Brief talk, and then we'll turn to a panel discussion. The goal is to share ideas that are hopefully provocative, intriguing, surprising from our experience in the world of DAOs. Brief background. Here's my experience from education through Web 2, finance, corporate America, Web 3. Enough said on that. What is a DAO? So I do like to share what I believe is the technical definition of what a DAO is in the crypto space. Others, of course, will disagree. An organization whose governing rules and membership can be tracked on the blockchain in code rather than in written documents. Okay? We won't go a lot into that right now. Why DAOs? From our perspective, right? Can enforce rules ahead of time instead of letting people break the rules and then sue them about it. And of course, all the transparency and the ease of operations, right? There are things people doing with DAOs that would take months to do traditional organizations, and now they can do in days or weeks. And voting, we've brought voting to the corporate organization. So just briefly, the business that I'm in, my DAO, we're focused on one big problem that DAOs have, which is that laws all over the world were not written with DAOs in mind, and so most DAOs have not yet formed legal entities. You've heard a little bit about this today, but I do want to emphasize that we believe it's really important for DAO founders and members to get the limited liability protections. Sorry, don't change the slide. Limited liability protections that traditional corporations get. Corporate personhood, so you can open a bank account, sign a contract, hire employees, whatever it is you want to do. Tax optimization, so you're not treated as a pass-through entity and end up with your members paying taxes on the DAO's earnings that they've never even seen. Next slide. Go next slide. So what my DAO does is we're the registered agent that helped pass the law in the Marshall Islands. It created a new type of LLC that's made for DAOs. And so we help you sign up and get those LLCs for your DAOs. So let us know if you're interested in that. Next slide. And so what's different between our legal entity and other legal entities? You can define everything on the blockchain. No board members, no directors. Nonprofit means no taxes. And Marshall Islands is a global leader in corporate registration. Next slide. Okay, so here's the exciting part. I went through all that in under 3 minutes. And leave me a few minutes to talk about the fun stuff. So what you don't know about DAOs. Okay, what I'm here to do is talk a little bit about what I've learned from speaking with over 200 DAO founders and contributors since DAO Denver in February when we launched this product and I got into the DAO business. We get to talk to these DAOs about their challenges, their ideas, their opportunities. It gives us unique insights and allows us to see patterns in terms of what's going on in the world of DAOs. I've also started or contributed to many DAOs, and so I'm going to combine all of this. I'm going to share 3 things that I think you don't know about DAOs, and then we'll invite the panel up here, and our panel is also very experienced with DAOs. We'll share ideas of their own, of things that they think you don't know about DAOs. Okay, first thing, how many DAOs are out there? If you go to deepdao.io, which is one of the leading sources of data about DAOs or other similar websites, you'll see there's about 5,000 DAOs. So I went through the 200 DAOs that have reached out to me in the past 4 months and looked up every single one on DeepDAO to see if it was there. 12 were there out of 200. So 12 of 200 means about 6% of the DAOs are actually tracked by DeepDAO, right, if we extrapolate. And so that would imply that there's actually 80,500 DAOs. Right? A lot more than 5,000. And a lot of these DAOs are startup DAOs, right? So this is kind of like saying how many companies there are. And I'm counting companies that are still a few people in a garage DAO equivalent, which is actually maybe 10 or 20 people spread out around the world starting a DAO. But this market is way bigger than people think already. And we continue to get calls every day from DAOs that no one's ever heard of. Next question, are DAOs really decentralized? Some people have talked a bit about this today. First of all, what does decentralized even mean? I think that there are 2 definitions that are relevant for DAOs. One is simply, are you using the blockchain, right? Because if you're using the blockchain, you're using decentralized infrastructure to run your organization rather than traditional Web 2 legal structures and infrastructure. But the other thing decentralized means, and this is clear to a lot of you in the room, is that your organizational structure is decentralized, right? Very flat, maybe little to no hierarchy. Everyone has power, everyone takes part in making decisions. That's what I want to talk about when it comes to are DAOs really decentralized. In my experience, most DAOs are still run by their founders or their leaders. And this is true for a lot of big DAOs. But again, keep in mind too, the DAOs you usually hear about in the media, those are like the top 20 or top 40 DAOs. I'm talking about the 80,000 DAOs that are out there. Most are led by their founders, and that doesn't necessarily mean hard power. It could be that there's a token, could be that voting and governance rights are distributed amongst a large number of people or organizations, wallet holders. But socially, they're still following a leader, right? And maybe it's a team of a few people that are on a committee that tends to drive everything that happens, or they're just people that are very close to each other. And in a lot of cases, too, it's still hard power, right? It's just the DAO hasn't yet decentralized. They're on the path to decentralization, which I heard that term a lot at DAO Denver. I haven't heard it as much recently, but I think in reality, that's still what most DAOs are doing. They're on the path to decentralization, and that's fine. That's great, right? That's the journey we're all on. Or, this is an interesting one. So I'm going to call it trusted decentralization, which is a bit of a contradiction. So a lot of DAOs are actually a Gnosis multisig and a snapshot for voting. And what I mean by that, if you're not familiar with those terms, a Gnosis multisig is a wallet that's controlled by, say, 5, 7, or 9 people. Snapshot is a tool that does off-chain cryptographic voting. And what happens when you combine a multisig with a snapshot is you're trusting that group of 5, 7, 9 people, whatever it is, to actually do what the community voted, right? There's usually no agreement that says the multisig holders are going to do exactly what the community members have voted. And so you're trusting the small group of people really with the organization. So that's not the decentralized model that we're all dreaming of and moving towards, but again, it's a good start. And another thing you can think about is if you do use an LLC, a foundation, a corporation, you can actually legally oblige those multi-stakeholders to do what the community wants. So that's actually a pretty good solution until DAO tooling kind of catches up and makes it easier to run truly decentralized communities. Next slide, please. Is DAO tech ready for use? Hopefully I won't offend anyone in the audience because I know we have a lot of people here building DAO technology. I think you'd probably agree with me that DAO technology overall is not really ready for prime time. It's still early in its development. The blockchains are ready, right? The protocols are ready, they work. There's even scaling solutions, right? There's side chains, there's layer 2 chains. They're actually ready for DAOs. I don't think that's getting in the way anymore. Even a year ago, that would have been a thing that is stopping people from running DAOs because there wasn't necessarily a reliable scaling infrastructure or blockchains that were fast and had smart contracts. The smart contracts are ready, and so is the Web3 front-end layer, but it's highly opinionated and not very configurable. Okay, what I mean by that is any DAO tool that's out there, they've had to decide what a DAO looks like before they build the tool, right? How does voting work? How do proposals work? How are tokens representing governance rights? Is it fungible or NFT? Sometimes it's integrated with the token distribution mechanism or the minting mechanism. And so you end up with tools that are going to work for maybe 1 out of 100 DAOs, but it's very hard for you to go and find a tool that works exactly the way you want it to. And what hasn't been built yet, in my opinion, panelists that are coming up may disagree, is highly configurable DAO tooling that's not as opinionated, that lets you come in and say, I'm going to use this tool with a great user interface, great smart contracts that have been tested, and I get to configure it and run an organization the way I believe a DAO organization should be run. So that's what we're working towards. Next, please. A special announcement here at DAO Planet. I'm launching a podcast. It's called Just DAO It. We just released it today. Follow me on Twitter. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. You know what's cool about this podcast, by the way? Just like this talk, I'm trying to dig into what are the things that people starting DAOs don't know and need to know, right? So we're going to dig in with people like the panelists that are coming up here in a minute on, what are the things you wish you knew when you started your DAO, right? What are the challenges you had? What are some of your favorite tools or least favorite tools? So information that's hopefully really going to help people start DAOs and operate DAOs. By the way, the last talk was awesome. I'm really excited to follow up with you guys because that's needed in most DAOs too, and it's something a lot of crypto people are not even really thinking about yet. MyDAODS, that's the company on Twitter. And time for the panel discussion. So next slide, please. If I could have the panelists come up here. Thank you, panelists. It's actually 4 of my good friends and people I've worked with on DAOs, and these guys really know what's going on in the DAO space, so I'm excited to have them here. I'm going to let each of you quickly just introduce yourself, show your project, say what you're working on, share your Twitter handle if you want or whatever. So we'll get that out of the way now. And then once we get through that, we'll do another round where we really dig into the meat of the discussion. So Eric, why don't you go first?
Sure. Hi, everybody. My name is Eric, Rotorless. You can find me everywhere on a handle like that, Twitter, Telegram, Hotmail, Rotorless. My contribution space is at Bankless DAO, as the ombudsman and as a governance person there. Shapeshift is a treasury manager, and a couple other projects. Outside of that, I'm a crypto lawyer. I work in the DAO space, and full-time, that's what I do, and I'll just pass it on.
Awesome. Hi, John Goldschmidt. I also got my start in Bankless, and since then started the Crypto Mondays DAO. So is anybody familiar with Crypto Mondays? It's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool, yeah. Right. So we're the largest IRL Web3 meetup in the world. We're in over 30 cities right now, but there have been pop-ups in over 60 cities. Largest ones are in LA, New York, Paris, London. I'll try to keep it quick, but DAO brings all these things under one umbrella. It's a really powerful thing, built-in network, 30,000 attendees. So yeah, it's great. My day job, I work at Polygon. Just started with the enterprise team there. Wanted to quick plug, they're hiring like crazy, especially on the DAO side. So if anybody's interested in that, wagmejobs.polygon.technology. And yeah.
Thanks. I'm Sky. I've been contributing full-time in the DAO space for a few years. I spend a lot of time focused on DXDAO in the DeFi space. We build a suite of DeFi products, and we are at the far end of the decentralized version of what a DAO is. And so, yeah, working and spreading that knowledge.
Hello, hello. My name is Scott Mandel. I've had the privilege of being in this space for about 8 years now. During that time, I've sourced power and infrastructure for publicly traded companies. I led fundraising and community for Flexa, and most recently am the founder of Complex Labs, which is building an operating system for Web3 communities.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, everyone. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is give the panelists the chance to answer the same question I just answered. So we'll just go down the line again. Would each of you please share what the audience doesn't know about DAOs? And if there's some discussion that comes up during the shares, that's fine. We can use the whole time doing this.
Don't launch your token first.
That's good. Yeah. So I think everybody knows the fact that just having a Discord doesn't make you a DAO, right? But I think also there's this idea that having a token makes you a DAO, but that doesn't make you a DAO either. It has to be. It's about governance, right? And the token is the best way we have that right now, but not the only way. So just food for thought. And it's kind of to Adam's point earlier about the technology maybe dictating what DAOs are doing, but there's a real need to actually think about how the what we're trying to accomplish, which is the governance on chain, right?
Yeah, my answer is a bit specific, but it should be pretty interesting. So what you don't know about DAOs is that DAOs actually have the ability to own the front ends to their products and the actual protocols on Ethereum. But an example is DXDAO. All of the products that we build, the way you access it is via ENS and IPFS. And so the products such as Swapper.eth, Omen.eth, Carrot.eth, that ENS is owned by the DAO, which is basically a decentralized collective. And so the front end is owned by a decentralized collective, and it's makes it censorship resistant, makes it unstoppable, makes it a lot safer. You just saw on Twitter probably like today or yesterday, there are a handful of DeFi projects that got DNS hacked, and their front ends got taken over by a hacker because there's a couple people who use, GoDaddy and .com, and by using, IPFS and ENS and ownership by the actual collective, you have the ability to, create the future of what products should be in the DAO space, and that's the actual ownership by the DAO.
So,
hey, hold the mic a little closer.
Yeah, so I believe DAOs in their current form are inefficient and unsustainable. If you really are objective about things, I think there's really two disruptions happening in this space that people are lumping in together as one. I think DAOs are disrupting traditional business models like, traditional organizational structures like LLCs and corporations, whereas if anyone who's created a business before, calling your attorney and getting an LLC made up is actually the easy part. Like creating a sustainable business model is actually the hard part. And I think that's where a lot of DAOs are failing right now. Less focus on the first part, more focus on how do we actually grow, manage, and organize a sustainable community.
Awesome, thank you. So, okay, Eric, aside from being a leading, if not the leading DAO lawyer, you're also usually very talkative. And yet your answer was about one sentence. So
yeah.
Do you want to expand a little bit more on
Sure.
why don't token first?
Yeah. So this is just based on some experience and observing different, especially during like the frenzy of everybody's getting a DAO, which is the idea that you're going to ape in, make a token, and then you're going to make a DAO. You don't even have the rules yet. You don't have the constitution set. You don't have the process set. And if there was one piece of advice, if you were going to make a grassroots DAO, whether you're a startup to create a protocol, a startup to create a product of some type, that don't be shy, take a really long time. It's like papering the exercise on the table over weeks or months until you actually know what your processes are and then what the tokenomics will be. And it's not always, there's no way that, it's like a moonshot, like it's so rare that you could just be like, oh, we're going to do this and it's going to work out. And the more caution you have, and the long, you can come together, you can be in a Discord, you can have conversations, you can have debates, and it could take a long time, but before you refine what all the processes are going to be, and I would say that you're going to have more success if you do it that way, than if you do it the other way, which is just to YOLO right in and say, okay, we got a token, and this is what we're going to do, and then discover that it's not going to work out that way, or it's not sustainable, or you have to make all these adjustments, and it becomes complicated.
Yeah, just to comment on that, when you say token, I'm assuming you mean like a transferable ERC20 token.
I do.
Yeah, so there's also alternatives, and you hear a lot about this now with the recent paper on soul-bound tokens, but there are ways to form DAOs, many ways to form DAOs, and actually govern without even having a token. And so non-transferable reputation is one system. In the Moloch DAO system, you can earn shares in a DAO. So I'm personally in like over 20 DAOs. There is no token. But yet we have a community, we have Discord, we have discussion, and we actually vote, and we vote with our governance power. And in DXDAO case, that is, reputation that you earn over time, which is a non-transferable unit, and the only way you can get it is to contribute value to the DAO. And so it doesn't matter how much capital you have, you can't go and buy it. And then in the Moloch DAO framework, you can have shares, and so these shares are things that only the DAO can grant to you. So if you do a proposal and you add value to the DAO, you can earn shares in this DAO. And so this is now being explored a lot more because liquid token governance or whether you use delegation in that, like there are many problems with it, and lots of projects are having trouble, and that's why Vitalik and team and other people are starting to say, why not use your Web3 profile that you're building all day long in your contributions to the Web3 space as part of your governance for the communities and projects you're involved in?
Yeah, to follow up with that, I think creating a token model is hard. For those people that have tried to create a token model, it's a bit confusing if you've never done it before, and it's not easily accessible. So even if you take the slower approach and you build your community first, which I am a firm believer in, crafting and creating that token model to align incentives across the community is actually quite difficult. And I know there are a lot of tools out there to try to make it easier, but if you do that incorrectly, and I do believe that current governance models are done incorrectly, giving a disproportionate amount of voting power to people who created the community earlier on, rather than the people who are running the community on a daily basis and contributing. If you do that incorrectly, you're setting yourself up for a potential problem down the road. I think one thing we should do in this bear market here is kind of be objective about things. What went well? What can we learn? Who was successful and why were they successful? And make iterations for Web3 version 2 or DAO version 2, where we come up with better, more properly aligned incentives with our new token models.
So I like that the direction we're going from what you don't know about DAOs is just some advice and interesting insights about DAOs. So I want to open it up and ask the panelists, what is the one either most common mistake that you see DAOs making? We've already talked about tokens too early, but maybe another most common mistake, or what is the one most important or most valuable thing you think DAOs need to do as they're developing? And I also, while you're thinking about it, I just realized these are all 4 podcast guests over the next month. So if you like what they say, tune into Just DAO It over the next couple months. Anyone have any thoughts on that?
Sure. For me, the most important thing in your community, whether it's early, whether you're starting it, or whether it's big, and hopefully, like you just said, maybe some of these big ones that aren't working that well can adapt and change actually, but it's harder to do it once you're big and everything's already set. So when you're starting it, you have this opportunity to do this today. You want to get the governance power of your community and the decision-making power in the hands of the people that will be able to do it the best for your community. And that can be people in your community, that can be experts who could bring value to your community, and the least, and it can also be people that provide capital to your community, but currently the systems are mainly set up where all of it goes to the people who provide the capital, especially like the early VCs who funded the project before it was public, and then it went public, and then they gave almost all of the governance power to the team and the VCs. That's not a great way to start a DAO community, in my mind.
Yeah, quick follow-up to that. I actually think it's important, both as a contributor to a DAO and just a member of the ecosystem. You don't always have to have an opinion on some of these governance proposals. There's proposals maybe you're not qualified to have an opinion on. Maybe you could delegate that vote or not vote at all. Just because you have a vote doesn't mean you have to vote.
Yeah, I think that some of the things that, or what I was kind of alluding to before, which is that just having a token doesn't make you a DAO, and it's just like Sky said, that there are a lot of other ways to do the voting. There are some interesting ways of establishing somebody's expertise and only allowing that person to vote on something that falls under their area of expertise. So I would just kind of echo that. I think we've seen a lot of flawed systems where it's just about number of tokens, or like just anybody can go vote, but that doesn't always result in the most productive DAO.
I think to go along with everything that's been said here, what you find is that the best proposal in the world isn't read if you don't have a good communication network. So it could be a proposal that is life-changing and affects you directly, but if you don't know where it is or how to read it or what to do about it, then, and so there's definitely an element that has been missed frequently in lots of startup organizations, or ones that exist if you're trying to decentralize. I spent a lot of time working with entities that are decentralizing, and there's a lot of lessons learned there, which is about normally, on a normal basis, people do not communicate at the frequency and at the level and at the detail that you need to communicate in a DAO, right? And so it's getting your communication network down pat. How do you push the information out? How do you attract eyes onto, presence and engagement would be step one when you come together, you make a DAO, you have a community, and it's not just as simple as saying I have a Discord server, because you can have all the Discord servers in the world if you want. You still need engagement.
Yeah, I think an important point is when you're thinking about the token or whatever you're providing to the community, what is it that they're getting out of it, right? So it's an exchange. The people who are contributing, people who are members of the DAO, they want to be part of the community, but everybody has their own kind of interests, or is everybody solving for themselves in a way, or at least looking to get something out of it. So the question, there's almost like this kind of like product design element of you need to talk to your stakeholders and figure out what it is that makes them tick a little bit.
Just one last comment, the noise you mentioned of communities where there's lots of proposals, and in some DAOs, anyone in the world can actually make a proposal to the DAO. I would advise you to Google this term, holographic consensus. It's a framework that was invented by DAOstack, which is still in the space, but not necessarily focused on that aspect. And it's a way to basically filter the most important proposals in your community to the top, and the way you do it is via staking financial incentive behind those proposals. So anyone can make a proposal, and if it's important, people actually put money behind these proposals, kind of like Reddit upvotes or conviction voting slightly, and push these to the top, and then the community knows once it becomes a boosted proposal, I have 7 days to vote on this, and it's either going to pass or fail. And so I have to pay attention to that, because attention in communities is like the other really important part. If no one's paying attention, these DAOs can get crushed, they can get hacked, or money can be stolen, weird proposals can pass. So you need the attention of people, and this is a mechanism to make it easier to pay attention to the proposals that matter.
I was going to say, yeah, the skin in the game. It's, it's the incentives. There's no incentive for you to read the proposal unless there's some kind of skin in the game. Voluntary participation, like the give and take. Like you say, like maybe you join and you didn't get paid, but you learned, and so you're willing to accept payment in your education that you learned about whatever it was that you were learning about. But at some point when your learning is done, now what's the exchange that's going on? And attention or engagement is really important. And most people, when their time becomes limited, they begin to engage and pay attention where their incentive is aligned.
We have time for one audience question, I think, and then we'll just close with everyone sharing their contact info. Does anyone have a question? Yeah, right here, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for this panel. I learned a lot. So my question, I believe it was to you, and you're blocking your name, so I don't know what it is.
Sky.
Scott?
Sky.
Sky, okay. So Sky, I'm Ali Joy. I'm the founder of a community called Baddies in Tech. So we've been a community since 2019, and we're kind of transitioning to a DAO structure. So we have the Discord, we have the discussions, all of that. Just kind of have to put that structure behind it. So my question to you was, you mentioned that building a DAO the wrong way is to give governance and power to the VC, right? But if you have to raise money to start, are you raising money from the community then? Is that what you suggest? Or are you raising from VC with the premise that the governance is still gonna go to the community itself? There's this DAO recently that proposed to kick out a VC. I can't remember what the DAO's name is, but they proposed to kick out a VC that was an early investor because there was no contribution outside of the monetary funding that they gave them at the beginning. So like, that gets shaky, right? So how do you
Fast
address
answer.
that?
Exactly. And John could probably add to this because Crypto Mondays DAO is going through this formation now, just like your community will. But yes, it is great if you can fund the initial growth from your own community, and that can be your current community and greater community. Right. But if there are institutional investors as well, you can figure out new other mechanisms that don't necessarily give them all of the governance power. Maybe they can have, in a governance system, you can limit the governance power of any single individual by just capping what they can vote with. So if they provide the most capital, it doesn't mean they need the most voting power. So they'll have maybe more financial upside in the future of the thing, but that doesn't mean they have an outweighed governance power. So you can just limit that, maybe.
If you want John's answer, you got to come meet us at the side of the stage and hang out with us because we're out of time. Real quick, let's just go from Scott back to me. Twitter handle or other preferred mechanism for people to find you?
Sure, I'm Scott Mandel on all socials.
I'm Sky, S Minor on Twitter, and check out dxdao.eth for more on there than org.
Yeah. I'm John Likes on all socials. Sometimes it has an underscore after.
I'm Rotorless on all socials.
0x Thriller. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Thank you. That was incredible. Just leave the mics on the chairs. And coming up right here, we've got how DAOs create deeper relationships with NFTs. Tell us who you are.
All right, so how are we feeling? This is Friday. Is everyone hyped right now? DAOPlanet? All right, so my name is Jose, and I have a confession to make. I am a member of several DAOs, but I feel like I'm not really giving it my all, right? And so what this panel is about is how can NFTs create more meaningful, deeper relationships for the members of the DAO and just in general, the whole ecosystem of the DAO. So first, let's do some intros. I'll start over here.
Hi, my name is Justice. I go by 0x Justice on the socials and in the DAO space. I kind of leveled up in DAOs over the past year through Bankless DAO and now engaged in many DAOs, Polygon, Particle, and some others. And my primary interest is around organizational design and governance and incentive engineering.
Excellent. How about you?
I'm Jen Sanasi. I co-host a show on CoinDesk TV where I regularly comment, discuss, and debate about DAO and NFT news. I have a startup in the NFT space where we're kind of tackling the intellectual property concerns and issues around NFTs. And I am a content director at Wind Ranger Labs, which is a core contributor to the BitDAO ecosystem.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm Harold Aitan. I'm the CEO of Particle. Particle is kind of the goal here is to create a new curator and collector class of in fine art. So we bought one of the most iconic Banksy paintings last year and tokenized it and fractionalized the ownership through NFTs. And we're now embarking into a formation of a governance structure, or if you want to call it a DAO structure, in order for the community of owners of these works of art to actually govern their physical asset. So that's why I'm here.
Excellent. So I'm relying on everyone up here to kind of help educate me as folks who have come up in DAOs and then have like a deeper understanding of the process of sort of leveling up, if you will. And anyone can take this question. So what structures have you seen that tend to work when it comes to NFT projects that maybe sort of incorporate into a DAO, or maybe they start as a DAO and then have an NFT project afterwards? If anyone can speak to like what you've seen that actually tends to work really well.
Specifically, what I've seen, and this is one of the best examples, is if any of you have heard of DAO Punks. DAO Punks started as a project in Bankless DAO, and what's interesting is after launching their PFP, I think it was the very first one where there was a physical merch one-to-one tied with the QR code that linked directly to the NFT, is they spun out from a sub-DAO to their own DAO, and they launched governance on the NFT. And that's one kind of misnomer we use a lot, is we equate governance token with fungible governance token, when in fact an NFT is can be used as a governance token. And in fact, to dovetail what the previous panel was saying, it's really an incremental evolutionary step that you prove successes over time to get to a fungible token. And so there's a secret unlock there that I think we're missing a lot of times.
What do you think?
I hate to say it, but the Bored Ape Yacht Club they've done a really good job at creating community, incentivizing that community, and delivering on their milestones, right? So many NFT projects are really a JPEG and a dream, but the Bored Apes, they come up with these crazy ideas. Of course, they have the money to make them come to life, but they deliver on those ideas. And I think that trust that they've created in their community and their ability to deliver makes their community more engaged and more incentivized. And so now their plan to start a DAO really makes sense. That's a project where like going from NFTs to DAOs makes sense for me. That's what stands out when you ask that question, Jose.
Yeah, that's I can see that. There's a lot of loyalty and passion in that community around the NFT and then the identity around it. So, what do you think?
Look, from the I'll speak from the particle perspective. The NFT intrinsically is what you get at first, which is your ownership in these physical pieces of art. And so for us, the governance is the natural step, is actually the promise, right? Governance over these physical assets. Now, the challenge that we have is how, like Justice was touching on, the fungible token, yes or no, and if so, when. That's kind of what we're trying to come up with now. So we have a structure where you have kind of these mini sub-DAOs per painting. When and what does that umbrella token look like, and the risk that maybe one cannibalizes the other is something that we're kind of addressing right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. So let's move on to that section, because that brings up exactly part two. And so, you've got the governance tokens. In some cases, you have, let's say, a PFP project, something that's more identity-based. And you have folks who kind of become, let's say, major players in the DAO based on identity. And then you have folks who are more so whales, and so they become more influential based on voting. Does anyone see like a I don't know, like a way where maybe one of those avenues is better than the other? Like, do you think it's more important for the NFT to be sort of the leading indicator for who's adding value in your community, or do you think it should be more so like fungible tokens?
Could I take that one?
Sure, yeah.
I think there's a real opportunity here to not cannibalize one or the other if it's approached in a way as a modifier. And it solves several things. Right now, we're 100% plutocracy ruled by the rich based on, you buy the tokens, now you basically own the governance process. By having a PFP or some reputation, your identity, be a modifier and show that you're an active participant, you are a current contributor in the DAO. And then if that's the case, then the fungible governance tokens you have, they are a weighted entity. We get the best of both worlds. And we don't exclude people who just want to come in and buy the fungible tokens as an investor, right? So we've put all the focus on the contributors who are closest to the problem, not excluded the investors, and kind of killed two birds with one stone. So I'm a real fan of this approach, and it opens opportunities for pure PFP type projects on like a roadmap going forward, and then people who already have a fungible governance token to introduce NFTs as that modifier piece, you know?
And so we talked a little bit earlier, so you mentioned like season pass, like some sort of, can you talk more about that? Just because I thought that was a really good point earlier.
Yeah, so...
Is that okay to bring that up?
Absolutely, I love that. So I love it. Thank you. It's like a softball, man. What's interesting is there's no, we talk about like buy and sell pressure, but if we take that same mental model and apply it to contributors, we don't have a activity pressure, okay? I have a certain threshold, I have this many tokens, now I'm in the DAO, and it's like, okay, cool, now I'll just like jump between 64 different Discord servers, right? By introducing a season pass, some time-limited ability, what you do is you create a product. You have a limited time access to your social DAO at that level, and you need to make a return on that access, right? So now there's a pressure. Hey, I purchased my season pass. It's for a quarter. It's 3 months, and it costs me X amount, and so I'm gonna do what I can to level up and make good on that. And you introduce like the natural flows of what's the seasonal goals of this community? What's our community engagement season over season? And you actually get for free an offboarding mechanism. Someone came in for one season, they never came back. You have visibility into that. Right now our communities are in a Discord analytics. And if we leverage season passes, we actually have on-chain visibility in who's actually in the DAO, you know?
That's really interesting because, there's, everyone is touching on the same, kind of issue of engagement and the kind of short attention span that people have. And, I think the fact that you can introduce something like some kind of time-based contributor window, and it actually would force people to focus their limited time on projects that they're actually engaged in, and sometimes your interests or your time commitments can change, and you can jump in and out. But I think that's a really interesting kind of aspect that we could be introducing into these kind of DAO structures. Could even be via committees or tokens. I mean, anything like that. You could be voted in. Yeah.
I'm gonna go against what I said earlier. When I think of NFTs as seasons pass or like a membership to a community, it kind of feels like it's just going against what DAOs are supposed to be all about, right? It's supposed to be opening up governance. We're supposed to be providing financial access to people who didn't previously have that. And NFTs, right now at least, feel like a big financial barrier for those people, bringing in some of the same issues that we see in the traditional finance world, traditional corporate world, where the people with the money are the ones who can play. And so, Justice, I'm curious where your mind goes. I mean, I think that this is just a problem that we have to solve as an industry, and we will find the answers to that as we keep building, but I'm just curious what you think.
Yeah, I would say there's a window there for, a lot of tools out there, D-Work, Clarity, they're kind of like Trello and Jira, but with bounties built on them. And we've thought, well, this is kind of basic incentive engineering. We need stuff done, we'll put bounties on it. But there's a limited utility to that because the most effective teams aren't decomposing every little thing that needs done and putting a price tag on it. They say, this is our stream of income, and we're not bountying every little thing. So we're like, well, what's the place of the bounties then? And I think this is where the window opens, where a community can have publicly accessible bounties where anyone without any money can come in, do stuff, and actually earn their way through contribution and get through that access level. And everyone has stayed aligned on incentives. No one came in on a free level. Maybe people bought the season pass and there was nothing to them financially, and other people actually had to work for it and do it. But everyone has an equal upside and downside to either waste their money, or upside as in, hey, I was a part of season 3, this was the focus, and I contribute a lot, and this is the return I got. So there's a pathway there.
So we spoke earlier when we first met about soulbound tokens. Does anyone want to touch on that and what that might change going forward?
Don't like the name, but that's where we got now, soulbound. It's funny. B. Pete's from Sobel. He has this analogy on like the history of music, and in different times we said, well, this is the way it is, and this is real music, and then we enter into like, well, there's a modification on that, and then we're remixes. Now we're remixes of remixes, and it's like that's what all this is. It's this growing compilation of different things, and so between transferable NFTs, non-transferable NFTs, verifiable credentials, all of these can work together in different ways. And just be the right tool for the right job and the right combination. Streaming, bounty-based, like it's all about just a different tool to design a contributor funnel and incentive engineering framework to achieve the mission. So it's not an answer, but there's something.
Yeah, for me, I mean, the name itself, it comes from Warcraft, doesn't it? Yeah, for me it makes total sense, and just generally life is like a game, and if you approach it in that way, then you actually you have more of kind of like either short-term or longer-term goals, and you're not just walking around aimlessly. And I think that introducing this kind of gamer mentality to real life and to to DAOs, which are real life, I think actually has quite a lot of value. It's kind of scary just to think about it, like but when you think about it more deeply, I was actually speaking to someone who's a long kind of like a 10-year Reddit trader, and he was saying why these Reddit traders many of them are quite successful is because they go about trading like a game, and like achievements and points and competition. And actually going about it in that way, I think, is quite beneficial. And there's definitely some ways of introducing that into communities so that people can, even if it is just a token that says that you're an expert in a certain field, and everybody in that community can go to you if they need advice on X, Y, or Z. I think, yeah.
I'm just gonna take this opportunity to show our project, but it's valuable, I swear. So we've created, at BitDAO, we have a community called Embassy, and we call that our community layer, and it just really incentivizes anyone in the community who wants to take part in education, teaching other community members how to vote on proposals. If they want to share information about what's going on in the community on social media, they get rewarded, and it's very much gamified. I must admit, I only visited their website the other day, and I was quite impressed at how many people were engaged. There's a leaderboard. People are really sharing and educating each other, and that's like really awesome to see. And so I think that it's great, and I think that as we progress, we'll see more DAOs doing things like that.
So I think that's the perfect segue into engagement. So, like I said in the beginning, I'm someone who I'm in a lot of different Discord servers, as I'm sure everyone here is. I'm actually a particle holder, so like I'm in that Discord. But I will admit that there's a lot going on, and it's almost like trying to be polyamorous, but then not giving as much like love as you're supposed to each of the partners you're with, you know?
So many people laugh, like everyone could relate.
Otherwise, just call it what it is, an open relationship, right? And just like define that. But like, so DAO engagement. So as someone who again, has not gone full, like deep down the rabbit hole as maybe a lot of the folks here have with, you know, Bankless and everything like that. I feel like I'm like a very surface level DAO contributor because I'm trying to find the right balance between life, work, and then like my contributions to DAOs. Has anyone seen any good strategies, or maybe in your own communities, for both onboarding, so getting new folks in and having them understand where they can add value, you know, whether it's a specific, let's say, what do you call it, like a hand-holding or some kind of process that leads someone through that? Or is like the token tied to it? Is there a way to incentivize someone to go deeper with the token that they get? Does anyone want to speak on that?
I mean, I'm not involved in that many DAOs, but the ones that I've, you know, kind of become introduced to or looked at, I haven't seen a kind of a peer model where you say like these guys are doing it really well, and I think that's quite interesting. In just generally in this whole space, there is no kind of playbook. I think it's kind of being written, and best practice is currently being written. So yeah, you pointed on the challenges are really onboarding, especially when you are onboarding people who might not be just purely crypto native. And I think that there's a chance, like the previous panel, of people building tools that are more apt than Discord, for example, to maintain relationships with the community and that engagement. But then I think there's also some Web 2 tools that can be used right now to plug that gap. On a personal level, I haven't found really that sweet spot, but that's something that we really need to work on, and that engagement and those capturing those eyeballs and keeping people interested is extremely important, because otherwise, yeah, like we were saying, your community is gone. But it's not easy, right?
Well, I just wanted to add, so we spoke earlier and you said that the interesting thing about your community is that there's a lot of folks who aren't crypto native. They came in because of the love of the art, and they've stuck around. What do you think that's about? Like, how do you think you managed to get them to, even in like a bear market too, like to stick around and contribute?
Yeah, for us it was that, you know, the people who came in non-crypto native were a lot of the guys who were like, oh, NFTs are, you know, well, I can just right-click save this or screenshot it, you know, general kind of attitude like this. And with Particle, they were like, oh, well, there's actually this painting, this physical asset behind. I can wrap my head around this. Let me give it a try. And then, you know, they go through the motions, and they're not easy, right? The hoops you have to jump into, MetaMask and bridging tokens, et cetera, to actually purchase. And then they get the bug, and then, you know, they're into it. But these are the same people, and I'm actually one of these guys who are not like, you know, let's say I don't live on Discord, I don't live online. My Twitter's, you know, I use it for specific purposes, but that's not where I spend most of my time. And I think the majority of people who are going to be joining the space, they might not be these kind of like purely my life is online people. So we need to find ways to engage with them in other ways and maybe it's less touch points, but more important ones. I don't know.
You do a lot of storytelling. Can you, like, I think that's very important, because otherwise, how are people going to know what's happening in these DAOs? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I don't think this is just a DAO problem. I think it's a problem across the crypto industry. We're so focused on telling the story about the tech because we're all so excited about it. We all believe and know that it is going to change the way that the world functions. But this mainstream audience that we are trying to capture doesn't care about the tech. They care about how it's going to benefit them, and because we love to talk about it, we're doing it here right now, we get really stuck in that. And so I'm a firm believer in bringing marketers into the space who don't understand the space and teaching them so that they can understand it and they can tell those stories back in their own words. When it comes to community engagement, I think I said this earlier when we were speaking before the panel, these audiences, all of us in this room, we've been trained to be passive engagers online. We scroll on TikTok, we scroll on Instagram, a like is engaging to us. That's vastly different than community engagement in a DAO, and I think that needs to be trained. And I think coming back to IRL experiences, those are really important for creating the type of relationships in the community that you need to have this ongoing engagement. I don't think that it should be purely online. I think it gets really easy to become passive when things are purely online. I think we all saw that over COVID. And so this mix of the physical and the digital, I think, is going to be important when it comes to community engagement moving forward.
Yeah, I think, you know, it'd be difficult to expect everybody to be completely engaged. Something we've been toying around with, and I think at Particle, is really being able to delegate your votes to somebody, like having an elected committee, time-based, you know, few months, I don't know, it could be 12 months, it can be 2 years, but being able to delegate your votes to elected officials, kind of like how government works, is one way to tackle that, because you can't expect your community of thousands of people to be all 100% actively engaged.
Could I tag on to that? What's funny is we talk about fungible and non-fungible, and then we act like the customer or the contributor or the member, that it's all fungible. People come in, contributors come into your DAO with different time, different interests, some for pleasure, some for business, some want to do all this time. If we're not designing flows and optimum experiences for these different personas, then no one wins. If they're all conflated, no one's having a good time. The people relaxed are like, why are you so serious? And the people trying to build and do stuff, it's like, can you take this serious? You know, so introducing that variety.
I think we have time for one more little question here. Let's see. So let's talk a little bit more about like DAO fatigue, and maybe is there something that we can do with NFTs to address that? So we talked about like maybe something that's time-based. We haven't talked much about identity. Do you think like that's, you know, something that could incentivize people to be more involved within their DAO? Like maybe specifically with regard to PFP projects, or in your case, if you've got members who are like diehard art collectors in the traditional art world, and now they're showing up as like a crypto art collector.
That's a tough one. I think you know, DAO fatigue or keep, basically you're saying how do you keep people's attention, right? I guess if the, you know, I think in the previous panel they were saying, you know, the more, you know, there's some communities where you have tons of proposals and it's like difficult to keep up, etc., and that's contributes to the fatigue. I think if your NFT is the ownership that you have in whatever asset it is impacted by decision making, and otherwise, you know, you're missing out on. I'm trying to think in terms in the particle optics, right? If you own a piece of this painting and you don't participate in its governance, then actually, what does this ownership mean? It's just purely financial, perhaps. But you know, a decision could be made that goes against what your interests are. You never want to sell this art, but you haven't participated, and you know they voted to sell it. So maybe tying that. Tying the ownership in the NFTs that you have, PFP or otherwise, to that governance perhaps is a way to do it.
That's a tough question. I think maybe I'm not answering the question, but this is just what came into my head as we're talking about it. I think NFTs that go beyond PFPs and actually offer utility and features for your community, and projects that really deliver on those milestones, no matter how lofty they may sound, and communicate back with those NFT holders. I think that's really important if you're going to incorporate NFTs into your DAO strategy. That's how how you can maintain and continue your community building?
Great answer. So let's find out where everyone can learn more. Where can people find you? I'll start over here.
You can find me on Twitter, Singularity Hack, or just Google 0x Justice. And I'd love to go deeper on incentive engineering and governance. And there's a real unlock that's going to happen, I think, over the next year or two about not dividing these two worlds of fungible and non-fungible, and seeing more of a evolutionary governance and the growth in a more organic way from NFT community base all the way up to these token launches, and then the next stage of DAOs, which is physical asset ownership. People talk about treasury diversification. You know what's more stable than a stable coin? Physical matter, right? And so to see this unfold and these connecting the dots between these things. But yeah, I'd love to reach out, ping me on Twitter. I respond to everybody. Thanks.
Yeah, you can reach me on Twitter, A10Harold. You can email me, harold@particlecollection.com. And if you're building tools that'll help communities come together and engage with each other, like Discord V2, I'd love to chat. But yeah, you can reach me on my email or on my Twitter, and otherwise it's @collectparticle on Twitter.
I am Jen Sanasi on all platforms. That's Jen with 2 N's. And I love to talk about everything, so hit me up on Twitter.
You can find me on Twitter, never_render, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. What are you doing? We're getting into the afternoon here. We've had a great day so far. I think we have some coffee coming in, and getting to the home stretch of day number 1, DAOPlanet.NYC. It's my first opportunity to actually sit down. Just happens to be on stage. Yeah. So, Mark, I would love, we met recently. You reached out, and I did a little fireside chat with you where you were facilitating. So, wasn't planning to return the favor this way, but let's go for it. Why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself and what you do?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, I'm Mark Palmer. I am the head of digital asset research at BTIG, which is a boutique investment bank. It's a firm that is engaged in trading of equities, fixed income, commodities, currencies, you name it. We have an active capital markets and investment banking team, particularly in the digital asset space. So our team has been working largely with centralized entities, helping them to raise capital. It has been delving more and more into areas like DeFi and the like. And recently, as Steve mentioned, he was actually one of the featured speakers in a conference that we hosted on June 7th, which was the BTIG DAO Tooling and Infrastructure Conference.
Right, what I found really incredible about, I don't want to use so many superlatives, but what was really interesting and what I learned in our initial conversations leading up to that fireside chat was, and what I'm interested in is how the capital market views this industry, how it views DAOs, how it sees the opportunity. From the DAO space, which I'm obviously in, and a lot of people here, are looking for how do we fund these things? Because really DAOs are organizations. Mm-hmm. They're decentralized autonomous organizations, or however you want to explain the acronym of DAOs. But everybody needs capital to move things forward, and how can we matchmake? So what are, I guess in a nutshell, my question is, what are the capital markets looking for, and what are they looking to get out of that, and what do DAOs need to know and do to play in that space?
Sure. Well, I think there are a couple of aspects to that. One is on the institutional investor side. Institutional investors want to be involved in crypto. You see them out there. I would argue that there's a bear market in the crypto space in general, but there's a bull market for information about crypto among institutional investors. And so this is where...
So we're in the right place right here.
That's precisely right. So they're collecting information. They are gathering as many data points as they can. The single biggest impediment to getting involved, though, is the concern about the regulatory environment. What they need to see is regulatory certainty. You know, they can delve into crypto by investing in private projects. This is where we've seen a ton of investment from venture capital firms into the crypto space, including in the DAO space. We saw deals like CoinShift, the DAO Treasury Management unit, which raised 15 million recently, and a bunch of others. Porter Finance, Rift Finance, many of which participated in our conference. So the VCs are ready to step up in fund businesses. When it comes to getting involved in governance tokens and things of that nature, they're concerned about the big rug pull, where Gary Gensler and the SEC one morning wakes up and says, everything that's not Bitcoin is a security. And so there you are holding all of these tokens, which are going to be declining even further in value because institutional investors simply can't hold them. Those are unregistered securities in their eyes, and they come under all sorts of scrutiny themselves. So first things first, we need to see more regulatory clarity. From our perspective, we don't think that's a 2022 event by any shot. Maybe we'll begin to see some movement in 23. But in the interim, what you're seeing is an awful lot of interest in investing in the DAO tooling space. And that's where we're seeing a lot more of that direct investment right now.
Right, and I guess I would ask, obviously the DAO tooling is big, and I would ask, and I think Corey Siegel, who was here earlier, Corey, if you're here, you might want to chime in a little bit, but what I learned in my conversation with Corey was more about what he's doing. A lot of people here are working to set up DAOs that can actually play with KYC and whatever is required to actually have a security token. And I guess the question would be, because there is a blurry line between a centralized corporation that's fully top-down governance, and then on the other side, a co-op with some voting mechanism. And then there's these tokens in play, but if the tokens were treated as securities, if you said it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, and yeah, we're a duck. We're not going to try to beat around the bush, and let's just play that game and build a DAO in that framework. What do you think about the opportunity for that?
Well, we're seeing that in DeFi already. We've seen it with platforms like Maple Finance, which was really the first one to go out and create liquidity pools that were permissioned, where there needs to be know your customer, anti-money laundering screening on the front end, and that makes institutional investors comfortable that they can get into a liquidity pool and know that there's not a bad actor who they are commingling their assets with, and they're going to get in trouble down the line. We saw subsequent to then Aave launch their Aave ARC platform in early January. So there is a mechanism through which institutions can get involved here. Typically speaking, a lot of that, though, is going to be more on the lending side. And so if you look at Maple Finance, they've set up a number of different liquidity pools that have effectively sponsors. Alameda Research, for example, is coming in. They're offering the benefit of their credit research expertise to screen, and institutions can get involved that way. We'll see where that goes. Bigger picture with regard to DAOs and governance tokens, though, I think is some of the issues that have been bandying about with regard to governance, I think, need to be ironed out to a certain extent before there's some comfort. When you have a DAO community that is voting on, for example, in the case of Tribe and Fuse, there's a $30 million hack. The initial reaction to that is, let's refund all the depositors who were the victims of this hack. And then the community votes, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to benefit the token holders first before the depositors. Things like that freak out institutional investors to no end. And so one of the big differences that we see between TradFi and DeFi and DAOs is that in TradFi you have contractual relationships that can be upheld. That's one of those things as we begin to delve into the legal aspects of DAOs and their evolution. That aspect, I think, needs to be ironed out before you see institutions come in and say, we really want to get involved here. We want to buy a lot of governance tokens. Frankly, at the end of the day, if I'm a DAO, if I'm in this community in general, I don't want any of these centralized entities in my backyard. So that's the real answer at the end of the day. But what we see is that in the interim, funds need to be raised, And ultimately, venture capital firms get involved, and they're not always the friendliest entities to deal with.
Right, and any investor, what investors are, by the nature and the definition of the term, they're looking for return on their investment. They're looking for an ROI. And that is going to handcuff certain types of organizations if they take that money. There are some interesting VCs that are willing to play in that space and are making a big play there. Andreessen Horowitz, A16Z is funding some DAOs and putting their money into tokens. What, I guess, as someone who considers themselves a bit of an organizational hacker, like being a startup person, raising startup funds with centralized companies, and you get your stock option plans, and that's your incentivization. What I love about tokenization is the potential, done right, to build organizations, whether they're called DAOs or not, but build organizations that are tokenized and are legal entities potentially. DAOPlanet is a tuna. We're flying by the seat of our pants, so to speak. We're a trustless, unincorporated nonprofit association. So all your funds go into that. Don't worry about. This is not talking about DAOPlanet. That's clearly not raising capital market funds. But my interest lies in if I was to look to start a business that was in this space, that was very DAO-like, that had a lot of the properties of DAOs and DAO governance, but was really set up more like an LLC, where it was a security token where you could basically set up your ownership percentages and your memberships using tokenomics and rewarding folks that participated with those vehicles.
Well, I think that there's going to be a lot of lessons taken from DAOs by centralized organizations. One of the things that we have predicted is that you will see tokens as part of the capital structures of more and more centralized and traditional organizations. The path has been established that tokens do have a means not only of providing for exchange, but also for building a community. And so that loyalty aspect, the community building that has been demonstrated by DAOs, it's inevitable given the way that marketing units work for large centralized organizations. They're going to pick up on this and run with it. We've heard some rumblings on this. I personally am shocked that we don't see a Starbucks token, for example, that's already out there. With regard to...
Sure. Loyalty rewards, aren't those, in essence, a token? What would in your mind, the legality aspects be if entities just gave out tokens as loyalty rewards, but just used that framework and said, this is what we are?
Well, one of the things, if you begin to look closely at the way that the SEC views tokens as being securities or commodities or whatever, there are certain aspects that trace back to a Supreme Court ruling from the 1940s. But if the name of the game here...
Huey?
Yes, precisely right. The Howey test. And so what we see is that if there is a closed loop, so to speak, in other words, if Starbucks were to issue a token, and that token wasn't going to be trading on a secondary market and create the potential for profitability, fine. Then at that point, it is simply a loyalty token and can be used as such. We've seen this with DAOs as well. Where basically if a governance token is part of a closed loop, it's not going to be externally held. Then that way you can avoid some of the issues that you otherwise would. That gets into the question of, do you want to use a governance token as a means of raising capital or not? And if not, then how are you going to raise capital? Is it simply going to be, the funds are going to be coming in and you have to come up with some other mechanism whereby the community can be rewarded?
Right. So what do you think that people might want to know, but they're not asking because they're not holding this microphone?
Well, I think one of the things that I would say is that if I were a DAO, based on everything that I'm seeing, I'm looking at how many ways can I come up with so that I don't have to dilute myself by issuing tokens. Diversification of a treasury is absolutely crucial. I think that the crypto winter, if that's what we're in right now, that we're seeing, is demonstrating that diversification is absolutely crucial. But beware of the folks who are out there. The venture capitalists are going to come along. They're going to offer you all sorts of diversification. But the question is, what is the price going to be attached to that? Even Sam Bankman-Fried was out yesterday from FTX. SBF has been out basically bailing out a lot of the centralized crypto lenders. He believes that that's his responsibility as a leader within the space. But what he said was, he's getting approached by a lot of the venture capital firms who are coming in and saying, yeah, we'd be happy to support you with that one or two really strong, attractive platforms that we can get involved in. We'll let you take care of the rest. Remember, these folks...
Sounds a little subprime to me.
Very much so. So, it's get to the point that you are independent as quickly as possible. Frankly, I would look at some of these platforms that offer loans to DAOs as a means of getting financing without having to dilute your treasury. Example of this is Porter Finance, which is doing precisely this. It's allowing DAOs to issue loans as a means of diversification and frankly, having longer-term financing during an extended period of lower crypto prices when things could be tough. Maple Finance is beginning to get into that space. Then you have entities like Rift Finance, which is out there helping DAOs to enhance the liquidity around their tokens. So the platforms are springing up. If I were involved in the governance of a DAO, I would be focusing on the folks who are already in Web3 as providing a solution. I wouldn't be trusting, frankly, the venture capitalists or even the guys at the investment banks who always come around and have an agenda.
Not people with a 7-year exit horizon.
Correctly. So, I think that that's all a path toward gaining independence as quickly as possible. I mean, ideally, if everything works out, 5-10 years from now, we wouldn't be having this discussion because DAOs would be out there, they would be independent, they wouldn't have any need for any of this.
Great. Well, that's great information. If anybody has any questions, I can only see kind of the first row, so just please step up and I'll step down and hand off a microphone. If anybody has questions or anything to add about the capital market space and how it relates to DAOs. If not, we will maybe impart a little bit more wisdom and what are you passionate about? What do you see the highest potential in? I think you've probably included a bit of that in what you've been sharing, but we'd just really like to know what you're passionate about and what you see as possible in DAOs and the capital markets.
Well, I see my role largely, I'm an equity research analyst. I cover Coinbase, MicroStrategy, Voyager Digital, Galaxy Digital, and the like. But a big part of my job is just to help institutional investors get up to speed on what's going on in the space. And so hence we had a DAO-focused conference. Coming up, we're going to have one that's focused on staking and blockchain infrastructure. On July 26th, we're hosting a conference about music NFTs. And basically bringing many of the founders in the space together, putting them in front of institutional investors. Because as much as I say that DAOs should be as independent as possible, that's a particular use case. The rest of the space is hungry for capital. And I think what is really going to accelerate the growth of Web3 is greater institutional adoption of Web3, more of that capital, which frankly, again, it comes down to finding the entities that are going to be providing it on the right terms and making sure that you have the right legal counsel to make sure you're protected. But institutional adoption of Web3, of crypto in general, is just going to accelerate all of this. It's going to bring it in much more mainstream. And frankly, that is what I'm trying to do is put these concepts in front of institutional investors so they will get interested and move down the pike. Again, we're in a crypto winter right now, but I am seeing every day evidence that there is a bull market with regard to information about the space.
What we saw in Jay's slide with the rainbow and the the band of peaks and valleys, that it looked pretty optimistic. So hopefully that's what's in our future, and we just keep plugging along as we've been doing as a species. And I really appreciate it, and I appreciate the work that you're doing and the information that you're delivering. I've learned a lot through getting to know you and having that opportunity to have the fireside chat in your program. I'm glad you were able to come and join us and our DAO in this conference. And also one of our major sponsors, Juicebox, also participated in that. So it was great to introduce them because they're more in the Web3 tooling, and I think that sort of platform really could benefit a lot. You know, say we're a DAO that wouldn't necessarily go after those funds. There's a lot of entities that could be very attractive to. So I appreciate that. And anybody wants to find out more how they can get involved, maybe you can tell people about how to get in touch with you, because I think it's a great opportunity to folks to learn more about the capital markets and how investments might be in their future, if that's something that would drive their growth.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm on Twitter, which is probably the easiest way to find me. It's at Palmer BTIG, where we are constantly out there, just pointing out different parts of the space, not only for institutional investors, but well beyond. Obviously, a boutique investment bank is a centralized entity. I'm very aware of that. But again, where can we help? We can help with regard to spreading the word, disseminating information, helping on the educational side of things in particular, and put a spotlight on some of the remarkable projects that are occurring. Again, I'm not sure, but I don't know of any other investment bank out there that has held a conference focused specifically on DAOs. We thought it was absolutely crucial, because just as DeFi kind of came onto the scene in 2020, and we saw NFTs really be a big thing in 2021. We firmly believe that DAOs is the major theme, if not one of the major themes in finance in general for 2022. So we're going to continue to put a spotlight on it, and certainly appreciate you helping us to do so.
Thank you. Well, hopefully we can help grow the network, and you're part of the network, so that's what I'm passionate about and doing this for. So thank you for joining us and for the work that you do.
Very good.
Okay, here we go. Hey folks, I'm going to be talking today about a very interesting standard that's been going on. It was presented very low-key a while ago, but it's been evolving almost every week. So what we're going to be talking about is the DAOStar standard. Don't know if... yeah, there you go. So this is me. A bunch of years ago, I'm the CEO at Avenue, and I've been co-chairing the DAOStar Voyager work group. Now, DAOStar Voyager is actually one of the work groups specifically for a portion of the standard. We're doing some pretty cool things, and that's what I'm going to be talking mostly about today. Yeah, there we go. Okay, DAOStar. DAOStar is basically an attempt to define a common interface for DAOs. So you can think about the way you have an EIP for NFTs. We also trying to define an EIP for DAOs, 4824. There are a bunch of companies working on this, so you're going to recognize some of them. And we're also basically doing a roundtable with a bunch of work groups, including the Strike team and the Voyager. The Voyager, which is the one that I'm working on, is trying to define an architecture, and this is just like officially what we're trying to do. Basic explanation, very quickly, just we're trying to define what a DAO is, but not just that, we're also trying to define what a DAO member is, how to show their contributions, and how to share data. So let's just tackle into it, and it's a bunch of code, right? We're trying to define a common interface for DAOs and DAO contributors, and it's pretty standard. Where it gets cool is when we actually try to distill this. So why should tools care about this DAO standard? Okay, first example, really quickly, let's assume that a DAO uses two tools. Let's not care about what they are, let's just assume that they're Avenue and Govern, and then the DAO adds a third tool, DWork, and let's assume that now DWork asks Avenue, so what do you know about this particular user? Right, and then Avenue, since Avenue implements this DAO standard, has an endpoint that returns, amongst other things in the code that I showed, this. First part, the organizations, and second part, the contributions. Now, if you notice here, the contributions, they're not actually done by Avenue, they're done by Govern. So the standard that we're building not only defines a common interface, but it's also composable. It allows Avenue and Govern to trade data, coalesce the data that they both have, merge it, and now a third tool, in this case DWork, comes in, asks about it, and we can relay that information. So it's a way of also, so here we go, the reply. This particular user, they're on Friends with Benefits, they've helped doing this contribution, in particular this tweet. So we're also trying to define a standard for the several tools to work with each other. Cool. Let's just visually what we have right now is that a DAO has works with a couple of services. A third service comes in, and the data is being relayed. So DWork has never even met Govern. And if a cool new Web3 app comes in, they're just gonna they're able to not know anything about Avenue. They're able to not know anything about Govern. They can just talk to DWork, and they'll have access to the same data that all the three others have. Example 2, so why should contributors care? If you're not doing DAO tooling, what I've said until now is just pretty boring, let's be honest. But let's just dive into this. Let's assume that you have 2 addresses. That one's an ENS name, and you have a secondary address. You have a few tokens in there. So in each of these 2 addresses, one of them you belong to one DAO, let's assume Friends with Benefits, and the other, let's assume a fake DAO, Enemies with Benefits. Both DAOs use 2 tools, arbitrary tools. We don't care if they're Avenue or Govern or whatnot. But let's assume that one of those tools, in this example, Disco, they know you own both addresses. Now, this is really the standard allows for one particularly interesting thing, which is that Disco can now build a couple of there you go. Disco can now build a couple of profiles for you. And if Avenue asks Disco about one of your addresses, Disco is going to return this thing. The first part is what we already knew, so same thing as before, but now we have this really interesting bit where Disco attests that a user, contributor.eth, the ENS name, belongs to a DAO. But they don't own a token, they only own it on the secondary address. So actually what Disco is saying is that, well, this user, they're at Friends with Benefits, they're at Enemies with Benefits. We can't tell who they are on Enemies with Benefits. You're going to have to trust us. So it's a way for users to have a trustless connection and membership in DAOs. As a contributor, you should care because you can access different DAOs and different tools regardless of your addresses. And it's all done privately. It's basically you detach your identity from the addresses you own, from the tokens you own. And you should also care because your contributions become portable across all of these tools. If you have contributions being tracked by tools like Govern or DWork or whatnot, that data is just relayed across because they all share a common interface, and that interface is ready to merge everything and allow you to port your data. If one of the tools ceases to exist, that data is still somewhere else. It could be on-chain, could be off-chain. And you can see the working paper here. This is in particular for the membership group, for the attestation group. Do check it out. Do check out the main EIP. This is just an extension to that. There are a lot of people doing really interesting things, but I really wanted to show you this. So thank you so much for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll be around. Please feel free to come in and ask. Thank you.
That was a deep dive in like a high dive into a shallow pool. So I want to let people go a little bit deeper and ask some questions because I think that begs a few questions. So why don't we just do that? And if people want to, I'll grab another mic and we can pass it around.
There you go.
So first and foremost, presentation was fantastic. Minimal font type, all that. I really appreciate the aesthetics. Second off, that was like so in and out that I was like, wait, I want more. So with that said, I could think of 1,000 things off the top of my head that you could do with that. What are the top 1 or 2 that you think could actually really change the way that we do things as a species?
So 2 things come to mind. One that I really, really think is cool is the way that this opens the door to detaching identity from the digital representation. So that example is actually one of my favorites because I can have tokens in 2 addresses. I can have a tool or a known third party attest that I own these addresses. And now I have a way to have token-gated access to a number of Web3 tools, whatever you can think of, without ever revealing what my address is. So it adds a new layer of privacy. And that's only possible because of work like tools like Disco and Sysmo are doing. Another that I'm a big fan of is that there was a detail, I don't know if you noticed, the way we define contribution tracking actually doesn't go into what a contribution is. It just points to URI. So this means that we're opening the playing ground to any tool that wants to define what a contribution is, to build a profile for the user, to do it their own way. We're just caring about the information, like just at the surface level, so that we can build these distributed profiles for users. So it's also sort of a blank slate for any tool to come in and build these on top of these standards. And if you do that, if you implement that standard, you're already halfway through to integrating with other platforms because they're all sharing the same interface. So I think these are like the top two things that I'm really excited about.
Yeah, that's brilliant. No, I could keep going, but I figure I'll keep going. All right. So, oh, there we go.
One more.
Otherwise, it kind of devolves in a rap battle.
Yeah.
We could go. Could you say a little bit more about the place that this DAOStar 1 has and the impact on reputation?
Could you repeat the question? Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. First time I've used a mic. Can you say a little bit more about the standard and its view on reputation and identity? Because like the one thing that people might get from this is like, okay, that's great if somebody wants those two profiles to be tied together, but what happens when they don't?
Okay, so really good question. Pretty big detail. They're only tied together if you allow it. So if you're concerned about like that privacy thing, that doesn't happen. In terms of reputation, actually this is a really cool thing to talk about because there are conversations about extending the standard to dive specifically into reputation, whether it is quantitative or qualitative. But if you don't connect these two profiles, if you don't connect these two addresses, they're basically kept separately. So essentially you have two different identities. At any point, though, you can merge them together and you can bring the reputation from one of them to the other. And you can select just the tiny bits of information that you're revealing because you have full control of the identities that you have and the contributions that are associated. When you're comfortable merging them together, you can just connect them and then the contributions just pass along to the new identity. Hope this answers your question. Oh, there we go. The alarm is there. Any other question?
Yeah. So first and foremost, I guess just because I could come up with 1,000 to elaborate on that, do you ever foresee a future where people want to prune that, where people would want to go into a dashboard and say, okay, how do I redefine myself now? Like, this is this new thing that I want to do. I want to take my soul-bound tokens or whatever you might want to call them and the things that attributes about me, and I want to curate it. Do you ever see a future like that?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons that this is attestation-based, and when you attest something, the first question that usually people ask is, how can I revoke that? We don't do any type of revocation. It's implicit because it adds an expiration timestamp. So after a while, it's just going to expire. And when it expires, you can, I'm imagining that the tools are friendly enough to do that, the ones that implement the standard, they allow you to prune that off, so you can just don't issue those new attestations. That's soul-bound NFTs, soul-bound tokens in general. They're an interesting topic because personally, I'm not 100% convinced for that same reason. If we're attaching metadata and reputational data to that, I might want to prune that in the future. I don't know how my life is going to be. So it's a pretty big decision to attach that to something that's soul-bound. The workaround for that is that we don't, the standard's not, there are conversations about it, but it's not about soul-bound tokens in any kind. It's about attestations precisely because of it. So the pruning comes when the attestation goes away.
All right, so one big one because it looks
Here
like
we actually have our next panel, our next speaker up. So that was awesome. Hopefully we got juicy stuff and people know how to find you.
Yeah, 0xFRM on Twitter, and I'll be around, so feel free to reach out.
Thank you so much. And next we have Maggie from GMGN. I think it's a good time for GMGN, right? And you're heading somewhere, right? Where are you heading?
Back to Toronto.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay, well,
catching a flight after this.
Thanks for sticking around and extending your stay for us.
It's been great. Okay. Well, hello, everyone. I just realized you can't see anyone when you're standing here. So I'm going to take a different angle. Like, our DAO was started from a single tweet. Literally, someone named Richard.East. You guys might know him on Twitter. He's the guy with the glasses and the pixelated mask. He just tweeted, hey, won't it be great? I just wake up, have my cereal with a Bored Ape on it, and I'm like basically aping into my day. And then on that tweet, people start tweeting, commenting on that tweet saying, you know, I have the cereal. Hey, I have a Bored Ape. Why don't you just license it? Someone else said, if you have a cereal like that, I would love to get a pack. So basically, our DAO was started from that one single tweet. Our vision after that has been a lot bigger now. So basically, what our DAO wants to do is we want to bridge the whole e-commerce, CPG, like consumer packaged goods space, which is a $2 trillion industry, with Web3. And what that means is when we think about us as a consumer for all the products that we use, from our shampoo to our coffee, right now we as consumers don't really have any power. But if we flip that model, we as a consumer can actually be the decision maker as well. So when we think about us being the decision maker, we're in this DAO, we can really influence how products are being made and how they're being distributed as well. So this is the current landscape for, you know, all the consumer packaged goods that we use. It's really owned by 11 giant brands, which sucks. Like, this is what, you know, capitalist at its finest looks like. Now, imagine all of those little brands are a little DAO, and what would that look like? That's what we're experimenting. So over the last 4 months since we've been around, a lot has already happened. And I want to share it because I feel like this is a good space to, you know, kind of get people to start thinking about how do we go from the current, you know, very niche DAO space to the more mass audience space where people can start using these products and they can actually earn points or like earn basically, you know, tokens as they're using it. And this is a way for us to get the Web3 technology to the main mass market. So if you can go to the next slide as well. So one of the key common thread here is, okay, let's support products that's good for you, your health, and good for the environment as well. So what does that look like? Our first product is the cereal with a Bored Ape on it. If you can go to the next slide. This is what it looks like. So her name is Bored Becky. She's a famous celebrity on Instagram already. And this is her aping into the cereal. We're gonna have a marketplace that's gonna be token gated. So if you hold our NFT, you're gonna have special access to the cereal. You know, it's gonna be delivered anywhere in the US. And you can go to the next slide. So that's the original tweet from Richard.East. This is what the cereal will look like. Next one. Yeah. Okay, this I wanna talk about as well. I think it's fun for us to, you know, like, there's a lot of great talks today on all the technology supporting the DAO, but I'm more from a user experience angle. It's fun if we can tie in rewards or gamification into the products we build so that for the mass audience, it's something that they can really relate better. And for us, we're thinking, okay, as you're buying these cereal, you're collecting our tokens. And then when you can have enough tokens, you can redeem our NFT. Our NFT is basically your membership in this DAO. So for holding this NFT, you're able to vote on, you know, so after cereal, what is the next product? Could be coffee, we're thinking could be like mushroom-infused coffee. Again, tying in the whole thing with it's good for your body. It's also a good morning, so our whole thing is good morning, good night. That's the GMGN. Yeah, you can do the next slide as well. Yeah, and also the next slide. We have a little commercial. I don't know if we can see it here. It's basically these two guys making like ape sounds as they're having the cereal, which is hilarious. Let's just skip to the next slide. Yeah, I think that's fine. So this is our tokenomics. Basically, for every product we're gonna sell on the marketplace, 40% of it will go back to our product partner. 40% of the revenue will go back to the community, which is all the token holders, all the DAO members, and then the other 20% will go to our treasury. And this is really cool too. So like we're gonna distribute 1% of every single product revenue to our NGO partner, which is United Nations. So we're actually the first Web3 project that has partnered up with United Nations in terms of donating to their food program. So it's like a big step forward for the Web3 community. This is our team. So myself, Funday is a creative agency. They're working with some of the biggest Web3 projects right now. We have Robert, who's heading our Discord. So yeah, like I will share a QR code at the end. Everyone, go to our website. We have our pre-mint available right now, the sign-up form. We're also giving away 3 NFTs out of our NFTs. So that is your membership in our DAO. So I'll share that at the end. But basically, we have gathered, go to the next slide. I would say the other cool thing about making a successful DAO is the advisor network. And we've gathered a pretty big advisor network, as you can see here. We have co-founder from Foursquare, Chrissy, who is USA Strong, which is thousands of smaller USA brands. Brian and Lisa Sugar, which is like a legend in the CPG space. Henry, very big. Isaac, shout out to Isaac. He is our tech advisor. He's been giving us a lot of knowledge on which tools to use to best set up our Discord and our reward system for all the DAO members. If you can go to the next slide as well. Board Becky herself, of course, shout out to Ashley. We have Amanda, if you guys know Onchi Monkey, she is the power lady behind Onchi Monkey. We have, Jim Jordan, who's working with all the Hollywood celebrities. So all that is to say is having a tier A advisor network really opens your doors to, not just, again, in a niche community, but really allowing more consumers, more partners to start lighting up and start building up that momentum. All right, next slide, please. So I have 2 minutes left. All right, our roadmap. So this is pretty fun. So we launched start of this year. It's been a fun 4 months journey. And what we're doing after is we're having that market, the token-gated marketplace where we can sell all these different consumer packaged goods to the NFT holders, to the consumers. We're gonna do our big community NFT launch probably sometime in August or September. So that's the one where everyone sign up for the pre-mint form because there is a chance you can win that NFT. If you can go to the last slide. So we're gonna have 5,555 to 5,555 NFTs in total, and 2222 will be open for public mint. And then the next one. All right, so this is the website. So if you guys can go to this website right now, it's GMGN, good morning, good night, supply.co. And on there, you're gonna find this little button that says join the allow list. We can't call it a white list anymore, so now it's the allow list. So if you sign up today, just basically connect your Twitter and Discord, and you can enter into our campaign, which will win you that one of the 3 NFTs. And that is it. If we go to the last one. All right, that is the good night. I have 1 more minute left. If anyone have any questions. All right. Okay, no one has questions. I've done a great job. All right, thank you, everyone. Okay.
Thank you, Maggie. Okay, next up, we have Marlene Ronstadt, Sachin Narod, and well, first we're going to start with Marlene telling us about the opportunity of data unions.
Hi, everyone. How's it going, guys? Wow, this is very bright. I don't see anyone anymore. Okay, cool. So I'm going to be talking about DAOs and data. And basically, I think we have a really cool opportunity here, how we can actually reclaim our own data using DAOs. And because as we all know, there is definitely a problem right now in Web 2 with like how data is being handled, right? Because in the Web 2 economy, the winner usually takes it all. Our data ownership is not really existent in Web 2. And beyond that, a lot of data that is being produced right now goes completely untapped. So every day, all of us are producing a lot of data, but there is actually no way to tap into that data unless you're Google or Facebook. And if Google and Facebook are doing this, then usually they don't really share any of that with the users. So how can Web3 solve that problem? I think in Web3 we really have an opportunity here to create a new data economy using tokens, using incentivization models, using game theoretical approaches that make people share data that so far they haven't been sharing. But it's also a way to actually remunerate everyone for the data they are already contributing. But the question that always pops up is like, what's the value of my data? Because we all know, like, okay, Google and Facebook, they're making a lot of money with that data, but how much can we actually get for that data, right? And I think it's a really tricky question to answer, and we have some pretty hot takes on like how much the data is actually worth. So this guy here, Benedict Evans, he's a former A16Z partner, basically does not believe in the principle of Web 2 companies giving away money to their users for their data, because he argues that actually it's just 99 cents per user. So that's like not really that much. Like none of us would care whether we have 99 cents more or less. Doesn't matter, right? Whereas like former presidential candidate Andrew Yang is arguing that you can actually make quite a lot of money with that data. He started an initiative that is called the Data Income Initiative, and basically he wants to have this data dividend. So you can think of it sort of as a UBI, like a universal basic income, and every one of us, or at least every one of us who's an American citizen, would get that universal data income. I wouldn't get it, I'm German. So I would still not be remunerated for my data. But if that was introduced in the US, everyone would get kind of this flat fee. The problem with this is, though, that it still does not incentivize people to share data that so far hasn't been shared. And we really would like to see a data economy where people contribute new data sets that can help us maybe curing diseases, or data sets that bring us new insights of like how we can design systems in a better and more inclusive way. So going back to the question of the value of our data, so how much can we get? Is it like this really nice amount of money, like $100 each month, which we could get, or is it just 99 cents? And the answer is, it really depends. So, but I think there is an opportunity here to explore some new business models. And the opportunity is equally here for Web 2, but also for Web 3 startups. So Web 2 businesses, they can use these mechanism of splitting data revenues with their users and really drive in like user demand. So if you're a competitor and the incumbent has been kind of sitting in your niche and you want to compete with them, then you can offer your users a way to share data and to share revenues for data. And suddenly, your users are going to be a lot more interested using your application instead of the incumbent's application, where they don't get any money for their data. And likewise, in Web3, we have an opportunity to build entirely new businesses that are really centered around creating incentive mechanisms for sharing data. And that's what we call a data union. So what is a data union? Basically, a data union is a unique way to crowdsource and also to crowd-sell user data together with the users, instead of just a company going against the users. You probably have all heard of STEPN by now. STEPN would be the perfect example for a data union, wouldn't it be, for their terrible token economics, which I might even want to call out as Ponzi-nomics, to be honest, because they generate all this really cool data about like where people are walking, about like their routines, about like where people are gathering, right? And that data could be very valuable, whether it's for advertisers, whether it's for health purposes, maybe even insurances could be interested in that data. But unfortunately, STEPN hasn't stepped up yet to make that decision to actually monetize that data in a meaningful way. But I think there's really a potential here for health apps to turn themselves into data unions and to monetize the data along with the users. Another use case, which is already an existing data union, is called Swash. It's a browse to earn play. Basically, you install a little browser plugin. It's similar to MetaMask. And then you can start monetizing your browsing data as you go. You can select certain websites where you're like, I'm not comfortable sharing like my banking details, for example, so please, I don't want to monetize that. But I don't care about sharing what I'm shopping on Amazon. And then you can start earning tokens as you browse the web. Another cool example, and we're going to have one of the co-founders later on stage, is Demo, which is basically a drive to earn play. So you get the Demo hardware device, you plug that into your car, and then you start earning tokens for sharing sensory data from your car. And Rob can explain that probably a lot better than I do. Yeah, so I think the opportunity here is that we can really, look at the entire landscape of all the different places where we are generating data and look at it from that perspective and say like, okay, some people, they want to monetize their driving data. And that's something that's not being monetized right now. And that data is not gathered and that data is not shared right now. And there's a really cool opportunity to do that in a lot of different verticals. And if we stack all of these different apps on top of each other, then we can actually get to an amount of money and to an amount of revenue where it suddenly actually makes sense, economically speaking, to share your data and to join these different data unions to have like a little side income with it. So now I have to also advertise for my own project, which is the Data Union DAO, because we basically make it easy to build these different data unions. We offer the payment rails for it, we have a set of smart contracts, and we also have an SDK with which you can set up the data rails instead of doing it all by yourself. And you can just plug into our system, especially if you already have an existing Web 2 app, you can just plug it into it, or you can leverage open APIs like the Spotify API. You plug that into our SDK, and boom, you have a new data union where your users can start monetizing their data. And we have a small but growing ecosystem right now of 6 different data unions, and I hope it's going to be a lot more going forward, because I think there's really an opportunity here to like really turn around the data economy that we have today. And I think DAOs also play like a pivotal role in that, giving then your users ways to decide like how can they go about this, what do they want to share, what do they not want to share. And yeah, now I'm very excited to welcome on stage Rob from Demo and Sachin from Xeni to talk more about the opportunities of data unions and what that actually means also for the bigger crypto ecosystem. All right, cool. Great to have you guys here. And yeah, very excited to talk now more in detail about like how these kind of applications can actually look like and what kind of benefits they have for the users. So maybe let's do first like a quick round of introductions. Rob, maybe you can tell us what Demo is all about and what you're doing at Demo.
Hi everybody, my name is Rob Solomon. I'm a co-founder at Demo, which is a mobility platform that lets you connect your car, give it a Web3 identity, and attach your driving data to that, which could be monetized through a data union, or could be used to build applications like peer-to-peer car sharing. We've heard people talk about Web3 Uber for a long time as a potential blockchain use case, but it's kind of hard to do if vehicles don't have identities and you don't have authenticated trip data and credentials for drivers. And so we're providing that infrastructure to enable those use cases.
Very cool, yeah. And Sachin, please tell us more about Xeni.
Hello everybody, I'm founder and CEO of Xeni, a travel Web3 company, also founder of Xeni DAO, protecting the data for travel users and building the NFT marketplace and DeFi in travel industry.
Very cool. All right, so I think one thing I would like to talk about is how do you guys think these kind of new crypto applications can drive the growth in Web3? Because what I think is the major difference between like a DeFi application, a yield farm or something like that, to like what you guys are building is that this is really for the masses, and this is like what millions of people can be using. This is what our parents can be using, hopefully. And it's less complex, hopefully, also than most applications so far. So what's your thought about that?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of buzz on crypto Twitter, people taking the time to kick it while it's down a little bit and say, you know, was there ever actually a use case for crypto? And we really, I mean, I've been in the space for a few years, I'm quite biased, but I really think there is. And the way that we're trying to build Demo, we don't want people who use it to have to understand Web3 at all, or even know that they're interacting with the Web3 application. All they're concerned with is that their car has an identity, has verified credentials, has verified data flowing out of it, and great applications are available to them, and they're earning for participating. The Web3 backend simply makes it much easier for us to enable that, and that's what we want to focus on rather than just putting out a token for a token's sake.
Yeah, for sure. No, that makes a lot of sense to me. What about the Zenny perspective on that?
Absolutely. I mean, Rob makes a very excellent point here. Transition of Web 2 and Web 3, that's the biggest hurdle, given the masses is so used to go and flock to the platform economy, and every single algo in the world is designed for you to buy certain things based on your buy behavior, and they're tracking all of it. Transitioning that is going to be very, very challenging, but the step we are doing at Zenny is, I mean, the most important use case for us is doing the payment settlement, fintech part of the travel, which is very complex. Multiple counterparties involved in it. Think of like you're booking a flight, you want to cancel or reschedule, you're holding for hours. If that money was divided between the counterparties, they could have a better system to pay you back or reschedule your flight and not paying $250. Think of like a hack happened during the Marriott where 35 million people lost their passport, driving identity, credit card fraud, everything is around that. And if you have an underlying Web3 ecosystem, which is powering a Web 2 functions, it would be far more secure, far more efficient, and companies like yourself, Data Union, could help users protect their data. At the same time, companies like me and Rob, what we're building is your real-life utility in Web 2, which could be controlled by the Web3 mechanism. So we protect consumer data, we protect financial data.
Yeah, I think actually that's an interesting point, right? These apps could also be Web 2 apps, but turning them into Web 3 apps really adds a benefit for the user. So I think it'd be interesting to hear like what was the impetus for you guys to design Demo in the way it is designed and choose like this decentralized setup instead of a centralized one?
Yeah, because the idea actually started out of a more traditional use case. My co-founders, Andy and Yev, came from Waymo and GM, Ford, Mitsubishi World, and they were engaged to purchase electric vehicle battery data, and they just, it wasn't accessible, and they wanted to pay people to put these devices in their cars to track their battery performance. They thought, well, why not generalize it? And then at the same time, they were mining helium, and were kind of inspired by the way that helium solved the cold start problem by, rather than raising a bunch of money to light it on fire and advertise to get users, and then the users ultimately don't own any bit of it, use a token to give users ownership. And from there it was, well, beyond that, how can we, as opposed to just being a bootstrapping mechanism, how can this token be a force to align stakeholders on the OEM, like the people making the vehicles, the people consuming the data, the people producing the data, and so on. So that was a really helpful aspect of it. And we also need this to be, the automotive industry is very fractured, very decentralized as it is. The biggest OEMs have relatively small market, no one has more than 20% market share. And they don't play nicely together very often unless they're required to by the government. So how could we be a credibly neutral and scalable and transparent system? And Web3 made a lot of sense for that.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Awesome. What about you guys? Are you going to actually introduce a token to your ecosystem, or how is that all going to work?
Of course. I mean, I was just going back to the Rob's point. I mean, and it's my eye's broken. Oh, sorry for that.
Yeah, no worries. I keep on like trying to find it, and there is nothing.
I chose the chair, seeing that chair. Okay. Well, but super important here, right? And what he was saying was very. You might have seen Progressive dongle. That insurance company gives you a dongle and could track the data, right? And they got the first, I guess, patent over it. The difference in today's world right now, we don't know what variables or what parameter of data is tracked on you, and who is benefiting from them. That differentiation of variables would come to the union level. For example, you have a union which is controlling all of your travel-related parameters and that data. Then you have all the liberty to keep some of the data to yourself and not share with the people. It's super important for a user not to give away everything. They're traveling with their families, kids, many other things. At Zenny, the way we build the company is it's extremely simple. We are democratizing travel. Let's say a Joe wants to launch or resell travel today. It's not so easy to launch a travel agency. It's not like Shopify e-commerce thing. You could just simply go and launch it. You cannot control all of the booking, all the connectivities of millions of hotels, flights, and car rentals, and so on. The way we built the company is like you can launch joetravel.com within minutes at Zenny. But all of that, every single parameter, once the user log in, once you launch a booking engine, we give all the rights back to users. But we are also now looking at all the variables where all the industries in the world tracking the people. For example, Google's 10% earnings come from Expedia and Booking's ad spend. Who is paying for that? Everybody who's traveling today or been traveled to many places or coming here, all the money, Google is taking your attention and serving it to these two companies, and they're pouring the money. We never replace the middleman. Web3 is the way to go, so I see it.
Yeah, definitely. I think I'd be curious also to hear your thoughts on how you think the whole category of data unions, if you want to call it a new category in Web3, how do you think this is going to evolve, and do you think that's going to be something we all going to be joining in the future, or is that just like a seamless integration into like future products and we don't even know and we just get like money for our data?
Yeah, so with Demo, the kind of early use cases on the consumer side, you'll give your data to a data union, which will monetize it on your behalf. And there's also, you'll be giving your data and connectivity rights and roles to applications that could theoretically, you could rent your car to somebody for the weekend and it would charge them and it would make sure that, they drove it within a certain range or whatever, help unlock the car for them and then revoke their ability to unlock it once it returns back, that kind of thing. And right now they're a little bit separate, but I see over time the technology behind data unions confusing with like the applications. So it's when you're opting into something, it's like you're opting into sharing data, you're opting into sharing connectivity and roles and rights with that thing. Maybe it goes beyond just reading what you're doing, but also writing back to whatever application you're interacting with. And kind of breaking down, there's the opting in, there's the negotiating collectively on your behalf, there's the kind of the delivery of that data and functionality in terms of APIs and SDKs to the end consumers, and those will just get more and more sophisticated, maybe more decentralized over time, and I'm excited to see how this evolves. We're going to be building some of it, but I expect to be building some of it too.
Yeah, no, for sure. We'll help a lot with the building, hopefully. Yeah, actually, how is it for you guys to like build right now?
The way I see, I'm going back to previous question one more time. The way I see it, since communities will demand that you have the unions or a Web3 application integrator within the ecosystem where they are moving. It's not going to be you're enforcing, again, that freedom that, hey, I will go and shop at Trader Joe because Trader Joe is not collecting any data on me and how I verify that. That's going to be a driver. For example, you could see in climate change, anything, hey, we are eco-friendly, people would want to go and contribute to the right things. I think communities will drive the data unions, or I would say the Web3 data tracking I would say, applications.
Yeah, yeah. I think hopefully it's going to be like a very seamless experience instead of what we have right now in Europe with the GDPR, that you always have to click like annoying boxes away. Like, this is not how I want this to look like and function.
Also, that the moment you bring the government regulations, they still don't know how to stop pirated CD. Pardon me, but the moment you bring, and Europe is very notorious in terms of bringing regulation, which are cumbersome for businesses and innovation to simply take a faster space, faster lane. For travel, we've been facing a big hurdle in Europe because imagine we're dealing with a bunch of countries in one region and speaking different languages and have different laws where we can sell and what we can do about it. Because the law is there or regulation is there because they want to find someone who is responsible. And there is no responsibility tracking exists in current Web 2 game. It's far more difficult. But if you have a Web 3 data unions, or not want to talk about that only, but any of those elements embedded within the ecosystem, Web 3 elements, I think applications will not only be easier, convenient to use, beneficial to users, but they'll also be a very futuristic view of governance, where governments don't have to do much. Communities are governing themselves, either with the tokens or taking the rights, voting. There will be many more DAOs coming up soon. Some of them will stay, some of them will go away. My take is we're doing all of it at Zeni DAO.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's going to be interesting, like the next couple of years, like how the market situation is going to evolve, right? And how we have to focus really on like building these applications. And I mean, like, you guys are growing actually quite fast. Like, how many users do you have by now? And I think you're not getting behind, like, even with the orders, like you get like all these orders for the hardware devices and too many to actually fulfill them.
I should have checked before. I know we're over 20,000 people who have set up accounts and added their cars. We have, I think, 2,500 cars actually connected right now. If you have a vehicle, I don't know when in New York drives, but if you're visiting and you have a car and you have a vehicle that has a software subscription, like a Tesla, where, the kind of thing where you have an app on your phone that lets you lock and unlock your car, that kind of thing, you can connect right now. Otherwise, we sell a hardware device, and that has been sold out for several months. We sold a bunch of those, and we are focused on fulfilling those orders first, which is actually going to be very soon. And then we're going to open the store back up and start selling more. So.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's very exciting, actually, the fact that it's sold out. And it's a Web3 product. And I mean, I don't know how much, like, what probably the biggest Web3 application out there is. I would probably guess like Uniswap or something like this. But maybe they don't even have like 10,000 daily users or something like this. Probably not 20,000.
Yeah, I know MetaMask has a staggering amount of monthly active users. I used to work at Consensus, and that was always mind-blowing watching them grow. Yeah, there's definitely a lot out there. We were very inspired by Helium. You can go to their Explorer and kind of see how fast their network has grown. We're actually working on our own version of an Explorer, relatively, to be able to see kind of growth activity and learn about what types of cars are connected here and there relatively soon. So that'll be launching in a little bit. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, maybe just tell us quickly before we have to wrap things up, where can people learn more and where can they find the app and all of that good stuff?
And so, yeah, even if you don't have a car, you can still download the app and create an account. It's Demo Mobile in iOS and App Store, and it's spelled like this, D-I-M-O. That's what the logo looks like if you're trying to make sure you find the right app. We're also at demo.zone. It's an unusual email suffix. But demo.zone, and we also have a bunch of stuff linked there, our Discord, our docs, and so on.
Cool. And Sachin, where can people learn more about Zeni?
It's xcni.com, zeni.com. You can launch your travel website, and all the Web3 is on ZeniCoin and ZeniPay, which is our settlement engine. You can find it on social media, Discord and Twitter.
Cool. All right. Thank you guys for coming to the panel, and thanks to the audience for tuning us.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alexa. I was planning on talking with you about the role that DAOs can play within existing established brands, and also just sort of like what branding means and also how it can be relevant for the DAOs that we're all building. And two of the topics that I was going to cover is that how DAOs can be kind of relevant if they become an extension of an existing org as almost like their either venture arm, right? Like their incubator where they ideate and they can test concepts and they can, accelerate their path to MVP, right? The DAO model lends itself well to something like that. Then the other model that I think DAOs lend themselves to really well is impact. And so I was going to cover those two areas. My background is in brand strategy. I run a branding studio called Atomic Number 8. We work with both Web 2 and Web 3 native clients and brands, and we are actively trying to sort of like take best practices from either side and help them learn from each other and really bridge this divide. But anyway, I woke up this morning and when I read the Roe v. Wade announcement and the decision of the Supreme Court, that really just kind of threw a wrench into my plans. And I asked my friend Molly over here to join me on stage instead to talk about something that I think is just much more important, but also ties into what I was originally planning to talk about, which is the role of DAOs and impact. And so Molly, I would love for you to intro yourself.
Yeah, so I'm here. My name's Molly Dixon. I am the artist and founder of Computer Cowgirls. My day job, I'm a fashion, commercial, and advertising photographer, and kind of an accidental NFT artist, I like to say. I launched Computer Cowgirls as a very small 200 animated cowgirl collection in February. I'm a Texas artist, and it was just all in, like, fuck Greg Abbott for abortion access, kind of fighting SB 8. Launched that, they'd sold out in minutes, and kind of felt like maybe the project had some legs, more push, so found a partner, started to grow. We were planning a generative collection, and also we decided to launch Cowgirl DAO, which would just be kind of more an official arm of our philanthropic side that would fight for abortion access. So we were actually planning on launching quite a bit later officially than we did, but with the Supreme Court leak, we kind of went all in. Like 10 days, we launched, and we launched our Fuck You collection, which is another all in to raise money for abortion access, and obviously this time it'll be outside of Texas. It's a nationwide effort. And today, 10 a.m., we had our donut party, and just and then the news came. So yeah, this is what we're doing, and we're kind of, we've launched a little bit in a backwards order, but we're a project that has plans beyond these two collections, but because that was kind of our entry into the space, and I think we're all ideologically aligned, it's become something that's easy to activate. It's kind of a reactive DAO in a way where we can kind of like immediately act, and like next we might target Ron DeSantis because like Florida is gonna, they were planning on, now I think everything's gonna be at once, but it'll be interesting to see, but at least we can kind of react and move as needed. We just sent $30,000 to Oklahoma last week, since they passed the most restrictive ban in the country. So yeah, I think it's probably really rambly, but I think I kind of summed up what we're working on basically.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that we were talking about yesterday is like, how does a DAO like yours, how do you kind of grow and get that message out there, and how do you either like partner? Is it like about partnering with other brands, or is it about like strengthening your own, and like what is the role that like either your own brand or kind of like external brands play in the formation of this DAO, and how you kind of grow it?
It's kind of both. I mean, we're a small project, and there is no playbook of how we're supposed to be doing this. I mean, there are other nonprofit DAOs. I think we all do things that kind of just seem like they fit at the time. We were a small project. Our first collection, our Genesis collection, was 200 cowgirls. So when we launched the 10K Fuck You collection, we just instantly tried to partner with any like-minded brand, and we still are. we have great need just to help amplify the message. I mean, that collection, we actually donated on a contract level. It's ready to go. It's already raised money right now. Our DAO votes on how that's spent. We love members of the DAO. If anyone works in nonprofit, or we have all kinds of needs really, but we loved having just kind of a wide range of voices there to help figure out how we're going to spend that, because like I'm just a fucking artist at the end of the day. Like there are other people that are more knowledgeable, that are working in this field directly, and I would love just to, help make the gifts for for this cause. And also our brand, it's an interesting, like, when you fundraise, no one, you can donate today. You don't need to buy art to make a donation. So our brand, it has to be built on the back of a bigger brand where we are kind of creating value through that. I think that we're seeing maybe some of the early resistance art. I mean, I think art's always political. Strangely, I found as an artist, Web3 is not political, which is just different for me from my background, because everyone I know is. So we're kind of navigating several things there, and we have a lot of considerations, but partnership has been a huge part of the success that we've had, especially because we, as a reactive DAO, we launched in a super fun market because we didn't have a choice. So yeah, I think partnerships and kind of also our own brand help build that cause continually.
And I guess, obviously did you start this with like the intent, and I feel like I'm looking at this from a, when brands decide to have an impact, or when they look at their, corporate social responsibility policy or their USP or whatever it is, and they're like trying to decide what orgs to give to. When you built Computer Cowgirls, were you thinking about that, or what was it like that you like? I don't know, what was the intent behind it? Because I think a lot of these existing nonprofits, like brand really does matter. But was it about like attracting that, like those types of donors, or was it about like the individual, or sort of how are you thinking about that when it came to developing the project itself?
I mean, it's kind of all encompassing. It touches several things. I mean, as far as how people even come into the project, I think we're all ideologically aligned. I think it's too specific not to be, but I think some people really care more about the art. Some people care more about the cause. I think there are people that are really interested also in, especially a time where anonymous donations and figuring out how to like receive anonymous donations might be more critical than ever. So people, I think, are kind of interested in different things. And as someone that didn't really realize like that maybe I had an asset that could raise money in Web3 much differently than I could in Web2, I came in not seeing the full potential, and my mind is blown every day by what this space can build. So there's definitely people that approach our project that are really interested in different aspects of it and have, just amazing ideas of how we can continue to grow this.
And what? Because I'm just want to be mindful of our time. Like, what's next? Like, what can people do to get involved? Where are the gaps? Where do you need the most support? And I think this is helpful for anyone in the audience who is part of or trying to build an impact DAO or a DAO that has a nonprofit component, because I've talked to a lot of them, and it's really challenging, and there are a lot of different needs and different skill sets that are required to build something like this. So curious from your experience what you guys are.
Yeah, well, since we launched early, it was a very all hands on deck. We kind of had a list of needs. We had a lot of Web2 needs, a lot of Web2 needs actually. Web3 needs, we need anyone that had nonprofit or DAO experience. PR is great. Anyone that works in this like on the ground, and we have some people we have a veto board actually, which someone that has worked with activism and DAOs kind of alerted us to that we could be a target in some ways that I hadn't considered, my partner hadn't considered. So having advice in that respect has been amazing. We kind of have needs all over the place, and I for such a anytime you're fundraising or working in something like this, it's so important, I think, to try to divide out, have very specific things people can do in their own lanes where they can keep their energy, because we can all do our own thing pretty easily, but the overwhelm is serious, and I think the project is not serious. So I think that kind of helps balance out the stamina of what we're doing. But yeah, and continually we need similar things right now. I think just helping amplify the message. I think we talked about this a little bit. I mean, obviously it's not just a women's issue, but with the women's projects, we're all just like in a very small group that kind of just sees each other, and we need help outside of that too.
Yeah, we can't just be talking to ourselves, which sometimes it feels like we are.
And we know that men dominate the Web3 space. I would fucking love for a really big project to come in and help, because it's something that truly is going to affect everybody really at some level. So yeah, those are kind of our immediate needs. We're kind of reeling today. I think Monday is going to be the day that we can kind of get together and strategize. Even it's like marketing, as bullshit as that is sometimes, like we have, I think being reaction, like going state to state, feeling like we're getting a win every time, because it's the overwhelm is something I'm really conscious of, and just the stamina that we need to do this. But well, more info coming next week, I guess, as far as exactly what we need.
Awesome. And tell these guys here how they can find the project. And also, I know we're out of time, but I think you had a really amazing, a really smart approach, which was the different tiers of the 10,000 fuck yous that allow for a lot of different entry price points. So if you could share a little bit about that.
Yeah, we are computer cowgirls on everything basically, so you can find us pretty easily. The collection that's still minting right now is the 10K fuck you, and it's 10kfuckyous.com. And there's 3 tiers, 3 pieces of art and editions. We have one for 0.03, one for 0.05, and one for 0.03, one for 0.09, and one for 0.9. So, and there's obviously more of the bottom tier, and it goes up. So you can collect all 3 or mint one fuck you, whatever you want to do. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Great. Okay. Again, thanks for coming. I'm Jared. Your DAO still needs an operating system. That's the main point. And we can go to the next slide. So quickly, long background in tech. I also am a member of LexDAO, where I'm the current operator is my role. I also helped to rebuild the operating system. I started a company called Incred, which is a way to bring your professional achievements onto the blockchain as verified credentials. And as I mentioned, a long other set of history that I went through before. So we'll talk through a high-level definition of an operating system, and we'll also then go into a little more detail of what that means. We'll talk about why to have an operating system, and then we'll talk about how LexDAO used it to produce a lot of really great work in a pretty short period of time, and what comes next. So very simply, an operating system is a set of materials that defines what you're trying to do and how you're going to do it. This is definitely the old-fashioned operating system, the one I'm going to talk about, the people operating side. You also have the computer OS, which is the new DAO special side. But this is the side that, again, you can't forget about. There are some fundamental pieces that come with this that obviously can't just run on the blockchain. Maybe one day we get there, and I think that over time, more of the operating system will end up on the blockchain. But certainly not in the short term, and maybe never. There will always be people involved as far as we can tell so far. So as I mentioned, there's really 2 kinds of operating systems for DAOs. At most before DAOs, it was just the people OS. You had your people, they were told what to do, they had various systems. At this point in time, you can actually automate part of it with your computer OS. And it's definitely super exciting. You have things like Bitcoin, which in large part just runs itself, it's just automated. It also still has some people coordination. When you had your Taproot upgrade, it still took some people coordination. But it's a good example of a DAO that basically is just that computer OS side, just that automated side. You have things also like Uniswap and Compound, where some of the operating system is on the blockchain, but they still do have some human aspects also. Yeah. And so the people side, that is still the core to most DAOs. It's certainly core to all the old-fashioned companies, and it's part of what every DAO still does need. So we can just debate what exactly is the definition of a people OS, but it's some combination of foundational materials, some sort of planning process, execution, and for DAOs, it's some DAO-specific parts that you do need to be clear about what the DAO is and how it works. So there's no right or wrong when it comes to foundational materials, but you need to start with what are you trying to do. The very basic parts, mission, vision, culture, value, strategy. You may need one of these, you may need all of these, but you need some combination of these to say, here's where we're starting. Here's the main thing we are trying to do in our organization is this mission. And no matter what that company is, Google wants to organize the world's information, and LinkedIn, Spotify, they all have their mission statement that it all starts with. They build on it from there, but it starts with, as I said, something in this foundational materials. You can think of your operating system as a pyramid. It starts with the foundational materials and builds on top of it, but nothing starts without saying, okay, here is our goal, here is our mission. We start from there and we move on from there. So mission, after that you have a planning process. What is the definition of a planning process? How you turn your foundational materials into measurable goals and a prioritized to-do list to maximize your likelihood of success. I've worked at lots of tech companies, and not every company does this really well, but I'll say it's foundational to succeeding. If you don't say, start with that mission, start with that vision, start with those foundational materials, and then say, okay, this quarter, here's what we're doing. This month, here's what we're doing. You're not going to get where you want to go. The mission, as I said, is vital. The vision is vital, but you've got to keep going to lower layers so people know exactly it's Tuesday, what am I doing today? It's August, what am I achieving this month? Without those milestones, without those goals, you're going to have a hard time getting where you want to go. The final layer, besides the DAO-specific stuff, is execution. So when you think about the pyramid, you have the mission, vision, values, culture. Those are, as I said, foundational pieces of all of this. And it all starts with that. And you'll refer to that, you may memorize the mission, but it's not in your day-to-day life. Planning is the thing you'll refer to a little bit more. Every quarter you're planning, every week you're planning, every month you're planning, depending on your cycles. So you are thinking about what is my goal for this period more often. Execution is what you're doing every day. You're communicating every day. You're documenting things every day. You're people managing. You're project managing. So this is the part that is the closest to the ground, that you are thinking of all the time. How do we communicate? Do we use Discord? What are our Discord rules? These are really fundamental things when you are actually doing your job every day. So with those layers, foundational materials, planning, and execution, that's the basic operating system for most companies, most tech startups, most of any kind of company. The final part is the DAO-specific part. And so this part mostly relates to tokens, because what is different, as I mentioned, you have the computer OS and the people OS. On the people OS side, what it comes down to is the token is the difference between a regular operating system and a DAO operating system. So are you trying to maximize token value? Is that the main thing you're trying to do? If you don't care about that, make sure your community knows. So you need to lay that foundation as early as possible in the process, so you get the right people joining and you get the right actions. And when you're prioritizing projects against each other, you can say, are we doing this for the right reason? Is this because we want to maximize token value, or are we trying to have an impact or do something else? So it's pretty obvious why you need an operating system. As I mentioned before, if you're not pointing to where you want to go, you're just not going to get there. And early on, you can get away with a little bit less of this. When you found a company and you're 3 people at a table or 5 people at a table, you're always talking, you always know what you're doing. It's a little easier to coordinate. It gets much harder when you're not in the same room and as you grow. And DAOs, this is even more important for, where you might even never meet face-to-face with some of these people. So to make sure you're all going in the right direction, make sure you're recruiting and retaining the right people and not losing people, people need to know what they're doing and who they're talking to and how these systems work. So I'll talk about LexDAO and how we did this in our guild. So LexDAO is a decentralized legal engineering guild. It started many years ago. It got a lot more traction last year. I've been a member for about a year. And we rebuilt our operating system starting late last fall. And what we realized is that we had a bunch of amazing people. We were growing really fast. We had super skilled people, great lawyers, great engineers. And we all had a lot of energy. We were just like bouncing off walls with like, what can we do? What can we do to help? How can we contribute value? And what we realized after a few weeks, a few months, was that we weren't getting what we wanted to do done. And what became clear was that we needed to build out these documents, these systems, to let people be able to join and then actually produce value. And ultimately, we realized that we wanted to be a platform for people to launch projects on to be able to create this value. So we went through this process that we're talking about. We started with the foundational materials, and some of this stuff was already done. This was a few years into the LexDAO as an organization, and so the mission, some of these things were already really well written, so we did a little bit of editing, but for the most part, they were in really good shape. What we realized is that with that new mission statement, we added some strategy to it of like how we're going to get there, and then some goals and values that, as I mentioned, the lower level, to help us decide what projects to prioritize, and basically that lowest level of documentation of how we're going to do it. So you don't have to read this whole thing, but the point was we started with the mission and strategy because you need to start with like where are we actually trying to go. And we combined the mission with some strategic statements of how we're going to get there. And then from there we moved on more to the goals and the more specific stuff. And again, there's no reason to read all this in detail, but we realized that the mission was a great place to start. But as far as deciding where should we allocate funds, what projects should we work on, what should we get a Discord channel, we needed to prioritize a little bit more so that we looked at, are we trying to grow? And that was the first step, right? Do we want to add more people or not? Are we trying to earn money? Are we trying to reward people? Are we trying to be a platform? These were the fundamental questions we asked ourselves before we ran and started doing things. And once we answered these, though, we had that lower layer that let us actually have onboard people and have a team and do the things that we really want to do and start producing the value we wanted to produce. And so I'll talk about execution and how we did it. So this is, and these are all public documents, by the way. If you do go to the LexDAO Discord, you'll have access to all of our operating system documents, so it's all shareable. But this is it. So this is that lowest level of execution of how are we actually going to do these things. So when someone joins the DAO, how do they request funds? How do they get onboarded? How do they join a governance meeting? All the stuff that seems so straightforward, but that lots of organizations and lots of DAOs just don't do, which makes it hard to contribute, hard to get where you're trying to go. So this is, it's the most fundamental pieces of just permissioning and tools that without, you're not going to achieve what you're trying to do. And so what we realized over time is that the results just started coming. We kept having that same energy, the people joining, but once we had these things in place, we had tons of project launch within a few months after that. So we produced, as I mentioned, our document. It happens to be a Google Doc. There's no right or wrong with how you do it. It could be a Discord, Notion, or any one of GitHub, really whatever you want to do. But we now have this 19-page document that whatever question you have should be in here. If you ask me or our assistant operator who's in the crowd here today a question and it's not in here, we're going to add it. So this is the source of, if you're looking for LexDAO stuff, you go here. If you know how to get funded, how to vote on something, it should all be in here. And what we also, because we documented it so well, we were now able to be a platform. What that means is that people can come to LexDAO, and it's a really nice shortcut toward launching a project, toward entrepreneurship. Almost like you're franchising something, but you don't have to make hamburgers. You can say anything within our mission, you can say, I want to launch this under the LexDAO umbrella. And we'll give you people in community, we'll help you with ideas, we'll give you skills. We'll give you all these things just from day one because you're launching something under our mission. So that's what it means to be a platform. You get the marketing channels, the brand name, the tools. And a lot of getting a project off the ground is those first steps. You may have a great idea, you may be great at building a product, but to get that brand, to get that community can take some time. So it's a really nice shortcut for us to achieve our mission and for people to come and to launch their project on our platform. And so, as I was saying before, in no time, we started with that operating system, the governance system, the succession planning for our operating committee and our operator and our roles. And some of these were launching during that time, but since then, tons of projects have launched because people come, they can say, here's what I want to do, and we can say, here's how you request funds, here's how you launch a project. And so we've got legal clinic and study group and dispute resolution. We're commenting on laws in different states, law library, real world assets. Lots of stuff launched because of that ability, because of that operating system. We were able to turn that energy into actual projects. So that's it. I'm happy to answer questions now, or feel free to reach out to LexDAO or during the Discord. But I appreciate the time.
So without further ado, I'm going to hand it off to Mr. Lou Kerner to tell us about his 10 thoughts on community.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the original idea, but you know, I think we're a small enough group. We can do a personal enough thing to. Can you do me a favor? Can you shut off the lights just so I can actually see the audience and interact with them? And if that screws up the video, I'm sorry.
Bring up the house.
Yeah, okay, this is good. At least I can see a little bit out. Anyway, so, I'm Luke Kerner. I don't know how many of you know me. I've been crypto 24/7 since June 29th, 2017. And on that date, I saw the crypto light, and what I saw was that for the first time in history, we had a tool set to solve for the community instead of the man in the middle, and I thought that was going to be the most epic thing to happen in humanity. And I had weirdly run the world's largest social network from 03 to 06 called Bolt, and had thought a lot about community. And you know, I have a presentation called 10 Thoughts on Community. I'm not going to go to the 10 thoughts. I'm going to start at number 7, which is really in my, you know, the apex. And that said, at this moment where I think we are at is I think we're in a fucking war for the soul of the metaverse. That, you know, that's the future. You know, I used to think that crypto was going to be the biggest thing that happened in human history. About a year ago, I saw the metaverse. That's the biggest thing. The awesome thing is crypto's the enabling technology of the metaverse. And so, you know, as it grows from 0% to 1% to 2%, in the real world, it's going to start at like 98% in the metaverse. And as the metaverse grows, crypto's going to grow. So pretty sure that's the first kind of mass use case. But I spend my time thinking about community. And, you know, community is a word where anybody in this room has heard it said hundreds and hundreds of times. Community, 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 community. You get the idea. You know, I know there aren't that many people in the audience, but somebody help me out and give me a definition of community that somebody has. Anybody in the audience? There you go. Rock and roll.
A group of people aligned around a shared mission, vision, and values.
That was great. That's an awesome community. About half the time, I have to say in 30 seconds. And you're exactly right. But for me, I mean, I think you're right. But if you distill that down and you distill that down, for me, what a community is it's an ecosystem where when it works, everybody gets more out of it than they give. And I think that's what everybody is doing. If you're trying to create a community and you're not doing that, I'm pretty sure you're going to struggle. And, you know, I have one corollary to that, and that's that a community's ability to scale is highly correlated to what I call value delta. Value delta is the community produces something for the community members at a cost of X, they get it and value it at Y. And the bigger the difference between X and Y, the bigger the community can become, and that's why the world's biggest communities today are the things with the biggest value deltas. And we call those things religions. And they produce faith at 50 cents a book. People value it very highly, quite often, and that's why they've scaled to billions of people and lasted thousands of years. And so I think if you're building a community, to some degree, you're building a religion. You're trying to get people to have faith in a future that you see, and you want them to come along for that ride as well. And, you know, so those are, you know, my major thoughts on community. And so, you know, my major experience with trying to build a decentralized community is Crypto Mondays. So I started Crypto Mondays on January 8th, 2018 in New York. It was the peak market cap day for 2 years. We were celebrating crypto winter. We did not know it, obviously. We had 300 people at the first one, 350 people at the second one, decided to blow it out around the world, but decentralized. Truly, truly decentralized. And I think the reason that it's actually worked as a decentralized thing is because the people actually get to do whatever the hell they want. And that's what a lot of the people in decentralization want. But then they become part of DAOs, and that's, you know, most of the time a clusterfuck at the moment. And so, right, when you think about structuring your DAOs, think about how you can actually give people autonomy in what they're doing. Because if you give people autonomy in a DAO, that's when I think, you know, great things can happen today. That's kind of the moment that we're at. So, you know, I had a little bit more time. I just want to come here. You know, I'm a big believer in DAOs. You know, what Steve and the rest of the team has done, I think, is great. You know, I was at the ETH Denver, and they put on a great show there as well. You know, so I was happy to come here, help out, and yeah, if anybody has any questions, we can do questions, or, you know, why don't we just finish and I'm going to walk off stage. Steve, thanks a lot. You're going to come up here and wish everybody goodbye. And thank you for another great DAO Planet
I want to
Day.
kibitz with you. Can we kibitz for a few minutes? How many? We got 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll keep the slide up. Okay.
Can I sit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. I got to sit earlier for a fireside. It was nice. I got up on stage. So I like to, if I'm called to get up, I'll get up. But otherwise, I'm the behind the scenes guy. So Lou, what I really enjoyed, like when
watched your Denver presentation. Your whole experience, what I really loved hearing was you've got a rich experience of investing, market cycles, all the lessons that come from that. So maybe just a couple minutes of sharing, like what are some of those stories and high
Sure.
points?
So I went to Wall Street in '94 to be an equity analyst. My first macro lesson was markets are pretty efficient. Fuck, who knew? And the macro trend in my lifetime in finance is indexing. It turns out the more you can take humans out of it, the better. And as an analyst, I thought if I had one good idea a year, that was awesome. Now that, I think if I have one good idea every 3 years, that's awesome. And I think for me personally, I think crypto, that might be the last, right? If you had the internet, you didn't really need any others, right? You could have ridden that for a long time. And so that's what I'm doing. I was an equity analyst on Wall Street. I put out 2 price targets in 20 plus years. The first one I put out on Facebook in March of 2010 because the world had no idea, even though it was trading at 16 billion, and the second was on Bitcoin. I have a $1 million price target on Bitcoin in 2031. I get there through math. Nobody has a crystal ball. I could be wrong, but if I'm right, I know how it's going to get. It's going to go up and down, up and down, and up and down. And if it gets to be $1 million in 10 years, that's all noise, and I'm not spending my mind share on that.
Makes me feel like an ass for not redeeming my ENS and letting that piss away in May. I just learned that the other night, but hey. Yeah, and some of the things that you're in crypto, I don't know if you want to talk about portfolio stuff.
Well, sure. I mean, I can talk about, so right now I'm my day job, I'm a partner at a firm called Blockchain Co-Investors. We're a crypto fund-to-fund invested in 40 of the leading crypto VCs. We do about 21 off investments, and about 7 months ago we IPO'd a crypto SPAC. And so I'm CEO of that, and we're looking to merge with a privately held crypto company. We've got $300 million sitting in a bank account. And outside of that, the two, I do a lot of other things. The 2 main things, one is Crypto Mondays. I turn that over to the DAO, but travel the world going to Crypto Mondays, which is super cool. And the other one is called the Crypto Oracle Collective, which is kind of my next thing I'm doing for the community, trying to do, which is a decentralized crypto consultancy solving for the trouble, great projects of finding great talent, and that great talent have of actually getting paid cash if they want to pay their rent.
Cool. Yeah, and when people say the busiest man in show business, I think of you.
I got to tell you, it's the fountain of youth for me personally. Not only, obviously, I'm hanging around people who are generally younger than me, but even more importantly, I think, is my mind gets a massive fucking workout every goddamn day, right? You wake up and, oh my God, right? And it's, I describe it at one level of, I'm coming up my 5-year anniversary of 5 years of winnowing what I'm an expert at, because, you just got to keep on giving up things if you really want to be at the forefront.
So is there a Lou Kerner index we can follow?
Well, I describe the fund-to-fund, the pitch that I give is that there were $5 trillion companies born out of Web 2. I think there are going to be 10 or more multi-trillion-dollar companies built out of Web 3, and we're going to own them all.
Awesome. So, you said $1 million Bitcoins, and I'm curious about some other, like, crypto oracle predictions when you look into that crystal ball.
Well, again, for me, it's all about the community. I think, one of the struggles we have as an industry right now is how do you value cryptocurrency? And there's really no, general accepted, methodology today. And I was asked to be on a task force, and what I'm trying to focus on is community-based metrics. I think ultimately that's where the value comes. How engaged in your community, how committed, what is the community doing for you? And more importantly, I think, what are you doing for the community?
Right, and being somebody who was there early in Facebook and seeing the power of community and the value in that, and I hear a lot of murmurs around decentralized, tokenized social media platforms or social platforms. What are your thoughts there about the possibility of that and how that could win?
So, I mean, my view is Facebook is for 2 billion people really works well, and they're super happy with it, and they go there and spend massive amounts of time on it, more time every day than the day before. And so I have absolutely no interest in a decentralized Facebook because I think that game is over. But the question is, we now have a whole new set of tools. So how can we do something that's never been done before? How can we rethink what's been done? I think, anytime a new industry starts, do you know what the first television shows were?
Well, it wasn't porn.
Exactly. The first TV shows were people at a desk with a microphone on going, hey, now we're on television. They were just doing radio on television because that's all they knew, right? But then they realized, shit, we have this whole tool set and we can do unbelievably new things. And that's, what is the next generation of? I mean, for me, the social media really started when he introduced the news feed. And now, instead of you having to go to your 100 friends or 500 friends on MySpace's pages to see what was up came to you, right? And what's the next evolution, in how we engage? TikTok obviously did something epic too. People who say, oh, China, they can't innovate.
Right. What's the layer that we can put on top of that? Like we just heard from the data union collective, like data union DAOs, and the power of taking that kind of information. Like what I always like to look at in terms of crypto is what does the potential, what is the tool, and the features of the tool, what does that unlock? So if we take that as a layer, how can we apply the immutable, distributed, encrypted values to something else to really create something that is now powered in a different way, probably a different animal like you're saying?
Well, I mean, the data union DAO, I love that because I think we're, at the end of the day, the war with FAMGA is going to be fought via data, right? That's what this is all about. That's how you get, humanity to do what you want to do. You understand them better than the other people do. And so, the only way we're going to do that is through something like the data union, where, collectively, in between all the data that we collectively have and all the intelligence that we collectively have, maybe, like, we can fight these fuckers.
Yeah, I know we're going to wrap it up real quick, but something that, one thing that is maybe possible, and I'd love to see somebody create it, is when I first got into DAOs, I thought of DAOs as like the positive side of the algorithm for engagement. Like, how can we reward, instead of rewarding just reactivism, which Facebook rewards because it serves their, and I'm not dumping on Facebook, it's just a property, a
dump
natural
the fuck
property.
away, seriously, he's evil.
Well, what if we could create an algorithm that we then opted into, that had us feel better? Had us, we knew getting into a different type of social network that we could have an open algorithm that was optimized toward collaboration and fought against coordination failure.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, how do we, right, until we create this out of crypto, right, that's something that the rest of the world can pick up. They don't have to get themselves educated. And they pick it up and they go, oh my God, look at all the value I'm getting. That's where we need to get to.
Exactly. Well, thank you.